Welcome back. So today we're out at SIG in New Hampshire, and we want to have a conversation with Phil Strader here.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about the SIG P320. And I'm sure many of you watching this video are familiar with some of the controversies going on with the P320. I just wanted to let you guys know up front, I'm not here to defend the handgun. I'm not here to condemn the handgun. I'm here for informational purposes. I'm supposed to be a consumer advocate. I carry SIG products. They're SIG products I love. That I was thoroughly impressed. I'm not trying to defend SIG, guys, and now the P365 is one of my favorite carry guns. But I knew when you guys came out with it, it was going to be a game changer.
And I know that there's going to be a lot of angry users out there, but weird. It's like we almost have nothing to hide.
And I'm not trying to defend SIG, guys. Now they're telling you not to carry your gun loaded. That is suspicious. Why now?
What we have to keep in mind, and what we're trying to keep in mind, is that we don't know the philosophy of use, as it's a catchphrase that's out there now, or we have to take for granted that they're going to read the owner's manual and use that as a guide on how to actually operate this firearm. To let people know that the most effective safety would be to carry around not in the chambers. Now, with all that said, Sig Sauer does not endorse carrying a method of carry. We're not putting language out there that says you shouldn't carry this gun without a round in the chamber. We're simply saying there's an option that's even safer. But yeah,
that's the extent of my questions. I thank you for answering all the questions that I had. I know some of them probably a little uneasy. It's like, oh, here we go.
Not at all.
I'm not trying to defend SIG, guys. So I know that you guys are constantly doing changes. It would be insane. And I'm not trying to defend SIG, guys, but it would be insane to me with all the changes you're making to address anything that you want to, any improvement you're trying to make. It would be insane to me that you would be like, oh, let's slide that change here and fix this problem. Let's just make this go away.
Yeah, it's purely coincidental. Timing was impeccable.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. I'm a few minutes early. I'm several hours early, actually, but we have some things to discuss. This was sent my way before I got mega roasted for apparently being effeminate by underwater basket weaving, the tower builder extraordinaire. Unbelievable. You're 1 minute late, you're called gay. You're 6 minutes early, you're effeminate. Unbelievable. But yeah, so this is we're going to be covering a live stream. We're going to live stream a live stream on Rumble. They're allegedly starting in 4 minutes. So this is this over here. It is pinned in the chat, so you should go over there and give them a like and ask a respectful question. I do kind of have to put down some ground rules here because we do need to be kind to the Hunters HD Gold as they are doing this interview with Phil Strader, who is in the intro there. You need to not be a complete asshole over there, okay? Because if you do that, if you start spamming towers or whatnot, I have to ban you from this chat as well because that goes against TOS. So if you're over there, ask a respectful question to Mr. Phil Strader. There are lots of good ones, like are all of the individuals who claim that they have been shot or had an uncommanded discharge with their 320s liars? That's a very pertinent question. You can ask about the death of the airman, the other two wrongful death cases. You can ask many pertinent questions about the design, redesign, stealth changes of the P320s. However, I do need you to be on your best behavior, okay? Otherwise, you get me in some serious trouble, and I'd prefer to not be in trouble. S-Towers is funny. S-Towers is funny, but probably don't. Keep all of that in this chat, okay? Yes, you can ask them if the P320 is gay. I think that's fine. Yes, behave. Hunters HD Gold, good glasses. They're a big supporter, and they are putting on this, so it is linked both in the description and in the chat, pinned in chat. You should go over there and give them a like and ask a respectful question to Mr. Phil Strader. Yes. Oh, also, speaking of now, maybe not the most respectful, but I did add a couple things to the soundboard.
What's up, my Siggers?
I think that's going to make a good addition. All right. We are already, they have 100 people waiting for them to go live over there. I think it's going to be pretty big. We have 200 here, just starting out. We're also way earlier. Now, I think depending on how long this interview goes, we are still going to be doing our regular 6 o'clock Wednesday stream. So 3 hours from now. And then 2 hours after that, I have the Redoubt stream. So I'm doing 3 streams today. Actually putting in a full workday for once. Okay. Dr. Fuzzy for 5 before we're even going says, boss makes $1, I make a dime. So I watch a 3 p.m. focus trip stream on company time, as it should be done. I know this is super early, guys, but thank you, Mr. Fuzzy. I hope you're having a great day at work, and I hope this helps you get through the latter half of it. Or at least I hope it's the latter half of it. Huge ass for 5 says, babe, wake up. It's time for your 3 p.m. focus trip stream. We are very early today, gentlemen. Very early. And I think it's going to be a solo stream. It should be chill. Just me and you guys for once. Get Stradered. Art Vandalay says to do a 24-hour live stream. I've thought about doing like a mega event like that, like for 75K or 100K or something like that, where every 2 hours it's a different panel and different topics. So like we get Brass Facts and Hop on for a 2-hour panel. We get other interviews. We get like Charlie Cox on for a 2-hour panel. We get like so on and so forth. So every 2 hours, it's something different. It could be reviewing super old, cringy videos or whatever it might be, but something fun where it changes every 2 hours. Nick for 2. I'm glad you're putting it over here. For 2 says, Siggers, BTFO. Thank you for that, Mr. Nick. Appreciate it, sir. DLC or Black Nitride? DLC. Although they're both fine. I mean, if you care about finish, by the time you're 20, 30,000 rounds deep into a pistol, it's not going to matter that much. They just get worn in. Yeah. Yeah, hard R Ben. Hard R Ben. You're going to hear that probably several times.
What's up, my Siggers? What's
Oop. Almost had it on loop. What am I, Richard? Richard with the beep. Yeah, no, I talked to Charlie, and I can get him on. He said he would come on, so I'll get him on. Friday or Saturday. Those work best for him. So not today, but I can get it done. Let's see here. HLS 30 says this is work relevant for research. We haven't sold or shipped a P320 in about 3 weeks. Wow. Are you just a local gun store or distributor or what? Because 3 weeks without a P320 being sold. If I had a guess at their sales numbers, it's probably not looking much better than T-Rex arms. If I had to guess. All I do is overpenetrate. Ask for a build list on the fixed stock AR in the Primary Arms 6X review. Yeah, it's not mine, but I will send you a build list for it. It's pretty simple. I think it's a UTG A2 stock, Centurion rail, FN 20-inch barrel with FSB, upper charging handle, bulk carrier group, mil spec. It's pretty boring, but yeah. Oh, well, you have more important things to do, Logan, than to be at that Redoubt stream for now, I suppose. But let's see, are they live? You guys can hear that, right? Oh, well, actually, I can't even watch his intro because they'll be handling guns, I'm pretty sure. But the audio is good, right? Difference is T-Rex Arms actually makes good products. SIG makes a couple good products. I mean, their optics division's been doing work. Some of their handguns are neat. Not all of them. Rifles, I'm not a big fan of overpriced, overweight rifles. So their rifles have never been my thing. Maybe the Tread, the M400, the 716, 516. So there are rifles that I like as well. Midwest says, what's it going on? It's 4 p.m. This is very impromptu. We are waiting for them to go live on the Rumble side of things. Are they live yet? Refresh the page. Oh, here we go. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. They'll be on. Sabardic Psycho, member for 4 months. Says perfect timing. I'm on lunch. We'll make it a long lunch. I don't know how long this is going to go. I don't know if this is going to be a 2-hour interview, a 3-hour interview. Nothing. If it goes too long, there will not be a second focus trip stream today, but there will still be the readout stream at 8 p.m. normal time. Todd for 2 says, are you gay or Strader or maybe just Trench tranny? Hey, Trench is not a transgender. Okay, we have confirmed his sexuality on tape.
I like to wear one around my neck because I'm gay.
Yeah. You keep that tranny slender out of your mouth there. Unbelievable, Todd and Dogs. The 716, yeah. I mean, 716, the Tread, the M400, whatever they call it, decent rifles. Andrew Vachon for 2 says, did you see anything on the military base shooting? Yes, I had that pulled up. Apparently 5 people were shot before the suspect was stopped. I'm not sure if the suspect is dead. I'm not sure if there were any soldiers killed, but there were at least 5 shot. So I'm hoping that they're all doing well. Because I saw an article that came out like 40 minutes ago on that. All right, so minute 40. Almost there, gentlemen. Greg Johnson says, speaking of SIG optics, my buddy just bought a Kilo 4K laser rangefinder and the environmental sensors aren't working. He called SIG and they said it's a known issue and they aren't replacing units? Wait. How can it be a known issue and they're not replacing units? That's nuts to me. It starts in, you can see it on the screen, a minute 40, but I can't play the intro because they touch in the thingies, and touching the thingies on a live stream is not conducive to staying up. So, hey, it's Lucky Gunner. Hope you're doing well, sir. Lucky Gunner for $10 says, thanks for making my evening commute more bearable. Well, listen, Lucky Gunner, I'm going to talk like this for the rest of your drive, just for you. Thank you for the $10, sir. Appreciate it. No one died. Apparently it was a sergeant. Well, that's good to hear. It's good to hear that no one died. A sergeant goes wacky and tries to kill a bunch of his fellow soldiers. Weird things on military bases, because military bases, you wouldn't think they would be soft targets, but they do end up being that way for some reason. All right. 15 seconds, gentlemen. We're almost there. Are you hyped? I'm hyped. Just a Gun Guy for 2 says, I'm driving to the GOA goals event. So, ... I am here. Or here I am. So, yeah, I hope this helps all you guys actually working, doing real jobs on your commutes, whether it's to or from, or you're sitting on lunch, whatever it might be. I hope this is at least a little bit entertaining for the time being. Thank you for that. Dunk Them Muffin says, SIG is too busy replacing for morals. Much harder to replace. Much more expensive. All right, here we are, gentlemen. Okay, Hunter's Gold. Hunter's Gold ad before the stream. That's very fine. Hunter's Gold, obviously, they do glasses and a bunch of other stuff that you can go check out. Go support them. Again, if you're in the chat over there, you need to be on your best behavior. Ask a pertinent question to Mr. Phil Strader, and he will hopefully answer it. That could be fun. Yes, super early stream. We'll probably still have a regular stream depending on how long this interview goes and if my voice holds up, because I'm still a little bit sick. So we'll see if I can actually talk for 2 hours. SIG makes Ruger look competent. I wouldn't go that far. Morning shift supremacy. Yes, indeed. All right, are we live?
Of this company.
Okay, no, he's going through his sponsors. That's fine. That's actually kind of funny that he's going through his own sponsors, but Hunter's HD Gold like sponsors so many different matches around the country. So it's funny that he has sponsors and, then he sponsors other people. So it's just a circle of sponsorship, you could say. Yeah, focus in the day. How you doing, Emoko? I don't know what there's a strange underlying like anime degenerate fan base like in that hop circle, which kind of is a lot of overlap with my audience as well. So there's just a certain group of you that just really like to hit it off. But we love you anyways. So for everybody just joining, this is a live stream of a live stream. Hunters HD Gold is having Phil Strader of SIG fame, and also a very good shooter, and he's done a lot of other work with other companies in the past, USPSA, whatnot. We've talked about him several times. He did the interview with Mac. He is having a live interview taking questions on Hunters HD Gold Rumble chat. So that Rumble live stream is linked in the description and in our chat. If you go over there, you must be nice. If you are not nice, if you start spamming slurs or explicatives, I have to ban you from my chat as well, because that breaks YouTube TOS. So be nice, behave. 6 Hour for 10 says, where's Trench? Oh, wait, the perp hit 5 people, so probably not him. Well, allegedly it was a sergeant, but I doubt it was Trench. Trench has had crash outs, but nothing like that, okay? Thank you, Mr. 6 Hour. Jake for 2 says, why so early today? Oh, baby, it's a Sigcident. All right.
People reaching out to me once I announced I was going to be doing the show, and
2,000
asked,
people.
who I
Wow.
was and what
Look
I
at
was,
that.
why am I doing this? Who do you, how do you do what you do? And we don't even know who Hunters HD Gold is or who Brian Conley is. So just want to take a moment to, let you know a little bit about myself.
I know you can't behave, but we love you anyways, Todd Dogs.
I'm seeing all the chat going crazy right now. Thank you so much. I got a monitor here. I've got my text message here. I'm getting text messages. I got everything going all over the place. So a one-man show is happening today. Usually I work with other people at matches when I go live and everything else, but that's not today. But my name is Brian Conley. I am the founder of Hunters HD Gold Advanced Shooting Lenses. I got started back in 2015 making a lens for myself in the hunting industry and didn't really know anything about the shooting sports until around 2017. I got involved with Larry Joe Steely with Steel Target Paint and Steel Challenge, and then started doing that. And then in late 2017, I went to a Rimfire Challenge Shooting Association up in North Alabama, and got to meet Michael Bain and Brian Hacker with Tandem Cross, and got to learn a lot about the shooting sports and how people actually traveled around supporting matches. So in 2018, I took Michael Bain's advice and Brian Hager's advice with Tandem Cross, and I started going to matches. They gave me about 8 matches to go to.
Video's quiet.
Ended up doing over 20 matches.
Bro, that's maxed out. What am I supposed to do? Can you guys not hear that? It sounds all right for me, but I can't. That's maxed out, my friend. That is maxed out.
Everything started going really crazy in 2019. Became the official eyewear of USPSA and Steel Challenge, which is a great advantage for me to get started in the shooting sports. And then from there, I just kept going. We didn't stop. We just got more involved. We made a lens for the shotgunners called Hunters HD Ruby.
Audio is fine.
Shooter, so
yeah, I mean, he's given his intro. It's fine. Phil's not here yet. He's waiting for people to fall in. Listen, there's 4,000 people, about to be 4,000 people in his stream, bro. He can chat for a second.
The shotgunners, but we do make Hunters HD Ruby for a lot of frames that people bring in, because you can use your own frame as well in the shooting sports. So, and we make lenses for that. So, that's been going strong, doing well with Hunters HD Gold. And then in 2021, I started a podcast called Hunters HD Gold.
Okay, there's actually
and that's where I started to really dig into
there's a tab
people behind the shooting sports. I don't do a regular podcast to talk about a lot of what their shooting training and stuff is, but I get into what got you started in the shooting.
Bro, that's nice. So I literally just downloaded a extension to boost the audio. How's that now? I bumped it up to 200.
Some history of him and where he comes from to where it puts him in the shooting sports today. So let me see.
Yeah, 200%. Is that good? You want me to go more? I can go more.
Getting close, can kind of hear. Let me make sure I check.
I'm too loud.
Volumes, and we're good. Boom, audio, microphones up. Don't know what's going on, Vegas Fox, but thanks for letting me know. But so from doing the podcast and then traveling around and doing everything I do, then it just opened up even more opportunities to get so much involved with so many different manufacturers throughout.
500% sounds lower now. No, you guys are nuts.
With a van when I go, and actually travel around with vans with my own personal guns inside there. And when I work with other manufacturers like Akai and just so many people throughout the United States, and actually buy.
Bro, that's 400%.
And then when I take a gun to a competition, if somebody's gun breaks in a competition, they can actually use one of my guns to finish the match. So that's something I do as well to help with all the the shooting sports. And we've got a lot of stuff we travel around with extra magazines. I've got ammunition. If somebody has to borrow one of my guns and they don't have ammo for it, they can use my ammo.
Okay.
I'm out
You
there
boosted it.
supporting
How
the
is it
shooting
now?
sports, and it's really
How's
turned
it
into
now?
a great experience to
It
get to know
updated. They
so many
updated on their
people.
end.
Another thing that we started just this year working with USPSA
How has it not changed?
is
It's got
actually
so much
going
louder.
live at nationals and other events in the future. So you're going to see some clips later on when we take a break of some stuff that we did live at nationals
Yeah.
and everything else. So we're wanting to report the
Yeah.
shooting sports to you. So a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm muting it just for a second, but he's doing his little spiel. That's fine. It's his show. It's his company. You know, this is how he gets his name out there. No problem with that. He's providing us this interview. You can let him ramble for a couple minutes. Come on. Gonna be 5,000 people watching him in a second.
We're going strong. We're having a blast. I don't know where tomorrow goes with Hunters HD Gold, but we're going to keep listening to you and just keep doing a lot of things to make sure we're going to continue on with the shooting sports. So let me go make sure, look at all the comments. I think you've got the sound fixed up. Sound just got better. I got a guy working behind the scenes on that. So thank you so much. Questions are starting to come in, and that's great. And make sure live chat is a great place to have your questions, but also put them in the comments below if you really want your question to be asked, because that way they don't get lost in live chat. But there'll be time for that later on, because I've got a lot of questions for Phil myself as we get started into everything as well. So let me bring on Phil, get some things started, and see if he's ready to go, and we will go from there. Phil, how you doing, man? All right, turn you. Make sure your sound's on somewhere. You might have hit mute. Yep. Hold on a second. It's okay.
Hey, that's a John moment right
Don't
there.
have you quite yet. Yeah, it's fine. But I'll go back and do something real quick while you work on that. But something else, I'm involved with the shooting sports. Since we became what we're doing, we've actually became the official eyewear of a lot of shooting sports. And that boils down to.
Chap for $20 says Phil and the 320 both firing uncommanded. No, it was commanded. All right, let me tell you. Also, apparently that lady that we talked about last week, total pathological liar, which is why you shouldn't trust femoids.
And we're main eyewear for WAF scenario safety down in Orlando. So a lot of things that we have going on there. And I think I might have just fixed Phil's. I think I might have got his audio fixed just a while ago. I just thought I saw something I did. But besides the official eyewear, we're partnered with a lot of other shooting sports, and this is important as well. And that boils down to all the others, like the International Defensive Pistol Association. And
bro, asking Phil how much sleep he's gotten the last month. Probably not. It probably has not been a fun time. Let me tell you.
Park here in Talladega, Alabama. We are located in Alabama. Shoot SIG, Glock Sport Shooting Foundation, Memorial 3-Gun Foundation, a Girl and a Gun Women's Shooting League, the International Confederation of Revolver Enthusiasts, Armed Women of America, the Practical Competition Shooting League, PRS, NRL 22, NRA, AK Masters, and so much more. So we have a lot that we're doing with all around the shooting.
Why are there 5,000 people watching that and the chat is not moving at all? What's going? Is nobody actually chatting over here on Rumble? There's 5,000 people watching.
I'm good. You hear me?
We do. We got you good to go here. So that is great. If we have any audio conditions from here, we will go from there. Phil, the Vice President of Consumer Affairs, Phil Strader, thank you so much for allowing me to use my platform with the shooting sports to get people educated on what you have to say about the P320 around the shooting sports and everything else. Before we start diving into all that, what got you started in the shooting sports? How far does this go back for you?
Well, first off, thanks for having me on.
Yes,
it says a lot when people reach out and they actually do want to talk to me. It says a lot about them. So that means a lot to me, and it means a lot to us at Sig Sauer. And I will say, I am on vacation.
Okay.
So I would have dressed nicer for you, but I'm home. I'm trying to take some leave. So yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me on. So
you're very welcome.
No, I can chat over there, and I'm not a sub, but I mean, I'll drop him a follow. How about that?
handguns or firearms. I didn't really grow up in a gun-centric family. My dad had a hunting rifle. I knew he used to hunt. I never witnessed it, but allegedly it happened. But when I became a police officer, I was given very, very simple instructions on how to shoot. I turned those very simple instructions into a technique that I made up and tried, and I had no idea what I was doing. I was just told to put this little thing in that little thing, and
Right.
and you should be okay. So
Listen, gentlemen, if you're complaining about this going to be a boring interview, I think it will be unless they get to the comments and the questions. I wanted to do this stream so that we could watch the live chat get deleted in real time if people ask too many questions about the 320 or dead airmen or dead people or UDs or whatever it might be. Because if you go back and watch the replay, those comments are not going to be there. But they will be here for us to live on in eternity.
So you were already a police officer, correct?
I had just gotten hired. I was pretty fresh off of a hire in late summer of '93.
And a lot of police officers don't really stay around the shooting sports much because they realize there's so many, people shooting now. But this is a long time ago. So when you're talking about that was pretty much another way to practice? What made you really think about that?
Nothing. I
Okay.
went to this range and I did what everyone else does. I hung the target way too close, and I did only what I was good at, which was just two-handed shooting and just shooting at a close target. I didn't know anything about competitive shooting. I literally had no idea what he was talking about. I called the number on the flyer. I went to this indoor match in Roanoke, Virginia, and when I did it, I loved it. The second I did it, I took my 228 and.
To be honest, I forgot that I had that as my PFP since the last time Moon Man wanted something degenerate on there. So that's still my PFP. That's quite funny.
I loved it. And kind of the rest is history. I just started putting my $18,700 a year salary into as much equipment as I could afford, which wasn't much.
Yeah, because that's one thing about the shooting sports. It's definitely a hobby that takes away, hobby dollars from other things. So you were, that's a lot. So you progressed pretty fast though, right?
Yes, I would say. Well, yes, I didn't shoot very much. My schedule wouldn't allow me to shoot. I shot between the years of '93 and '97. I may have shot 3-4 club matches and one major.
Okay.
I just didn't have a lot of time. But when I moved to Washington D.C., got hired by the U.S. Capitol Police. I was working a very strange shift. I was working nights, 3 to 11, so I had the days to shoot, and so I started shooting a little bit more often, and eventually got into the firearms training unit where I had weekends off, and then I was able to expand my my schedule a little bit, start shooting a lot more club matches. I didn't really shoot live fire still that much, but I was doing a lot of dry firing and shooting a lot of competitive club matches. I started dabbling into other shooting sports. IDPA really dialed me in on my accuracy.
Okay.
And I tried. There was not a shooting sport that I wasn't willing to try. I'd done some tactical rifle matches. I did the Blackwater tactical 3-gun just to try it out. So I was doing a little bit of everything, and I loved it.
Lucker Gunny 30 for $2 says that airman wishes he could take leave. Damn. Huge Ass for 5 says put the thing in this little thing. Phrasing, Phil. True. Thank you for the 5.
Well, the president of the United States in '97, George Bush, right?
Okay.
Bush.
So you were. That was a Capitol Police at night. Is that one of those things where you're pretty much just, is that working around the White House or out protecting outside, just around the Capitol itself, just everything?
Just Capitol grounds.
Okay.
The U.S. Secret Service has a police department, the uniform division of the Secret Service. They focus mostly on the White House. We focus mostly on the Senate, the House, Capitol building. So we had similar roles, but for the first 2 years, I was standing on a door, just doing guard duty in one of the House office buildings, which I loved because before that, I was a police officer in a city and not making great money and just dealing with not nice people. So I enjoyed the kind of the break. And then shortly, I'm not even 2 years into that with that department,
All right. No, this is probably going to take like 30 minutes to get to anything of like true interest, I would say. Yeah, 97 was Clinton or whatnot. Yeah, you guys are details. Well, so it's supposed to be, this is an interview with Sig Sauer's Vice President of Consumer Affairs, Phil Strader, about the P320. That is the title of the stream. And the shooting sports, right? Now, a lot of the times in these interviews, they try and get the gentleman's background, but it's going to take like 30 minutes to get through like 3 decades of shooting background on Mr. Strader, who is a very good shooter. Keep that in mind. He's a very good, basically a pro level shooter.
as I mean, granted, a paper grandmaster, but a grandmaster nonetheless.
Okay.
So I was shooting quite a bit. I had made. I was shooting mainly limited division. That was the new iron sight division in the early mid '90s, and I liked that a lot. I tried some open stuff, and I did okay at it, but I really liked limited division. So I shot limited division with a Colt 45 single stack for a while. I became determined to shoot my grandmaster classifiers with that gun, and I wouldn't switch to an STI until an STI 40 until I made grandmaster. So I did that with a 45, and then. But I will say that as an instructor, it just provided me more opportunities to compete a little bit more.
Okay.
My boss was very, very cool. He would, obviously he supported me to the degree of, it does.
Yeah, this is a glaze view. I don't know, because I mean, it worked to get people in. Again, nearly 5,000 people watching on Rumble for a channel with only 7,000 followers, if that's a real number, which we're not entirely sure of. So I don't know how long it's going to be till we get to any meat, if there's any meat at all, right? There's a possibility that there's quite literally nothing in this. Dude, what a great mugshot. That almost looks like my mugshot. Not blonde, though.
My journey through USPSA was very interesting. It was pretty cool. In 2002, I actually purchased an indoor range and gun store, and it was an opportunity for me to get behind a bunch of people I knew who I thought would be very cool to shoot with and sponsor. So we had a really cool shooting team. We had greats. I mean, we had Julie Goloski, or at the time Goloski, now Gollum. She shot for us, and Ron Francisco, and Todd Sendelar, and Megan Francisco won a national championship.
Give me the meat and give it to me raw.
Team Shooters Paradise. It was just a really neat experience for everyone. Eric Lund shot for the team. Mike Seeklander shot for us. So
wow.
we had some great shooters.
Now, where was this range at?
It was in Woodbridge, Virginia. It was an indoor shooting range. It was basically just an indoor range gun store in Northern Virginia. I had saved up. My wife and I had saved up some money, and I was.
Todd and Docs for 2 says boomer brag session and Sigger enabling. Also, N. Unbelievable, Todd and Dogs. That behavior, that rude behavior, just will not be tolerated.
My Siggers.
Huge ass for 2 says Phil sounds like he sniffs glue. 1995 was not Bush. Well, as some people corrected you, it was Bush until January 20th. So, actually,
kind of, we put everything we made into the store, made money, and at the last year we worked half the week usually. So we kind of slowed down there towards the end, but yeah, I did that for a while. That got me really involved with USPSA from the sponsorship side. And then I started working for, once I sold my business, I had some of my team members had peeled off. Mike Seeklander went to the US Shooting Academy in Tulsa.
Okay.
Julie got an offer from Glock. And obviously I fully supported her, and she did great there. And so we had a great team. When Shooters Paradise was gone, I started consulting and shooting a little bit for the US Shooting Academy, stayed with the Capitol Police, got my 10 years, got vested, and then I moved to Oklahoma, where I was
Yeah, I mean, we could honestly talk about the Glock 26X for an hour until they get to something interesting. I think that it's a fantastic form factor. I think that the added capacity with the short slide makes a very interesting combination. If they made a ramjet for a 26, you'd have about a 19 size with a full grip with a comp. That'd be kind of hot. Yeah, we'll just talk about the 26X for the next hour until they get to something interesting.
And I said, no, I think we have a range now. We have a range. We have steel. Let's bring this match back. So they let me do that, and it was really fun. That match kind of turned into like the match of the year. And I kept that going for as long as I could until my wife and I sold the rights to it about 6-7 years later. But yeah, I was involved in the match orchestration side of things, and then once my my contract ended with US Shooting Academy, I started training on my own and was teaching from my company called Strader Solutions, STRAIGHTER. Shoot Strader with Strader. Yeah, that was our tagline. I started doing that.
Oh, that's funny. Straighter with Strader. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Ada Vashon says a new Protraband video just went up. Well, we'll have to check that out maybe after this stream. If there's just something, please give me something of interest, please. Oh, wrong button.
Decade, loved everything about it, and and I saw there were some challenges in the organization, and instead of complaining about it, I just said, well, how about I just run for office and run for the area director, and that's what I did. So I was area director from 2010 to 2012, and then of course in 2012 was elected president of USPSA. Okay. And I did one term as USPSA president, and back then it was a part-time position technically. Well, it was paid as a part-time position. Let's get that clear. But also at that same time, I was working for Remington Defense, so I was pretty strung out. I was thinly strung out, working two basically full-time jobs, and it was putting a lot of strain on me and my wife and my family, and my just the workload was a lot. And so we collectively, Danielle and I, my wife, as you know, my wife, we collectively.
Sig Sauer for 10 says, let's talk about Trench's worse and worse slanderous streams lately. Has Trench been streaming? If he has, I have not watched them. So what is he slandering? He hasn't streamed in 3 weeks, bro. What are you talking about? You're out of the loop, old man. Thanks, Sig Sauer. Ending there with the slanderous streams. Thank you for the 10, Sig Sauer. Appreciate it.
Sig Sauer contacted me very, very shortly after that, and the rest is history. That was almost 10 years ago when Sig called, and actually, 10 years ago when Sig called me, and started working for Sig. And of course, throughout all this, I'm still competing. I'm still shooting when I can. Usually I just show up and see what happens. I'm not like practicing or really preparing as I should, but
I met you for the first time in 2018. I think at 9 Days of Nationals down in Florida. I think the first time we met might have been then.
Oh, okay.
So
9 Days of Nationals. Wow.
Yeah, that was the fun time. Well, that's why I want to get into shooting sports, and that's some of my questions to begin with. Thank you so much for sharing, your history and things like that, because
30 minutes into the stream, we are now done with the history. Will there be a tough question? Let us see.
Some questions I have just based on the shooting sports. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that. So I've got notes everywhere. But for the past 11 years, based on equipment surveys from the USPSA annual report, the SIG 320 has been averaging about 30% of the firearms in the carry optics and production divisions. From other issues, from the magazine USPSA reports annual average approximately 200,000 match results. This doesn't include Steel Challenge. Have you been made aware of any issues with the 320 at any of these matches in USPSA that's happened over the past 11 years?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think that statistics speaks volumes.
No, and that's why I bring it up, because we're gonna talk about the
Yeah.
shooting sports a little bit. I've got questions that are going crazy all over the place
Oh,
in
I
live
have no
chat.
doubt.
And I want to get there. We got some stuff to show as well, but I want to get into the meat of this real quick, because, at SIG Academy, that's something else that you have. Another question at SIG Academy: how many training classes do you have? How many guns? How many rounds are fired? And has there been any issues there at SIG Academy?
No, that's a good question. In fact, I actually one of our lead instructors actually contacted me, and I said, I'd love to know how many rounds we shoot at Sig Sauer, because obviously when you come to Sig Sauer, if you need a loaner gun, we loan out a 320, and we average. They told since the academy opened, they said that we had averaged, or we had shot a total of approximately 29 million rounds, and we average. They say we averaged around 1.5.
I didn't really have breakfast, but I did have a couple chicken wraps with a little bit of like hot sriracha sauce. So that was good.
On the range. That doesn't include the range that we have at the new SIG Experience Center, our indoor public range. It doesn't include that. That's been open for 3 years now.
Right.
But so many rounds that have been fired. Now, I'm not going to say that we don't have negligent discharges there. In fact, I ran the academy for 2 years, and obviously, when I ran the academy, I had to be aware of everything that happened, negligent discharges or whatever the case may be. And we had 2 with handguns while I was there. One was with a 365. A lady was holstering her 365, and while she was holstering it, she had an unintentional discharge. She pulled the trigger and fired the gun while she was holstering, and it's not unusual. We did our standard report.
Woman moment once again, going off hair trigger. I would love to pose that question. I'm gonna write that in the comments to see if they get to it.
Went off according to him, and obviously, and listen, this is going to. I know you're going to catch, or I'm going to catch a lot of heat of placing blame about stuff, and I want to be clear. Listen, when we have reports of a gun going off, if it's a P320 or P365 or any SIG product, there's only one thing we know, and that's the trigger was pulled. At that point, we just got to figure out how it happened. So
that's not entirely true, because they've changed their literature from a trigger press to like the trigger moving backwards, because again, any backwards movement in the trigger at all basically defeats all the internal safeties. If it slips off the sear with bad contact, which can happen depending on your frame and slide, then yes, without a full trigger press, you can get the gun to go off pretty easily depending on the model.
He was messing around with it. His middle finger was hung up in the trigger, and he pulled the trigger, and it was partially in the holster. Luckily, he wasn't hit. The round hit the concrete. It ricocheted. It hit one of our instructors in the arm, but he wasn't seriously injured. One of the pieces of bullet jacket hit him in the arm. So, but with regards to the claims that are being made about the P320, that never happened in the 2 years that I ran it. 2 years, and that would probably be around 2.5 to 3 million rounds fired on the academy.
You're involved with Shoot SIG as well, and I've been to some of those matches throughout the United States that they have. We help sponsor that as well. And have you had any issues at any Shoot SIG event to begin with?
No,
because that's all you use is SIG products there. I used a SIG product there myself to shoot the match.
Yes. However, you can use any firearm you like, just to for prizes. Obviously, it has to be a SIG, but yes, I would say 95% of the guns used at those events are SIG. And honestly, there are very few chances of unintentional discharges happening there, simply because there's not a lot of dynamic holstering and unholstering there. It's all the shooting is done from high ready. So, and typically, when we see issues or.
What do you mean a low chance for unintentional discharge? Shouldn't you say not a chance for unintentional discharge? What do you mean a low chance, sir?
Elsewhere, obviously, but very rarely. And for Shoot SIG, we haven't had any issues like that at all. And we've had a lot of matches. We've shot a lot of rounds there.
Well, I do want to get in some questions that were emailed to me as well before we got started.
Sure.
And the reason I wanted to cover the shooting sports, because the shooting sports uses this gun based on just one shooting sport that I got information from USPSA. That's a lot of times the gun's being used. And that's a
Yes.
great signal based on my shooting sports. Is like, that's very important for people to understand. So, there's a big thing that, that kind of got a lot of stuff started and got my attention later on. The It Ends Today campaign seemed to only draw more attention than negative press. Why did you guys make that post? What can you say about that? Because we're still talking about it today.
Here we go. Yeah, this is a good question.
Well, listen, I can't speak for the rationale or the mentality of the people that were behind that statement. At the time, I was the director of the Sig Sauer Academy. What I would say, and it sounds like defending, but I don't want it to sound that way, because listen, if we could go back, if we could rewind and rewrite the script, would that statement have been worded that way? Probably not. Right? If we knew it was going to get that
Correct.
kind of
It was bad. It was very bad.
Yes.
You called everybody engagement hacking
grifters.
grifters. Come on, bro.
Worded it in a way that upset people.
Right.
Now, what I can say though is, at the time, there were organizations, law enforcement training organizations, that were making a lot of, I'd call them knee-jerk reactions to stop using the gun.
But now it's even worse.
In Washington State, they got a lot of attention, and it was getting attention.
You sued them. You sued the one in Washington State and lost.
That's banning a firearm because of. Well, honestly, we don't know. There was only one real documented unintentional discharge. It was during a quick draw drill. I think it was a recruits class, or it was either a recruit class or in-service training class, and they were basically doing a quick draw drill. There's actually very fuzzy video footage of
what about the FBI report?
During a draw stroke.
What about that one?
Of course,
Minnesota State Police one.
Because of that, and because of some of the rhetoric that had been spun before that, the person that was running that academy, they just made this decision to. It must be the gun. It's so we're going to go ahead and stop using it. And what they didn't understand that is that kind of, not only did it start a chain reaction of, well, if they did it, we should do it. But now you've got police departments who,
of course,
have been issuing and carrying P320s with no issues, no problems, and now they have nowhere to train. And if they have a recruit class come through and they have to send their recruits to this
1,000%
facility,
you only have your
what
gun
do they do?
for like
Are they going
seconds
to qualify and learn
match.
how to shoot on a different weapon system, and then have to relearn when they get to their police department? So it was causing a lot of issues, and we weren't saying anything, right? We were basically trying to address it quietly, and to at least accept the fact that, okay, let's just work on one case at a time. We're going to play it safe. We're not going to say anything. And I got a feeling that, and again, this is me speculating to a degree, but you can only get attacked and have this snowball effect. The snowball effect starts where one agency will say, hey, you know what, we're going to stop using it too. And then another agency will come along and say, well, yeah, we did hear about some things on the internet, and some things have been going around, and there's a lot more. We're hearing about this a lot more because, it's a self-licking ice cream cone.
Marines,
the internet,
Air Force. It's not just internet stuff.
P320s and unintentional negligent discharges going off the P320, and that's getting views, and that's what people are noticing. But that's what's getting the views, and you keep covering it, right? I mean, right now,
the line.
If we collectively
hacking
think that
grifter,
unintentional or negligent or unintentional or accidental discharges are not happening around the country, and either law enforcement or private civilians are doing it, and they're doing it with guns other than the P320, we're fooling ourselves. I mean, we're talking about USPSA. I have seen numerous unintentional discharges happen during reloads, during movement, during prepping and setting up a position, and it's all different guns. It's not just one firearm happening. So okay. I think it was getting a lot of attention, and the snowball was happening. And at some point, we were like, we got to address this. This is getting out of control. And I think it was an aggressive stance for the company to take, and it was just one of those. It was not received well, and
of course,
I can
you called
when you
out
read, when you go back
everybody
and read the
out,
statement
like
again. I mean, I
Genghis
can see where
Khan and
someone would,
officers that were
someone who
suing
is,
you for
I would
getting shot
consider
or wrongful death cases. You
and
called
not at
them
fault
engagement hacking
unintentional discharge.
grifters.
And there's a couple that I can think of right offhand that, trust me, I've seen every single video of every single P320 discharge that's happened.
Okay.
And I will attest that some of them, I mean, you can't expect an officer or anyone to think that, if they rend over and pick someone's feet up, that that something's going to get into their holster and pull the trigger, or you can't expect that.
I have a video to show you if you don't mind, and I'd like to, kind of
Here we
discuss it
go.
if you don't mind. Let me cue it up real quick. And this comes from a YouTube video. I'll give all credits here in a second. Let's show the video.
Is it Protraband? Oh, that's the one I played that.
Okay, this is a pro. God, this is perfect. I want you to. It'll slow down, but I want you.
Now I got to be careful here because YouTube doesn't like the thingy being the thingy. Oh, this is from Trench Grenade. He took the Trench Grenade clip, which actually is taken from Ben Steger. I want to say.
Right. Okay, you need to actually pause it right there. It's fine. So
okay, I want to hear him explain this.
So I've watched this video about 1 million times.
What is he going to say?
And I'm gonna address it. I promise you.
Okay.
Can you see me? Am I seeable?
Yeah. Well, no, you're not seeable right now. I've got that, but I will switch back over. I'm going to switch over.
Switch back over.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the finger you're seeing outside
French stole it from other people and then posted it, which is fine.
That's not
works.
His trigger finger. It's his middle finger. His trigger finger was actually on. You'll notice a couple things. You'll notice when the gun goes into the holster and it fires, okay? You'll notice his hand pops off of it, and you'll see a finger. Either he grew a finger immediately, but that's his middle finger that you see there. Keep playing, keep pausing, and you'll actually see another finger pop up right the next clip. The next, it's in between there. You'll see his trigger finger will actually. I've gone this down pause by pause by pause, and you'll actually notice, and if you also look at him when he's coming back from the pistol, you'll notice I have a pistol here. It's unloaded.
Okay.
I'll show it to you. Where is it? Oh, here it is.
I might have to
also notice
for a second.
Unloaded, completely empty, safe, perfectly safe. You also notice that when he's shooting,
I can't show that on YouTube, so
really
give me a
close
second.
Attention to the shooting. You'll notice that when he's shooting, he actually he's oh, there it is. He's bang, 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 and you'll see that when he goes to holster, you can see his hands shift. You can see this finger starts here, and when it's starting to come off the line, and when he starts to holster, it goes to the ear. And he's also using, not that I don't think this was the holster's fault, although the holster is horrible. He was using this holster here. I actually bought this holster after I watched this video.
Okay, so I'm going to show it for a second. I paused it, but he had to know this question was coming ahead of time because he had the holster prepped. He had the holster and a story prepped for this. Right? No way he just had that holster sitting on his desk. He knew this question was coming, and he had his story prepped and everything for this. That's fantastic. Good work. Good work on that. But now I have to hide him again so that
this is
I don't get
a
sucked.
version of a Serpa holster.
Okay.
And for those who aren't familiar with this holster,
is it still going? Or are we dead?
When the gun goes in and you draw it, you have to actually use your trigger finger to push this lever. And if you're putting pressure on that lever, we've seen numerous times. This has happened what's happened at US Shooting Academy a couple of times, where they would push down on this. They keep the pressure on the
He's still handling the firearms. Not taking them off.
These holsters are pretty renowned for that. But I don't think that's what happened here. I think what happened is. After looking at this video 1 million times, the middle finger, the trigger finger that you're seeing is his there it is. You can see his trigger finger when he comes off. You can actually see it. And you can count the fingers and see that the finger that you saw was actually his middle.
We're going to look at that frame by frame.
I sent this to
later on
our law firm, and they and I said, hey, I want to comment on this.
Guns. Give me a second.
Guys, let me comment on this. And they said, what do you mean? I said, that's not his trigger finger. That's his middle finger. His trigger finger is in the trigger as this gun is pulled, or as this pistol is holstered up. And also, one extra thing I would like to mention is that's an M17. Why is the safety not on? Because if you take a look,
Safety doesn't matter. Your safety on the M17, M18 only adjusts the trigger itself for moving, not any of the internal mechanisms. It's not a sear block.
As soon as your hand leaves the gun, you'll see there's a manual safety on there. Keep going. And there it is. That's an M17. I know exactly what agency this is with.
Well,
So,
but then it's
I mean,
lying
from a
if
gun
you're like,
handling
hey, do you mind if I show you a
the safety
video
should have
real
been
quick?
on
And you're like, oh,
in
no,
the
no,
first
yeah,
place.
the one
But
we
no,
talked
the
about
finger
ahead
you're
of time.
seeing
Yeah,
there
of course. I have that
is
all the
his
prep
middle
props ready
finger,
for it.
not
You're
his trigger
fine at that
finger.
point.
But yeah, this you can see if you play it enough, and you trust me, I've looked at this video 1,000 times because that was
We're going to go through it
that
frame
was
by
one that
frame.
everyone was going, oh wow, what's going on here?
Okay.
And I said, well, I don't know. Let me take a look at it. Let me review it, and actually, you know, this is the behind the scenes stuff that people don't see.
Okay.
We aren't rushing to try to blame something. We're rushing to find out what pulled the trigger, because at this point, and this will go into other videos that other people may want to see. At this point, we've obviously done a lot of testing on the P320, and if yes, we do rely on that testing, and it's extensive rough handling testing, extensive.
How did you do that?
But we also don't just rely on that. The P320 fire with the trigger.
Did he do a rough handling test
rely
on the USPSA board member?
Attorneys. The attorneys
Was that
who are
something that I had
suing
heard?
us, they hire mechanical engineers and gun experts and all these people, and they try to get them to make the gun fire without a trigger pull. And we've gone to third-party testing companies. We went to Dayton Brown, a third-party test company.
Broke up real quick. Let's see if we get it back.
System pre and post upgrade that was ever made.
Right.
Gave them the guns and let them do whatever rough handling testing they could think of, and they did it without our supervision, without our advisor. I mean, we just they sent us video of the reports, and they came back, and the stuff they were doing was insane. And we also have other police departments, other agencies that have tested this gun.
So shouldn't the gun be safe without a safety though?
Maybe
they make the same
testing,
exact thing
we'll
without a
talk
safety.
about that as well, but
right?
it's been
It's like
tested.
MMPs, you can get an
And,
MMP with a
at
safety.
this point,
but even without a
we're
safety,
basing
it'd still be safe, right?
the fact that
Right.
the P320 will only fire with a trigger pull on the data that we've gotten, the data that police departments have gotten, the data that basically our enemy or our opposing counsel's experts have gotten, and the information that third-party tests have come.
No,
back
it is.
with.
It's Phil
So
Strader. That
when
is
we evaluate
that
a
allegedly,
situation
but we don't really believe that.
happens with
Allegedly did
firearm,
those
if
things.
it's
Yes,
unintentional,
same person.
negligent, unintended, uncommanded, accidental, whatever discharge it is that happened when the shooter didn't intend for it to. There's only one absolute that we can always draw on, is at the time the gun went off, somehow the trigger got pulled. The trigger moved to the rear. And if it's an M17 or M18, then the manual safety was off and the trigger was pulled. So those are the two absolutes we go to. So when we look at these videos, when we look at all of these, some of the in-holster discharges that we've heard about, and we've seen videos, we've seen every single one of them.
Vandalay says there's a SIG marketing intern watching the stream that is giving Phil notes to keep handling the firearm so Focus can't show it. Yeah, shut him down. Shut him down. Thank you, Mr. Vandalay.
And thus far, in the event of, I'll just use these as examples because there's videos out there of police officers getting out of their driver's side of their police vehicles.
This is a fun one. I've
got a video from the
perfect.
So if you want to go go ahead.
Yeah, let's take a look.
No, what were you going to say?
Well, I'd say, what are the consistencies? So the video we're going to watch, if the person was getting out of the driver's side, and I haven't seen your video yet. You haven't shared this to me, and none of these questions are this is all off the cuff. So
no, you're lying, bro. You had the prop ready to go on your desk. You're a liar. Phil, I'm calling right. You're lying there, sir. No way you didn't know. You had the prop ready to go, my friend.
You're not working for me or anything.
No.
I bet you.
Sponsored by Shoot Sig.
I bet you if he got out of the driver's side, I'm guessing.
No, this is live. This is live right now.
Or she or whoever. I'm guessing the gun probably had a light on it, and that's pretty much all I need to know for now. Let's take a look at the video. Let's see if I'm right. Right-handed. So look what this is an officer in Sarris Police Department. Look at her right side. Her gun, she's right-handed, and she had a bag on her right side. Again, bags, rifle cases. There was another one that happened in Ohio. He had a bag and a gun case on his right side. So we talk a lot about holster intrusion and having things on the right side of the gun. A lot of people may not know what that is.
Object
And
intrusion.
I will say that
Unwanted
we're
object
seeing this
intrusion.
happen more.
There's another word
and
for
it's
that.
not just 320s.
Nope.
by
Be
the way.
nice,
We
Chud. I'll
actually-
take away your
there's
mod if you start to
a video that is almost impossible to find, and I wish I'd sent it to you.
blame the
that
holster. It's the
our
holster's fault.
LE department has it, and our LE division has it, and they're sending it to our
Sorry.
to our council. But it's a fight that happens in a department store, and during the fight, it's hard to see, but either the officer's hand or someone's hand got into the gap of their holster, and it fired their pistol while it was in the holster. The pistol was not a 320. So
Going for the gun. He's going for the gun.
We're fighting, and this is also an unloaded gun, as you can see,
Gosh,
completely unloaded.
Stop doing that, Phil.
Totally
Phil.
safe. And this is it has an X300 light on it. So more and more agencies obviously have been putting flashlights on their guns. They are all equipped to handle a flashlight.
Yes.
In this case, the X300. Well,
No more bags and guns.
you'll notice as it is significantly wider than the trigger guard of their pistol. To accommodate this width, obviously the holsters have to have a wider opening, right? So for the gun to fit. So when that gun is locked into the holster, and this gun is compatible with
Safari
holster,
Land's fault. Remember,
notice
even though it didn't happen that
there's a
much with blocks,
significant gap
allegedly,
between the body of the
or
holster and
Berettas, it's
the trigger guard.
it's the holster's fault.
And in the case that I'm referring to, a finger got in like that. Now you can notice that the trigger is back to the rear. It's not hard to do.
So to go back to the police department video I just showed, that's what you're saying happened here is what they had to testify against, or what exactly?
Well, we haven't testified. I mean, I wouldn't say we haven't really testified against anything. I'm just, for us, what we're looking for, and I'm sure I don't know.
You're familiar with this video though, right?
I'm very familiar.
Yeah.
Very familiar. No, so in this case, we're going to obviously.
You're talking about
the-
needing power,
what
man.
should
We have a
happen
different
here is
conversation on our
obviously the
hands.
pistol will be inspected. The pistol will be function tested. The pistol will.
It was me.
Unless if it's like every single other case like this, the pistol will come back as a non-defective. It'll come back functioning correctly. And what they'll at that point do, start looking at the equipment, start looking at the holsters, find out what in the bag could have gotten hung up on it, and could have been a key. Again, this gun has been cocked, it's not loaded. Anything could have gotten to the holster while she was moving that bag down or moving the holster up. It can be a key, it can be literally anything that can pull down, or as the holster comes up, anything to get in that and hang up that's firearm. Now I'm using this because this has a tab trigger.
He's still playing with guns, by the way. This is the magic keys.
Warning of this. And it's very easy to find. It's not easy to find. It seems like any information that maybe some kind of tries to explain all of this stuff is not easy to find. But
does it actually take down the sound?
now it comes up a little higher.
Sorry, bro.
It's better, but of course it doesn't completely eliminate the possibility of stuff getting into the holster, because there's also the inside, this side of the holster, towards the shooter over here. I can actually get a finger all the way into this holster if I had to. Just can't see it, do it on camera. It's very difficult to do. There we go.
Yeah.
So I can actually get my finger into this side of the holster. So and I'm not saying these holsters are bad. I'm not blaming the holster. What I'm saying is, if you have a gap between your holster and the trigger guard,
you're objectively blaming the holster.
Clearly, especially since
the holster has too much gap. That's
there's
the
even a
causal factor here, right?
Chargers that you can actually put a part on your
charger.
If you can actually put a piece on your seatbelt so it won't fall down and get hung up inside of your holster. There's actually a bulletin from Dodge that says, okay, we can actually put a piece on your seatbelt that'll hold the seatbelt latch up to keep it away from holsters. for police departments. So it's and I'm not saying this is, I'm not saying it's a key or it's a seatbelt every time,
Right.
but in this case, there's several others. There's another one out of there's another in-holster discharge out of Houston. That officer was right-handed. He had a rifle case and a couple other things, and when he took the rifle case off, he threw the rifle case into the back of his truck, and the gun fired. Now, some of these cases,
Wait,
I think
a rifle case got into his holster? What? What?
Harris police officer, I think the bullet
Like a
grazed her. I
soft
think
rifle case with a strap? Is that
the
what he's
Houston
saying?
officer, it didn't hit him. The Montville PD, the famous one where the guy's picking up the feet of the suspect. That one luckily didn't strike anyone. I mean, we don't want
I've got a video here, I think, from the Montville Police
here we
Department
go.
police officer.
This
as
is
well.
another key
Have you
incident.
seen
Yeah,
it?
we've got.
What's
Yeah, we
that?
have two really good videos of that one. The one you'll show, it'll either be the security camera footage or it'll be the body camera. Hopefully, the body camera footage, because that was really good stuff.
Let's see what
that
I've
would help
got
us
here.
a lot.
All right, let me cue it up and then give credit where I found the video on YouTube.
Yeah, this is it. This is if you go to I think 8 minutes and 12 seconds in.
I've only got a minute and something of this video, so
It was taken from a little bit better quality video that we had, but you can see that these officers are carrying keys. Now, the key part of this, or the most important part of this, is the officer on the far right. That is the sergeant that Officer Witz, who was the gentleman whose gun went off in the holster, that is a gentleman that Officer Witz bumps into on the way up. Officer Witz is right-handed, right? His gun is on his right side. And you'll notice as he stands up, he bumps the officer sergeants where his keys are on his front left side. The holster bumps into
Oh,
him.
dude,
He actually
insanity
makes
prepper. That's
contact with
funny.
him on the way
P320s
up,
are like
right
jail. They can't let the
there.
keys get close.
And
that's funny.
you can see he comes up, he moves up quickly. The holster comes up with him. The keys that were on the sergeant's belt stay stationary. And again, I can demonstrate.
That is one
If
of the
you
most
listen to
freak accidents
the
of
audio
all
of the
time.
suspect becomes pretty funny as well. But
If
like,
it
you guys are
actually
shooting at
happened,
me, it was crazy.
possible.
But yeah, I mean, it was again a fluke accident. I will say I'm not positive. I know they were using Safariland holsters. I know that for a fact. I'm not exactly what sure model. It was either 6300 or 7300 series, but they still have the same vulnerabilities as I mean, they're all the same vulnerabilities. They were carrying X300 or TLR1 lights, wider lights, and that belt was hanging on the sergeant's left front side. He came up, he bumped into that officer. The key could have just dropped into that gap, and as he stood up and the gun came up, the gun fired.
He's practiced that motion many times.
Again, am I saying that's what happened? Well, I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is somehow the trigger got pulled.
Right.
And again, all I have to go on that is the data. And in this case, the data, the facts, and everything they're kind of on our side, because we cannot get our opposition or the people who are working for us. We can't get them to create a situation to make a firearm, especially make a 320 shoot without a trigger pull. And by the way, this
is he doing it again?
Also qualifies as a trigger pull, in case you're wondering. Watch the trigger. I'm going to push down on the sear. This is the most famous 320 test ever. Pushing down on the sear and watch the trigger. What is the trigger doing, Brian?
it's definitely moving.
You got to jam on it.
I
right
saw
now.
it move.
Yeah, I can pull the trigger. I don't know why. I got to really force on this one. You can pull the trigger by not pulling the trigger. You can just if you take a cut apart the slide catch lever.
Oh, he can't get it to work.
This isn't
Say
strong enough. I can actually force that trigger back.
Right.
And when you pull the trigger back, when you force it back, you're actually moving you're moving the captive safety lever. Everything that moves with the trigger is also moving. Now, this was a big test that came out by a YouTuber and a while ago, and it got a little bit of traction, got a little bit of play, but it really got some traction when the FBI conducted it in their report, the famous report that a lot of people are talking about. Basically, what they did is they cut this try to do this without pointing a gun at
I
me.
wonder if they'll say
They cut
Protrain's
this
name
slide cap. They basically
or
cut it in half
Trench
to
or
just
myself.
basically
without
remove the
a
bottom half
real
of it,
project,
Okay.
of
and
course.
it would expose that
Or
striker.
they
And they were
basically
basically
use it as
taking a
prep coat.
punch and jamming the punch into the sear, basically pushing the sear down, which is obviously forcing the trigger to the rear. What they were, I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to simulate a situation where the sear would basically drop down and slip off of the striker leg. I would also think logically that the only time that would be replicatable would be in a drop from 75, 90, or 105 degrees, basically a drop that would impact this way and hit and force the sear downward. So I again, this is me trying to just
Hello. All right.
against the P320. So I thought to myself, okay, maybe they're trying to simulate an extreme drop from basically from this direction, straight down to the ground. So I went to our engineers and I said, listen, I'd love to see, I know we've been recording test data since we did the voluntary upgrade. So I want to see every drop we've done. I want to see the results that we documented.
Voluntary upgrade. What do you mean?
I'll cover that in a second.
Okay.
But because this will play into that a bit. I want to see every single drop we've done since 2018 to today at those 3 angles. And I want to see the results from every single one of them. So it took about 2.5, 3 days for our engineers to get this, compile this data. But what we basically do, and this will kind of play into your upgrade question, is when a P320 is made, a new P320 is made, regardless if it's a new slide design, new slide cut, if it's a new grip module design, AXG, SXG, whatever, steel grip, aluminum grip, if we change anything about a P320 model, we take 5 of those guns, we take 5 of those models, we pull them aside from our
5 out of like 5 million different versions. I mean, 5 is a tiny sample size.
from one of our basically our lot acceptance tests. We pull one away. The others go out for durability testing, accuracy, destructive testing, stuck bullet and bore, basically the main things, environmental, sand and dust, mud testing, hot, cold, salt, fog, everything. They go through all of that, similar that they would go through like on a military trial or a law enforcement trial. We put them through all of that. Every single one goes through it. But the 5 we pull out, they go through destructive testing in the form of drop. They go through the Sig Sauer drop requirement. Okay, not SAMI, not NATO. They go through our drop requirement. Okay, what that involves is taking one of these pistols and we load an empty casing into the chamber, and we put a full magazine of dummy rounds. In this case, this pistol would be 17 rounds of dummies. We would load it into the magazine, so we have
That's a lot of
weight
dummies.
correct, right? Everything's prepped. We put it in this huge contraption, and we put it all the way up to 6 feet, and then we drop it. And NATO requires 6 drops. 1, 2.
Yeah, he should be very aware that if he says anything too dumb, there are many ongoing litigation cases against Sig Sauer, so he needs to be very careful with what he's saying.
3, 4, 5, and 6. Those are the directions the gun has to be dropped. At SIG, and they do it at 5 feet. NATO is the toughest standard at 5 feet on concrete. At SIG, we drop at 6 feet. We jumped up to 6 feet because of the upgrade, and I'll talk to in a second. So we go up even higher, 6 feet, which is basically over my head height, and we drop at 26 orientations. We drop at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way around the clock, 24 rotations, 24 times, and then 25 and 26. And we do it for all 5 guns. So the total drop is 130. We only need 6 to pass, but we do it they do it 26 each, 5 guns, 26 orientations at 6 feet. And then when we're done, we actually take the striker, or we actually take the gun, we take the magazine out, we check the primer, we make sure it hasn't been hit, we put it back into the pistol, and then we shoot it into the clearing barrel to make sure that there's no false positives. And we do that after every drop, by the way. You would drop it at this angle, we take it out, we take the case, we look at it, we fire it, we put another one. So if we do.
No, Phil is massive. Phil is a massive man. Phil is tall. Phil is like 6'4". He's a big man. Big guy.
So if we fail drop test, it's not only did we fail, if we did, we haven't yet. We haven't since 2018, 2017. If we fail a drop test, that means either the gun fired or at the very end, it didn't function. And, since then, we've never failed a drop test. Now, with all that.
Wait, can you back up a second?
And it cannot malfunction. So if we fail drop test, it's not only did we fail, if we did, we haven't yet. We haven't since 2018, 2017. If we fail a drop test, that means either the gun fired or at the very end, it didn't function. And, since then, we've never failed a drop test. Now, with all that said, I went back and I went to our engineers. I said, hey, I want you to find 75, 90 degrees, and 105-degree drops. I want you to find every single one we've done, and I want to see the data on it. We have dropped since 2018. We've dropped every model of P320 since then at these three angles 1,186 times.
Okay.
And we've never had a failure, not one. And there's been only 2 times recorded that the striker actually came off of the primary notch, but it got caught by the secondary notch. So it never even made this, the striker never even made it.
But remember, all pre-2017 models, whether that's 1 or 2 million of them, did not have that secondary sear notch. And they also had a much heavier trigger, which was much more prone to going off during drop tests, which is why it was easier to recreate. So what about those 2 million for a voluntary upgrade? Not a recall, but a voluntary upgrade.
To the striker safety. It never even got there. So it was, it passed, but it made it to the secondary striker. It made it to the secondary sear notch. It didn't even, the striker safety never even came into play.
Mm-hmm.
So we cannot replicate where forcing the sear down with that much violence to not only activate the strikers, not just to activate the sear, but to activate the trigger bar and the trigger and the safety lever and everything just to make the gun fire. It's ridiculous. Now, you did ask about pre-upgrade. In 2014, when we designed the P320, there were 2 big striker fire guns. There were 3. There was, the Glock, the M&P, and the XD. Those were the big 3. And everyone was dropping it, usually SAMI, but some would bump up to NATO. SAMI drop is the 6 orientations I showed you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for striker fired guns. At SAMI, that's 4 feet. Drop it 4 feet high. They drop it on a rubber mat, a 1-inch rubber mat. At NATO, they do it at 5 feet, and they do it on concrete at those 6 orientations. So when we came out with the first P320, the 2014, the pre-upgrade model, right? It was our first version. We tested to the NATO standard. We just skipped over SAMI. We're like, well, that's not good enough. We're going to go straight to NATO. We tested the NATO.
Yeah, I'm going to be real, dog. The drop testing stuff, like we knew the original model was not drop safe, hence why you had to update everything to be drop safe. We know all that. That's almost a decade old at this point. We know all of this. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not what the conversation is about.
So not just 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is he saying the same
5,
thing over and
6,
over again?
But we also added 7, 8, and then I think we have added like an obtuse angle, and we added like 4 obtuse angles at weird, strange angles. We did 12 drops instead of the standard 6. That was pre-upgrade. And then of course, when we actually got advised by the during the M18 trials, we were advised by the military that they had found a vulnerability at a drop outside of spec. So we had passed NATO and the Army TOP standard. We'd already passed their drop standard, but they advised us of a drop at a higher height at a negative 30-degree angle, kind of like this. And they said they could sometimes make the gun would fire at a negative.
Oh, he's gone.
Second, Phil, we got you locked up.
Drop.
Go ahead. Okay. We locked up for a second, but you came back after you said 30-degree drop.
30 degrees. Yeah. So when we were introduced to this, we was like, okay, let's verify. So we verified. We went back to our lab. We took the M18 and other pistols, and we tested it to that negative 30-degree angle, and we confirmed to say, yeah, there's a vulnerability here. It's outside of the standard that every single other gun company tests to, but it's still very rare. But it's a possibility. Mm-hmm. So we started putting our engineers to work. They started designing, redesigning. cutting prototype tools, trying to figure out if this just new design they were going to work, and if it didn't, they had to redesign and re-prototype, and it was a manic process to try to get this fix in so we could pass at some ridiculously high standard. We were like, well, let's just send it to 6 feet and let's just drop it at every single conceivable angle, including negative 30 degrees. I mean, we got to drop it this one now. So we did, and we added another 25 other orientations, and we in 6 or 7 months we had a design. And then of course the Omaha Outdoors video came out that went public, and that got a lot of attention. Luckily by then, I mean, it worked out as far as the timing goes, it worked out pretty well that at that point we were that close to having a fix. In fact, we actually implemented, we put together not only a mechanical fix, our engineers had found a way to lighten all the components. They lightened the trigger, they lightened the sear, added a leg to it to give it, to give it more, let it kind of rest on the trigger bar to give it even more stability so it wouldn't wiggle when it got dropped. The safety lever that rotates up and turns off.
Dog, this is actually getting a little painful. My friend, these are not the questions I want answers to.
We changed a lot of things, and we passed this new standard of drop. We rolled out a voluntary upgrade. We told our customers, hey, the pistol passes NATO's drop test. It passes this current standards, but we have found a vulnerability outside of drop spec where it's possible this could happen. So if you want to send your gun back in, do it. We'll upgrade it.
That's how you justify a voluntary upgrade and not a recall. Even though like people can pretty easily make the original models go off on their own.
30% of all 320 owners at the time returned their guns. So some people it mattered, and some people it didn't. Well, and that's it in a nutshell. It's a lot, I know.
It was. we talking about drops and everything else, but why have we only seen videos of uncommanded discharges with 320s and not additional manufacturers that the ammo or holster is to blame, not the pistol? Should this be happening to other manufacturers as well? Because what's happening now, what I've seen based on my research is we're seeing a lot of uncommanded stuff, not dropping it, but stuff that's, the gun going off without knowledge of the trigger pull.
Well, I mean, unintentional and negligent discharges happen without knowledge of a trigger.
Right. Hold on. So you're breaking up real quick, Phil. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you came back.
Yeah, sorry. I can tell you that, listen, I think that.
Bro, he gets asked.
Uncommanded. I think most of them would be argued that they would claim they didn't pull the trigger. And I get that. But to address the question, I think, as I mentioned earlier, it does happen with other firearms. There is video out there. I know there was one circulating very briefly for a while. Now it's been buried again, but it can be found of a person. He was actually I think he owned a range or ran a range. He was holstering a pistol, not a P320, but a pistol with a tab trigger and his appendix carry holster, and he holstered it. It appeared like he holstered it correctly, but he bent over, the gun fired, and he injured himself. He recovered, but he injured himself. And we actually got a chance. We were lucky enough, one of our firearms experts was able to get their hands on that.
But one pistol is not really relevant. Yes, you can find one video of what looks like a sketchy discharge on a lot of different firearms. But why are there 30, 40, 50 of the P320 and dozens of reports from every major manufacturer, or not every major, like police department, Air Force, Marines, whatever it might be? Answer that question.
It's not just P320, by the way. I don't want this to sound like I'm bashing other gun companies, because I freaking love all guns, but they are all designed the same way. Right. They're designed to shoot when the trigger's pulled. And in this case, the jacket got hung on his.
I got a couple more questions that were emailed in.
They're not designed
I
the same
want to
way.
take a quick break and then go back to customers' questions that we have coming in like crazy.
Sure.
But lots of shooting instructors and ranges have already banned the 320 from their classes or property. What's your plan to win back those people in ranges back over?
Good question.
I think patience is a big key. We got the FBI report certainly generated a lot of these bans.
Talk about the airmen.
The DHS whistleblower report and their alleged ban of the P320, which is completely untrue, which we can talk about that as well. That generated a lot of interest. Of course, lately we've been seeing a massive ban of P320s after the Air Force incident. So I'm confident it's only a matter of time before we start to see, we'll certainly find out what happened in the Air Force. We couldn't feel, we feel horrible for the airman and his family. And we hope that investigation comes to a close as soon as possible, give some relief to the family. We really, our hearts go out to him and his family and anyone affected by that. And that's how it is for anyone that gets hurt by our products. We don't want to see that ever. But it will be very telling, I think, when the Air Force's investigation comes out. I think for ranges that have kind of read the internet and really kind of gotten deep into these forums and these comments and everything, I think a lot of it is just everyone's scared. I think they're just kind of avoiding any possible liability. I think they don't really know the facts, and I can tell you that I can tell you the same thing I told. I would tell them the same thing I told a reporter that called literally hours after the Air Force incident, and they wanted to know what we thought. And I told them the same thing I would tell you. I said, we don't know. The Air Force is not. It's undergoing investigation. Yes, some people on the internet have started rumors about what happened because they don't care about the truth. They can say whatever they want. We will not do that. We know two things. There are two facts in this case. If the reported incident is true and this airman was killed with an M18, that we can tell you that the manual safety was disengaged and the trigger was pulled. Those are the only two facts that we know. And we would say that to these people who have banned the gun. It's like, listen, we want you to rely on the evidence. We want you to rely on the fact that you've probably been having P320s at your range, and they've been shooting with no incident. We have millions and hundreds of millions of rounds possibly on the ranges that have been shot with this pistol. As you mentioned, it's one of the most popular platforms in production division carry optics. And we would challenge them to rely on that data. And if they want to trust us and they want to trust third party testing, and they want to trust opposing counsel's experts testing, and they want to trust DHS testing, and all these other police departments and Canadian Special Forces and Australian Defense. We've won so many contracts. They're not winning. We're not winning these contracts just because they're closing their eyes and pointing at the winner. They're testing these guns. They're
cheap, dude.
Testing that people couldn't even
imagine. But what about those contracts they're losing
and excelling and outperforming the competition? We simply ask them to rely on what the facts are, what the facts are. And in this case, there are people, and I've
listen, buddy, we bought off politicians to win contracts and give them cushy corporate jobs post employment. So believe us, that's how we won all these contracts.
Said this as well, and this is probably going to upset some people, but as long as pistols and firearms have triggers and users have trigger fingers or fingers, unintentional discharges are going to happen. People are going to mishandle firearms. If people deny that, then they do not shoot. They have not been in the shooting industry and they do not know. It's finger off the trigger and outside the trigger guard. That's exactly what it means. It doesn't mean keep your finger off the trigger and outside the trigger guard. Unless you're touching the side of the trigger, then it's okay. No, it's keep your finger off the trigger and outside the trigger guard. And that's what we are trying to tell these people is at least the people who are making these decisions on banning these guns is, look, we just want you to be patient, don't make a knee-jerk reaction based on facts that was a possibility. I wouldn't be using a P320 in competition. I wouldn't even think about it. I would just get a 226 and shoot that. I can shoot a 226. Great. I'm really good with a 226, but I trust the P320. And if I thought there was an issue, I would be kicked
Ask him what he carries. Ask him what he carries right now.
Knocking down the CEO's door and telling him, "Hey, man, let's pull the red handle. Let's put a stop to it.
Right.
You know, let's do what we did when we found there was a potential problem. Although, as you know, at 6 feet or whatever height, way outside this test standard, there's still the internet was right on this one. The guns could possibly discharge at a outside of spec height at a negative 30 degree angle. If there's a chance of it, we pulled the red handle. We did an emergency redesign, and in a record time, we were able to come up with a whole new firing system, and we offered that to our customers.
Right.
And you know, and people were saying, you know, that we don't react to our customers. Nobody wants to find a problem with this firearm. Nobody wants to find a problem with the P320 more than I do, because
I simply don't believe you, Mr. Strader of Sig Sauer. I simply don't believe that one of the biggest contracts that your company owns, I think it's your third largest contract. I simply don't believe that you want to find an issue with it. Believe that.
People say, when are you going to fix the problem? And I'm just like, please. Besides a pistol that fires every time the trigger is pulled and never fires when it's not, what am I trying to fix? What problem am I fixing? I really want to know. I truly want there to be a problem, but unfortunately, the guns only fire when the trigger is pulled, and we cannot, no matter how much testing we do or other companies do, we cannot find where that's not the case.
So there's no talks about making any parts to change anything on the 320 at SIG.
I mean, listen, we're always talking about, you know, what we think we can.
There we
do
go. That's
to,
interesting.
To make our customers happy, or you know, at this point, all we're getting is just stop making the gun or give us our money back. I mean, we're not getting, you know. We have been asked about tab triggers. Would you add a tab trigger to it? Well, we offered the P320 with a tab trigger when it first came out. Nobody wanted it because we proved that it would pass the same drop test that all these other guns with tab triggers would fail if the tab became broken. Right. Which is crazy as that sounds, as insane as it. Oh, I've never heard of a tab trigger breaking. Well, I've seen it. Remember, I used to work on pistols with tab triggers. That was the gun I carried. Also, you know, I was just curious because I was like, well, I was thinking to myself, well, I know there's lots of different types of tabs and different types of trigger mechanisms. So I went through all my stuff, and I have a lot of different pistols, a lot of different types of triggers. And I was messing around with one of them, and I have 2 models of the same gun, and both of the tabs are not working. Both of them. The only way I can make them work is I have to grab the trigger, load the pistol, and I have to grab the trigger, and I have to physically pull it forward to make the tab engage. So that gun, I know for right now, I've unloaded it and I'm sending it back, both of them back to the vendor.
Well, right, but having a bad trigger blade safety does not invalidate all trigger blade safeties that have ever existed. That seems like a silly argument to make.
Engineers and a lot of resources, and we have taken the tabs off these triggers and dropped them, and we know they need a tab to pass drop, and we know now, especially after the upgrade, we can drop at higher heights at way more orientations than everyone else, and we pass. Okay. I mean, those are just the facts.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to when we come back in just a couple of minutes, we're going to get into the customers' questions we have or comments, hopefully a customers in the chat and the comments and everything else, because it's blowing up. I'll have to go back and look at that while I'm taking a break to get some things organized. But Phil, thank you so much for talking so far. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back in just a few. Okay.
All right. Oh, shoot, let me get that off the screen. Well, shoot, here's the question, gentlemen. Here's the question for you. Okay. We're an hour and a half in. Do I stop now to prep for the other stream, or do I keep going and just cancel the second stream? This is live. This is live right now. We are watching the live Rumble interview. So they are on a break over there. I have it muted. When they come back, we will take a look at it. Halo time. No, probably not, but let me know. We have a break. I'm going to get to these. Zephon for 2 says the new Tango 6 MSR looks really cool. And it actually does. Let me share this tab instead. So this is actually the compact MSR, which, bro, if the specs are to be believed, only weighs 14.5 ounces with the mount. That is so light. It still has 122 feet field of view at 100 yards for a 1 to 6x. Tiny little guy, less than 16 ounces with the mount. See, that's the thing. I'm like, I hate SIG, or I dislike SIG, or I don't like some of their handguns. But then it's like, that looks kind of hot though. $300, 15 ounces. Keep going. This stream is hella boring. I'm sorry. It's only as exciting as the interview is, my friend. Huge ass for 2 says Phil. I did get that one. Madden Williams for 2 says, damn, boomers are the worst. These guys are Gen X. Okay. Boomers are aging out. This is literally Gen X. Huge ass for 5 says, talk without using your hands. Challenge level impossible. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ass. Chud for 2 says, super late and gay on my part. How's the day going? Going well. It's going better for me than it is for Sig Sauer. I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Mr. Chud. Ron Coward for 2 says, how many airmen does it take to change SIG? Just 1. Ouch. Appreciate that, Mr. Coward. 6 Sauer for 10 says 29 million intentional rounds. 86 unintentional. Yeah, it's not how many intentional rounds get fired. It's the unintentional. And if it's more than, like, if it's a significant amount, like injuring people on duty or whatnot, I do love that the SIG defender has to take the position that everyone is lying and every unintentional, uncommanded discharge has some sort of imaginary object that pulled the trigger. So like with the Genghis Khan incident where the gun went off in his holster, verified by the trajectory going off of the knife in his pocket, going into the ground next to his leg, verified by the RO and the range itself, right? You have to call all of them liars, which goes for everybody. You have to call them all liars or take an imaginary object and put that into the light-bearing holster for every single case. Vandalay for 1 month says, I would never want SIG writing any script. You know, it might come out a little faster than you expect. Andy Cody for 2 says the PR training is so apparent and kind of basic, to be honest. Andy Cody for another 2 says he answered the USPSA question in star format. Haha. Nick for 2 says, Phil, your tiny hat fell off. Tiny hats, just not useful in the sun at all. Ridiculous for 2 says she done fingered it like I fingered my coworkers. Oh my gosh. Mr. Ridiculous, why? Senior Spielbergo for 5 says, waiting for SIG to start blaming fairies and underwear gnomes at this point. Yes, it was the Mormon magic underwear, I tell you. Mormon magic underwear pulled the trigger. Loops the Cat for 4 months says, it kind of sounds like some kind of Sigakrieg media blitz. Maybe they won't come on my show. Come talk to me, Protrabrand, Ben Stager, Trench Grenade, anything like that. Could be fun. The Lightspore for 2 says, disappointed John wasn't interviewing the Sigger.
What's up, my Siggers?
Well, maybe in the future. You never know. Thank you, the Lightspore. David for 5 says, why was the manual updated for no chamber to carry, especially if you trust the 320? Well, as Phil Strader has already said in a previous interview, it's all about, there's an even safer way to carry the 320 without a round in the chamber. It's even safer. What do you mean by that? Thank you, David. Andrew Bashan for 2 says, cancel the second stream. Okay. Todd and Dogs for 2 says, keep the stream up. We need ammo for future UD of 230. Or do you mean 320? Okay. So I got a couple votes for keeping the stream up while we sit and wait. If we share this tab, we're still just waiting. There's 5,000 people over here waiting for them to come back. P-Nubs for 320 says, never settle unless it's out of court for millions of dollars. Yeah, $11 million settlement. Just a little money. A little bit of money. Cancel the second stream. We're canceling the second stream. I think that's... Seahawk is in the chat. How's it going, my friends? Genghis Khan is saving face. Yes, that's the thing. This, the SIGA defender has to say not only is Genghis Khan a liar, the RO is a liar, the range, they're all liars, everybody in his squad is a liar, or the alternative claim is that a magical device, wafted its way into the trigger guard and pulled the trigger. Anytime you see a cop getting out of a car, well, it was the seatbelt that worked its way magically like a snake into the trigger guard and pulled the trigger. Or anytime you see anyone interact with anything and a P320 go off, well, if it wasn't his finger, it was something else. Do you have any evidence for this claim? No, but it must have been due to my imagination. You have to insert this, right? It's not based in reality. It's not based in what you can see. You're creating this magical object that pulled the 320 trigger, or calling everybody liars, right? Every single one of them. Now, my position is that most of them probably are liars, but I only have to believe one, just one. So take your pick. Now, would the Marine Corps go for a engineering review because they have video of a 320 going off in a holster at a gate guard, right? An MP had his 320 go off on video, allegedly, in the holster, and they recommend an engineering review for the 320. I mean, that's some evidence to the contrary, right? We're allegedly going to be seeing some evidence come out on the airman that was killed. That's some evidence there as well. The FBI report where the gun was locked in the holster, and they verified that it was locked in the holster. Again, you, the SIG defender, must say that some magical device worked its way into the trigger guard and pulled the trigger. Now, keep in mind, you don't have evidence for that. You're just creating that scenario in your mind. The same thing where the officer, I think it was in Texas, where he's on the ground, and then his fellow officer, you can see his body cam, comes up, pulls the gun out of the holster that is locked in the holster, pulls it out of his holster after it's already shot the gentleman, and then clears it, right? Now, again, you would have to say, well, maybe he didn't pull it with his finger, but there was a magical device, something went into that trigger guard, snaked its way in, the ghost of Gaston Glock, and pulled the trigger. Now, again, you're creating that in your mind without evidence, so I may dismiss that without evidence. Need a ghost safety. Real. Excuse me. Well, how is everybody else's night going? I might have my wife go to the store and get me a drink. What should I get? Well, so listen, here's the thing. So if the FBI gun went off, why couldn't they make the gun go off again without a trigger pull? I don't have to recreate the issue, right? I don't think that's a reasonable ask for us to have to recreate it, right? We're going up against $1 billion SIG corporation, right? If it happens, I don't have to recreate it for you to satisfy your constraints. Because here's the thing. The SIG Defender, much like GBRS, will only accept 4K, 60 FPS, sitting on a desk, 12 different angles, slow motion of the gun going off in a holster. That is the only evidence that they will accept. And anything other than that, and they will keep defending SIG for whatever reason, right? You don't have to love SIG. You don't have to hate SIG, but I don't know why you would defend a product. And again, my claim is not that I believe all of them. I certainly don't. Most of them are probably lying. Most of them probably did something improper. However, I only believe one of them. Which one? Take your pick. Only one of them has to not be lying. Coconut water and Gerolsteiner. What the heck is that? Pop also does have a theory on that. A white monster needs his white monster. Very true. Very true. White monster or divorce papers. Wow. Bush apple. I don't drink alcohol. So it's going to be caffeinated. Let's be real here. I mean, their chat has been absolutely roasting them. 5,000 people in there pretty consistently. Are they live yet? Am I crazy? Let me refresh the page. Nope, that's not live.
Maybe there's something to this. You know, we've heard it. There's smoke, there's fire. We hear that all the time. And you know, so I will say that it's my intent. I intend to, you know, go to every single as many as they'll let me go to all of our different offices, all of our different groups, and have basically a town hall meeting, just like this, where they can ask anything. And all I can do is just give them the data, give them the facts, and then they can decide if we're telling them the truth or not. And that's also for your viewers to decide. A lot of viewers out there are just going to think that Phil Strader's a liar, and he's just saying the company line. And we've known each other a bit. And as much as I love working for Sig Sauer, something tells me
you're not helping your case there, Phil.
Probably get a job elsewhere in the industry if I needed to. So, my life doesn't depend on, and my career doesn't depend on me lying for a company. I would never do that. I would never sacrifice my integrity and my word to cover up something for a company. That's just not who I am.
All right. From the comments here, I've waited over a year to buy my P320 M17. Most excitement I've had for a gun purchase. Used once, I love it. Then the airman is killed. All these stories and bans. How do I know it's safe? That comes from Chef Chris Silverstein. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. Go ahead, Phil.
No, listen. You know it's safe. Because I'll give you an example. You have to have the same faith in the product that, let's say, Michigan State Police has. Michigan State Police, if you know anything about them, they actually had an officer whose firearm went off in the holster. Somehow the trigger was pulled, and they kept the pistol, and they sent it to the FBI ballistics research facility, and they wanted to have the gun tested. The gun got tested. The FBI conducted a test, and there were some issues with that test. We contacted them and the Michigan State Police, and we all worked together. And because at that point, we were talking about jamming the sear down, right? Jamming the sear down with a punch and everything. And that's one of the tests.
Phil, stop making that motion.
We said, hey, I think this is are you trying to replicate this situation? They said, yes. We worked with them, and we actually built an apparatus with the help of the FBI that would better simulate that test they were trying to do. They redid the test using this apparatus. They didn't cut a window in the side of the slide. I think I sent you those pictures to see what the spring was doing. They basically removed the internal walls of the striker channel, and the spring was moving around on the post, which, if you don't have support material keeping it in place and you're hitting it with a hammer, it can move around. Although it didn't come off, it still worked perfectly fine. But when we helped them with the test, they reinitiated the test, and they had a 100% pass rate. They contacted the Michigan State Police with this new information, and the Michigan State Police used the FBI's follow-up report and maintained that, okay, the gun's safe. The gun only fires when the trigger's pulled. They've done everything they can to this thing to see what can happen and how it can fire without a trigger pull. They can't do it. They proved they can't do it, so we're going to keep carrying the gun. Michigan State Police still carries the pistol. They just bought thinner lights. They bought Foxtrot 2 lights, or they're basically lights that they're the exact same width as the trigger guard.
Okay.
So when they bought the new holsters, it closed up the gap. So now there's no gap between the holster and the trigger. So there's no way keys can get in there, because there's also a picture in that FBI report of a key gouge on the inside of the trigger guard. No one talked about that.
Well, that is a claim again without evidence. There is a mark on the frame, but it's not a key gouge. He's asserting that without evidence, good sir.
Is still carrying the P320. They literally 2 weeks ago, they renewed their contract with the P320 until July of 2027. Michigan State Police is still using the P320. The U.S. Army, the U.S. Marine Corps, they're still using the P320. The Air Force has put it on pause, but they're investigating a death. So that's not.
Talk about the Marine Corps engineering review.
They got initially, apparently, according to the internet, they were initially told that this was a gun laid on a desk and it just went off. I mean, I'm sure we'll see what happens when the actual report comes out. But as a cautionary note, they said, okay, we're going to put a pause on it. That's totally normal. And it's not unheard of. When an officer shoots someone, even if it's justified, if it's a bad guy and they have to shoot and use their weapon.
Also, talk about suing the Washington State Department for dropping the P320. Talk about that one. That one was fun.
Trust the actual information, and the internet is there to entertain you. If you own a YouTube channel, and when you say the words P320 and just build on that rhetoric, if your views go from 5,000 to 50,000 views, I mean, I'm no business major, but if you get paid by engagement and likes and that kind of thing,
engagement having gripper. Yeah.
What else would you talk about? So
yeah, I get that, and I've had, it's kind of caught me off guard. It's the first time I've ever done a live show where people have donated money for this, and I'm going to take all this money and take it back into the shooting sports, and I'll make a post about that later. So thank you for doing what you're doing. I had no idea that was even going to happen today. Let me see here. What can you tell us about former Sig Sauer engineer post U.S. patent in May 2025 claiming P20 design is incomplete, unsafe, patent number, all this information in a website link?
Very important.
What's going on that just got released about 2 or 3 days ago? What can you talk about that?
Let's do. So I'm not a mechanical engineer, so I did talk to a couple of our people who would know this better than I do. That patent apparently it addresses the manual safety. The manual safety right now on a M17, it blocks the trigger bar, right? When it's engaged, the trigger bar can't be moved to the rear. This patent simply created this patent was basically a manual safety that would stop the sear from moving downward. Instead of blocking the trigger bar, it would block, I guess, the trigger bar and the sear. Basically, what that goes back to is what we talked about before, right? A trigger pull without a trigger pull. This guy.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of what it goes back to. I would assume. Now, I know, again, I haven't taken one apart, one of my commemorative M17s yet, to start jamming things into it, because I'd rather kind of not do that. But when the safety would be up, when the thumb safety would be in the up position, it would be, I guess it could be argued that not using this person's patent, it could theoretically be possible if this sear got pushed down hard enough that maybe it would put downward pressure on the striker bar and would kind of bypass the manual safety. But then you're right back to this situation, right? You're right back to, pulling the trigger by forcing all the trigger components down with a sear. Again, a situation on a parallel drop that we've never in the history of the 320 ever seen, or at least the history of a post-upgraded P320, which is what the military carries. We've never seen a failure at those levels. And that's, by the way, that's including the steel-framed 320, a 50-ounce all-steel 320. We've dropped it at those angles with no incident. And that's a stiff pistol with not a lot of wiggle room or flex.
There's a lot of companies that make
probably made better
parts for all kinds of guns throughout. So making a part like this, I guess, is nothing new, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not new. It's listen, I don't know when he submitted that patent, if he was working for us when he did it. If he submitted that patent or applied for that patent while he worked for us, we have 400 engineers that work for us, and these guys are incredibly smart. I'm sure his management or our engineers looked at that patent and tried to decide if it would make any impact or make any difference.
Right.
And when you're passing the rough handling specs that we're passing, that's like adding a fifth tire and another set of brakes to your car. If the car stops way within normal, then what are you doing? So right. I would assume that's what happened, but again, if it's we can't control what people who were terminated from us. We can't control if they're going to go down that road and say that. If you come out right now and say I think I know what the problem with the P320 is, then you're going to get engagement, right? You're going to get attention. You're going to get that kind of engagement. Some have done that without that need. I mean, there's been a couple of SIG specific armors who have said, "Hey, we think we found the problem. We think we found a fix," and it's basically the sear, as I mentioned before, the sear that rotates down that I was pushing down on. They were saying you could take the leg off of it. Remember, there's a leg on the back of that sear that contacts the trigger bar that if you push it down, obviously that leg hits its trigger bar and it kind of keeps it in place. It keeps it from jarring downward. They were talking about just cutting that off, because if you cut that sear leg off and you push down on the sear, it doesn't activate the rest of the trigger components. It doesn't activate the safety lever or pull the trigger to the rear. It just moves down on its own. But now the only thing holding that sear up at that point are the two little springs underneath it. As it's designed now, there's three things holding that spring up. Obviously, it's the engagement with the sear, which is called a closing moment. It holds it in place. So if you were to take the springs completely,
Is a closing moment what happened to the airman? Is that what they call that?
out completely, the striker face would actually hold the sear in place. The angle would actually keep the sear from moving. But if you were to take the leg off, the only thing holding that sear from bouncing down would be those two little springs. So would it make an impact on drop? Probably not, because although it would probably miss the secondary sear notch, the striker safety lever would still catch it. The striker would still be stopped, but why remove another level of drop safety? So, and actually we met with those engineers. We brought them to the academy, brought them to the Exeter. They met with our engineers and we explained all of it to them. It showed them how we were trying to simulate sear slippage. And now there's talk about, there's one guy, I just saw the video. It just came out today. He was talking about the sear perching, like the sear and the striker leg perching, and just kind of over time, it starts to lose contact. That is mechanically impossible.
Right.
We've tried doing that actually, and it's not possible. We've never been able to do it.
This question's coming up next is kind of revolves about a lot of questions we've been getting, but let's just go from here. I have 6 SIG P320s, 2 for production, 2 for carry optics, 2 for open miner. Now I have 6 replacement guns due to IDPA banning them, and the other ranges that host USPSAs might be banning them as well. I've thought about the P226 Legion, but the way things have been handled, I'm starting to lose faith. How will SIG repair the faith in the people for the past and new models that are released? So there's a lot in that question with IDPA to begin with. And let me just ask this question to help part of this question. Have you reached out to the IDPA about what's going on?
Yes. The minutes after the ban was announced, I called Joyce personally, contacted IDPA headquarters, sent them an email, basically because there had been happened, and many of those references were misinterpreted. Obviously, it happened right after the Air Force incident. So I've called Joyce, I think twice or 3 times now. I've texted her 4 times. I've emailed her and headquarters. I actually got a response back from Kitty at headquarters, just being a thanks for the email. But I haven't heard back from Joyce yet. But I haven't checked my email in the last 24 hours. But listen, I think that Joyce is very reasonable. I've been friends with her for forever, since I started shooting IDPA, and she's a reasonable person. I think she thinks she's doing the right thing. I think she is. She's not. It's not a permanent ban. It's been very clear. Look, we're doing this temporarily or until more information comes out. I think hopefully soon, when the Air Force releases their report and at least dispels the rumors that were put out initially, and we hope. I mean, we're confident that maybe that'll change her perspective. I've tried to contact her about the FBI report. I know that was another contention that she had mentioned in an email that I was copied on or had access to. She'd also mentioned about federal agencies banning. I think she was talking about DHS. I was trying to explain to her, no, they didn't ban it. The memo that was misinterpreted. Also, this big memo. It was a 2-page memo that these entertainers, they only posted the first page and then they misrepresented it. And I can go into more detail. So I also said, listen, that's not what happened. The DHS actually, they're renewing their contract. They've renewed it till the July of 2027. I haven't heard back from her. I'm going to respond. I'll send her.
Now, that's not true. I have counterfactual information about the DHS contract. I do not believe that they're actually extending it, but we'll have to talk about that later. Protrabrand has some stuff on that.
Reached out to DNROI. I reached out to IPSIC, IROA. So listen, as I've mentioned, and as hopefully this podcast.
Alibaba's fine. Where do you think eBay and Amazon get all their stuff from?
To at least address, and it always is always rooted in that foundational fact so far, since 2014, that these guns will only fire with a trigger pull. And I know people say, well, if you drop it, well, that negative 30 degrees resulted in an inertial trigger pull. But the point is we're building our responses based on the foundational knowledge that the pistol only fires when the trigger is pulled. And unfortunately, a lot of that is being questioned, and I get it. And I would say to people, be patient. IDPA is a reasonable organization. They think they're doing what's right. There's a lot of organizations out there, a lot of trading companies that have started banning it, especially after the Air Force incident. I'm hopeful that when the facts of this come out, when the Air Force sheds some light on what actually happened, or at least dispel any rumors of what didn't happen, and the FBI will help us with this follow-up report, at least acknowledge that it happened, and acknowledge that they deemed the P320 safe. Maybe the DHS. I don't know if we need a statement from DHS. I mean, I know they had a whistleblower that they did not approve of, and but it's pretty easy to find out if.
How dare a whistleblower come out with information against SIG? How dare they do that?
And people will start to turn and realize, okay, maybe we were hasty. Maybe they'll reverse the bans. Most won't, because it's that's a lot of crow to eat, and they feel like they're doing the right thing. But I think IDPA will. I have faith that they'll listen to the facts.
Here's another question, and I'm not sure what I saw this, but I didn't know the details. Phil, why does SIG or the U.S. Army not want the P320 MH?
Okay, 1 second. Sorry, let me pull this up. So no, that I have counterfactuals to Phil's claim about the DHS. So I saw that this morning. I have no clue where he got that from. OFTP is going forward with the Glock transition. They are transitioning from 320s to Glocks. They just purchased additional models, Glock 47 and 43X, for testing and evaluation. We have quarterly firearms tactics teams meetings with OFTP management, and the last one a couple weeks ago was all about switching to the Glock. Whatever Eric from SSD is smoking, it must be strong. The last few points on SSD concerning SIG, he defends them in the comments. I say, Mr. Graves, post the documents you received, or it didn't happen. So no, I don't. Again, I have a counterfactual to that. I don't know where Phil is getting that from. Maybe he's lying a little bit, saying, "Oh, actually, they're maintaining contracts with SIG, but it's a 365, like we've seen some companies do." How's your day going, Andrew?
Not bad, not bad. How's it going?
Good. As a former SIGgy yourself, what are you thinking about this interview so far?
Extreme frustration is basically where I'm at. I'm furiously writing down every single 320 I have owned and the rest of the SIG guns, and just to have it on hand.
Reference, yeah. All right, here we go.
Chess program FMECA document that PSI unredacted made public. Is there something to hide? ?
No, there's not. When that document was presented in the last case, the DeRozier's case, it was being used as a document by our opposing counsel to kind of confuse the issue, much like what you're seeing on the internet. And then of course we had our engineers come in and explain the document, but it's a big document. It's a lot going on. It's a lot of information, and we actually put that document together for the U.S. military to address some of their questions, and this was basically in a response to one of their requests. What the FMECA document does on the left side of the document, Practical Shooting Insights, I think they still have it up on their website. The left side talks shot in the cleaning room, because that's a very real risk. So that risk could result in someone being killed unintentionally. So you take the possibility of that risk, which is in this case was a C for a lot of them, which was a percentage of a percentage, and when the possible injury or the possible result of that could kill unintentionally, then obviously there's an index or a risk matrix of high, because if the potential is for a firearm that could go off, of course the potential is to kill, then the risk factor is set at high. On the right side of the document was what Sig Sauer put into the design of the pistol to minimize that risk, or in some cases eliminate it, because obviously the way our gun takes apart, you didn't have to pull the trigger, so we eliminate the risk of unintentional.
Right. Yeah. So that's referring to the this leaked document that has a risk matrix, has a lot of things in red that are essentially high. It talks about the different parts and what could go wrong with it and whatnot. Very fun.
Discharge during that. So we basically, on the right side of that, we put in all of the things we were doing to the gun, and a lot of it for the trigger pulls obviously we had a manual safety because the Army asked for manual safety. A manual safety, when it's engaged, even if the trigger is pulled unintentionally, the design won't let the gun pull when the trigger is pulled with the safety on. So on the right side of that document, it were mitigation factors, what the company did to mitigate those risks, and then that information was sent to the Army. The Army, when we actually sent an email out to the Army saying, "Hey, you guys don't want this public, right?" And they said no. So we tried to have it redacted during the court case, but at that point, somehow, these documents had leaked. We didn't leak them, so that leaves only one other option, I think.
Well, why did you want them redacted? That's my question.
Also, a document being leaked doesn't negate the veracity of the document.
Correct. Yeah. And it was improperly redacted, right? Because when you actually downloaded the digital thing, you could get rid of the blacked out stuff. So yeah, it was their fault for not redacting it properly, or the court's fault. Either way, we have it out in the wild.
And they got onto the internet. And then, of course, now in the same light as what happened in this trial, these results and these documents have been misrepresented, and now they're being confused with this document. This is the document Cigna wants no one to see. We were requested to make it not public. It was requested by us, so now it's out there. We don't mind. We'll discuss exactly how I could want line by line through it if you wanted me to. But
we don't have time for that tonight. But let me ask you a question. Because the people I'm watching chat, and I'm trying to put a lot of stuff together. Thank you so much for all the comments we're getting and everything else. This concerned me, because I'm a huge concealed carry guy. I believe in it. I talk about it. That's why we got, concealed carry insurance that we talk about. When SIG said, or how it was done, don't quote me, I'm just quoting what people are saying, everything. I'm going to put my own words. If I'm not supposed to have one in the chamber based on what SIG says, what's the meaning behind that? Because I'm carrying a gun that's ready to go with a round in the chamber, period. And full disclosure, I carry a P365, and so does my wife. What is your thoughts when they said do not put one in the chamber to carry it?
Let me read that for you.
I don't have it in front of me, so thank you so much. Thank you.
So the new language that got put out, the timing of this was awful, because it was literally 2 days before the NRA show, and I was like, oh man, I know what I'm going to be doing the entire NRA show, but. So the way that language used to read in our owner's manual, which no one noticed until now, the original language was "do not load a cartridge into the chamber until you are ready to use the firearm." That was our language. It's pretty generic, but no one ever noticed it, right? Because we weren't under a spotlight then. But now everyone notices. The new language reads, quote, "The most effective safety is to carry your pistol without a round in the chamber, and to load a round in the chamber only when ready to fire." Now, let me explain that. Who is going to, and I'm not saying, and at no point do we, and have we, or will we endorse a method of carry, right?
Okay.
Your method of carry.
That's my personal preference.
So why did you change it, though? I think that's the question people want an answer to. Why did it change at the worst possible time, as you mentioned?
Yeah, the timing is suspect, but I am sympathetic to a manufacturer wanting to have that kind of language in their manual, but the timing in which you changed it makes it seem as if it was just an unforgivable sin, Just everything with SIG, it keeps getting worse and worse.
It depends on your comfort level with the firearm, your personal preference, your training. your ability to know that you're going to maintain trigger finger discipline. Those are personal decisions. This is just a statement, basically written in concert with our lawyers, saying that it's safer, it's a more effective safety to carry your pistol without a round in the chamber. No one can argue that. There's no argument that could counter that, because and listen, I do not carry around out of my chamber. I carry around in my chamber all the time. Most people I know do. I do know some that don't. I do know some people who don't carry around the chamber. That is their choice. We are not endorsing or telling people not to carry around.
My dad, when he was living, he didn't like carrying one in the chamber. That's personal preference.
My dad doesn't either. Yeah, that's just their mentality. But back in those days, when my dad served, he carried a 1911. They didn't carry one in the chamber. But let me expand on that, because that's a good question.
No, please.
Can I read some other language in other owners' manuals?
Of course.
Because okay. This is from a company, I'm not going to mention them, but they make very good striker fired pistols. They also make very good hammer fired pistols. They're a major manufacturer. They say in their owner's manual, quote, "The recommended carry condition of your pistol is with the chamber empty. For good safety practice, it is recommended that a cartridge not be chambered until use is imminent." You know who cared about that statement? No one, because it wasn't a SIG. There's another one from an even bigger manufacturer that makes many firearms, striker fired, hammer fired. Quote, "Always keep and carry your firearm with an empty chamber until you intend to shoot, so your firearm cannot be fired unintentionally." This is not unique language in firearms manuals.
It's a timing issue based in.
Well, it's timing, and I mean, it doesn't. I would have probably gone against putting it in our statement, at that part of the statement, in all caps and bold. Right. I don't know why we did that, but
sorry, my wife just got me an emergency rain. What a woman! Say thanks to Focus Trip's wife in the chat.
But yeah, these owners' manuals, including ours, are written with the understanding that someone possible, because it's a legal thing. Remember, we have to take.
Yeah, I think SIG is running with the Epstein playbook. I think that's about right.
I mean, it's their only real option.
I mean, it's not the fact that other manufacturers, again, we've talked about this, they just keep going in circles. Phil is a professional yapper, but it's not the fact that all user manuals or most user manuals have this language about don't carry around to the chamber until you're ready to fire. That's all fine. We get it. That's CYA stuff from companies. It's the fact that you changed it after calling everybody else out, right? That's the funny part. It's just funny, right? You did it to yourself.
Accept the possibility, albeit very unlikely, that someone buying this firearm or buying this product is buying it for the first time, and they're going to be using this owner's manual and the language in this owner's manual to learn how to use the gun, from everything from loading a round into a magazine to loading it and shooting it. So we have to put language in there to educate the customer as clearly as we can, because if we don't, like in this last case, we were held, it was deemed, the jury deemed that we failed to warn because we didn't have the right language in our owner's manual. This is, this is a real case. And I bet you have a couple questions about the last case that we just got out of, I bet as well. But yeah, Indomem is the name of a company. They are based out of India. They are actually one of the best in the business for metal injection molded.
Okay.
However, what a lot of people don't know is we actually, a lot of our MEM parts, very
India, best mimmer. All right. I'll remember that. Noted.
Very many of them actually made in Texas, because they actually have a factory in Texas. So, but yes, we use metal injected molded parts for certain parts, especially very, very intricate parts. And there's no level of durability issues. Obviously, if there were, we would have seen this in tests, because obviously when we test a part, honestly, when we first test parts, like let's say the mechanical disconnector on a 320, we tested that as a 3D printed part, and 3D printed metal is not strong.
I think Sihakayo, whatever you say this guy's name, I think he's doing the Trump 5D chess, but this is the SIG 5D chess. They keep messing up and doing dumb things and getting banned from ranges and organizations to keep you in their mind, to keep them in your mind.
I mean, free publicity is always good, but not in this manner,
Dude, not when I have gun stores telling me that they will not, like we've seen signs posted, no longer accepting P320 trade-ins, selling, or what's the other term for that? Consignment, nothing like that. When people are saying, hey, we haven't sold the 320 in weeks, I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
I was at my LGS when this stream went live. A lot of 365s consigned, not a single 320 on any of the shelves.
Yep. Yeah, all made in the USA, except for the ones that were in India.
It's not solid, but we to test and to validate the design, we use that material. Of course, when we mimic and make it out of stainless steel, it's much stronger and the heat treat is better. And I'll go a step further. We used to, maybe this was not the right way to do it, but we would just bring parts in, we would have incoming inspection, and we would pass or fail depending on what the parts would look like, and we would send the failed parts back. Now we've employed a process.
See, that's what I was told. If you guys remember my video with the SIG Insider, they said that they had parts come in just massive batches from India, right? The MIMD parts. And then they changed to an individual inspection model. So this just verifies my internal source.
Capability level of manufacturing, where more automotive type, where we actually have people now who work and stay in the people who build our parts manufacturers, our parts suppliers. They work there, and they actually put in they actually help them with their quality control, their outgoing quality control. So they know exactly what dimensions they need to be measured to, what all the critical dimensions are, the specs and everything, and they can do it on site there. So that when we receive these parts, our defective parts numbers go way down. So we actually have quality control on the outgoing from a different company. We have people there that are helping them with their quality control.
Yes, sir.
It comes to us, we re-inspect it, and that has actually helped us quite a bit with a lot of our vendors.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Designed to pass drop safety. That was their design. And no matter what anyone wants to admit, that was the absolute requirement for their design, was to make sure their guns would pass drop. We were able to find a way to not have to use one to pass. Now, am I saying that we wouldn't do that? I don't know, because here's the thing, if we do, what does that do to us from a legal standpoint, right? We're in a situation now to where if a plaintiff's attorney is telling us that we have a defective design because we don't have a tab trigger, and we're telling them, well, we don't have one because we don't need one, because our gun is more durable and rough handling than every other gun, and then we say, well, we added a tab trigger. I think that would be an argument that they'd have to mitigate. I think it would also, on the other side of it, would give them nowhere to go. So I don't know. I think it really depends on our customers. I mean, I think if our customer service representatives were calling us daily and saying, hey, I got 4,000 phone calls last week, and every single one of them said, I need a tab trigger on my pistol, we'd probably be talking about it. But I don't think that's happening. But I mean, that's a valid.
I would like to see the sales on the agency tabbed trigger, because I get people asking me about the agency tab trigger. Like, people are your customers are reaching out to me, an internet retard, about what about the agency tab trigger? What about the agency tab trigger? Will that solve my problem? I love my P320. I want to keep shooting my P320. Will I buy the agency part to fix SIG's problem? Phil, I'm pretty sure you got 100 people in your chat over there saying, hey, what about people are super chatting money on your stream over there asking about a tab trigger. People want a tab trigger, even if it wouldn't help.
At this point, it's just a peace of mind, even though I don't think it actually would solve the issue.
Yeah, I don't think it solves the internal issues either.
Question, and those are
I'm pulling in some questions I don't know anything about, so I'm having to just wing it myself.
It's a valid question, but and I would say if there were evidence out there that if I wasn't able to simulate foreign objects or keys or that kind of thing getting into some of these holsters that we're seeing these claims from, with other pistols with tab triggers, then maybe there's something there, but I can replicate every single one of them so far. So I don't know.
Let's see, M. Reed 911, assuming the striker face and sear are not too far out of tolerance. That's what a lot of us would like to see. Broader test results from SIG on part tolerance measurements, that alone would be big. Thoughts on that?
Well,
And
I mean, I don't know how much it would. I don't know how much the layperson would really get out of that. I mean, we have an incoming parts inspection process where everything has to be measured to spec, but it's not just the parts that are measured, it's the tolerance of the pistol when they're built. When P320s are on the firing line or on the assembly line, not only, I mean, obviously the parts have already gone through inspection. Every part has gone through inspection to make sure all the tolerance stacks are right, all the measurements are right, and then when the gun goes on the line, it goes through an inspection. However, in typical SIG fashion, we don't inspect by hand anymore, because there's too much there, and it's just too many elements of error. People make mistakes,
100%.
and that's just the way it is. So we have probably one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. This guy he's the most unassuming dude you ever meet, but he designs these machines. Are called auto gauges, and I'm actually going to do a video. I'm actually getting ready to do an entire YouTube series about all of these things we're talking about, so people can just click on them and see. But one of the things I want to talk about is this machine. It's the most incredible thing you'll ever see. We basically will have a line. We'll build a whole bunch of P320s, and then they're put on these trays, and these trays are fed into this machine. This machine takes the pistol, it puts it into this contraption, and it goes through a complete function test. I mean, it does. I think I don't know how many steps it does. It's over 30 steps.
Yeah, Takama for 5 says, I was the guy who DM'd you hoping the agency trigger would fix 320 so I could rock a Raider without dying. It's been multiple people. But hey, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it, man. That will solve that issue, but not the rest of the FCU problems.
Yeah.
Steps. It goes through to make sure everything's within spec, engagements and takedown levers. That whole thing came out where people were saying we were putting 10 millimeter takedown safety levers into 9mm pistols. Well, this gauge actually inserts a magazine and locks a slide, test for slide lock. It rotates the thing down, and if it rotates, then it knows it's a problem and it'll reject it. That's never happened in the history of the P320 build process, by the way. That we've never ever had that happen. So that obviously it was a very interesting test that this guy basically removed all the safeties out of the gun, basically put the wrong parts in it, and then eventually finally got it to shoot without a trigger pull, because he used a 10mm takedown safety lever and removed the striker safety lever completely, which is ridiculous. And
well, so the problem with that is that that's LFD's video based off of my internal source. That the problem is that you have a modular chassis, 10mm, 9mm, 45, right? All these other calibers. They're interchangeable. So whether it happens at the factory due to poor assembly, poor QC, whatever else it might be, the fact that there are 5 million of these things in the wild, mix match parts are going to happen. Parts look identical. It's very difficult to tell which one is which just by a visual inspection, unless you are a certified SIG armorer, right? So, and again, you combine that with possible issues with the striker safety, and yes, you can get a gun to go off when you don't mean to.
And when it came with
and it could happen.
Go ahead and go on. I can tell later, but it's,
no, you're good.
With the X10, I was working at a shop when it came out, and I got one of the first ones that they did. We were told that you can use the X10 parts and FCU specifically for 9mm guns, just not the other way around. So we were told by SIG that we were able to use the 10mm FCU components for the 9mm guns. We just couldn't do it the other way around, which that very well could lead to problems. And that was just straight from the horse's mouth saying that we were able to do that.
Yeah. They just got that wrong, I guess.
But so then I responded. I actually did respond to that social media post. In the history of 320, we've never had that happen. Here's how we know. Right. But here's another example, Brian, of us taking what our customers say seriously. When this came out, I knew that we were going through putting guns through the auto gauge, and I knew that we were testing for that possibility, and we've never failed that part of the test. However, I went back behind the range. So the guns go through the auto gauge, they get put on a tray, they go out onto the range, they get shot, they get tested, and then they go out the back door to packing. Well, before we pack the guns, we have one more process where these employees, they'll go and they'll take the slides off and they'll check all the major components of the 320. They check the captive safety lever, they check the sear, make sure there's no abnormal wear. They also check the what could be argued as the most important part. They check fired unintentionally, either from drawing and that kind of thing. It's basically diverting attention away from possible mistakes.
Did that skip for you? I missed like 10 seconds there.
It did.
I think Rumble just sucks.
That were made and trying to put it on the pistol, and it's sending a bad message. And it's clearly we aren't wrong, because when one agency decides to make this call, and whether for what reason, who knows, but they make this call, they ban the guns just because, just to be safe, we're going to ban it. Well, no one cares about their reasoning. Their reasoning is always, well, we value the safety of our officers. Well, yeah, but if the gun only fires when the trigger's pulled, and we've shown you data that represents that, then if your officers are getting injured, then they're pulling the triggers when they're not supposed to. So we're trying to, obviously the legal letters don't say that, but what these are, they're called strongly worded letters, and they're basically there to try to encourage these entities to either remove the ban or at least rely on the data that we're able to give them and show them before they.
And also suing them at times, like he hasn't talked about the Washington Department getting sued by them. I want him to talk about that.
And have they addressed the USMC report yet?
Nope, they haven't mentioned that for some reason.
Start making these kind of decisions, because it does have a backlash effect, because now there are so many ranges that are banning the P320 just because everyone else is. Because it's
do you have a number? Do you have a number of how many ranges or stuff, or how many things have been actually banned?
Hundreds.
Really?
Hundreds.
See,
hundreds
that goes back to the shooting sports, which is really tough.
Yeah, it's impossible. I mean, Gun Sight banned us. I know that Rio Salado, Rocky Mountain 3 gun banned us. I mean,
are you reaching out to these people yourself, trying to get?
I think you're just trolling, man. You're rage baiting me. That's what's happening. See, Hawkeye says, I'm glad they sued Washington, though. They lost, but I mean, they did sue them. So I don't know why you're glad they sued them. I think that's funny, though. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew. I cut over you.
How shady that company can be.
Jeez.
Get them educated, like we talked about earlier with IDPA, or do you have? How does that work? I mean, what do we do to get education?
I am reaching out to as many ranges as I can get contact from, either through Facebook. I know some of these facilities that have banned us. I actually reached out to the kind of another big snowball effect was from Achilles Heel Tactical. I reached out to that instructor personally, told him, basically what I told him is he had the pistol that he claimed was a stock 320 was not stock. We'd actually gotten pictures of that gun. One of our partners had gotten that gun back. It was modified with trigger parts that were not stock. And he was also, more importantly, he was using a what's it called? A Tier 1 concealment MSP holster.
Are they talking about the AHT incident?
I think so, yeah.
But that had Bruce Gray parts in it, didn't it?
Yeah, and SIG sells Bruce Gray parts in their Legion guns. So like,
Bruce Gray has the patent for the trigger. He helped them design it. What are they saying? Sure, it wasn't SIG parts, but it was. The guy. That's a strange one. I mean, blaming Bruce Gray after he's defended you for so long—that's a flex.
Like if I had bought an X5 Legion that had a Gray Guns SRT trigger in it from the factory, is that now me modifying my gun? I don't think so, but they might claim it.
Yeah. Sorry, your femoral artery is not covered under warranty.
Not service-related injury.
Uses the flashlight to keep the gun locked in. He was using a TLR1 flashlight holster with a TLR7 micro light on it, which wouldn't hold the gun in place. The gun would not be locked into the holster. And I'm not saying that's what caused this, but what I was doing is I was calling the instructor and saying, "Hey, man, this is what we know. You just kind of made a split decision. We want to arm you with the truth and let you know what we know." Mm-hmm. And we also can tell you that this guy switched that light out that morning.
Yeah, Kyle is unaware. No, They are going forward with the Glock transition. They just purchased additional models of 47, 43X for TNE, and yeah, they are. I don't know where they're getting this information, but SIG saying that the DHS has not delayed or switched over their contract is just false news at this point. I don't know where he's getting that info.
Because his TLR1 went dead, and that was the first time he had tried to manipulate the gun in and out of the holster. And the instructor, I think his name's Rick, he was actually, he seemed like a squared away guy, and he said, well, we'll if we have people with 320s, we're just going to make them sign an additional waiver, and that was cool for us. And now I guess he's back on the bandwagon. I just made that. Just didn't want it there to be any conflict. So, and now I'm able to get in front of people and talk to them about what's really going on, talk to them about the facts, and hopefully that'll be enough to turn the tide, and maybe the right people are listening, and maybe they're willing to look at the other side of the argument.
Well, that's the goal here, getting people questions answered as they ask them here. Let me read this one out by SLV Silverback Slap Z. It says, Phil
Don't read
still
out all the
hasn't
names.
answered the number of reported incidences versus the other brands. Other brands haven't been on damage control like SIG has since the introduction of the 320 SIG. Is just being bullied, huh? Question mark. So,
Yeah. Well, I get it. So we've, I'll try to do the math for you. We've made 3.5 million, 3.5-ish million P320s, and we have around, I think, 300 to 350 reported unintentional discharges. Now, those reported unintentional discharges have not all resulted in court cases or lawsuits or that kind of thing, but that's how many they've been reported back to us. So, I mean, I don't know if we do the math, but I actually did this math on a different internet channel, and I got hammered for it. But just basically divide 350 into 3.6 million, and you'll probably get like a very, very, very small number. Now, with all that said,
The insignificant issue?
What's that?
You're just saying, well, even if it is happening, it's statistically insignificant, so you can still buy the 320.
Yeah, dude, I hate that. It's like, it's just like a modern Russian roulette, okay? Just like rolling the dice. Every now and again, you win the grand prize, which is a coffin.
I think I can tell you from experience, and some of the people asking this may not know or may just refuse to acknowledge the fact that when police departments all over the country were moving from a double action type of pistol to a striker fired action pistol with a much lighter and shorter trigger pull, there were many, 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 many instances of unintentional, accidental, uncommanded, whatever you want to call them, negligent discharges all over the country, all over the world. I think if someone were able to do the research and find out what large agencies, local, state, federal, moved to a striker fired pistol after being issued a double action pistol, and they were able to dig into that data, I think they might be surprised what they see.
Okay.
And I can speak from experience. My department switched to a striker fired pistol, and we experienced some as well. And
yeah, you always have to go back to archaic evidence. You're like, listen, when we switched from single action only guns and revolvers to a striker fired gun with no external safety, people started, misusing the firearm. And it's like, well, yeah, that's a totally different argument back in 1990.
That I stopped making when I realized it wasn't good.
Yeah, and then now you fast forward to 2025. It's like, okay, but talk about the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I think that, again, like I mentioned, more and more police officers, more and more police departments. I mean, remember this. Keep one thing in mind. This is just the way it is. Glock was a very popular striker fired pistol in the early to mid 90s, all the way up to today. They had a huge law enforcement market share. The P320, after getting adopted by the U.S. Army, became a very popular striker fired pistol, and a lot of police departments switched over from striker fired pistols to the P320. And I think during that transition over the last 11 years, there have been more and more uses of flashlights, more and more uses of new holsters, holster companies trying to keep up. I think what you're seeing, and of course, you're also talking about a pistol. The P320 has a really good trigger. Agencies and officers and
I gotta press X to doubt on that. I've never liked the 320 trigger. Now, maybe some of the nicer models have good triggers, but I think the stock trigger on a P320 is kind of like spongy, yucky feeling.
The 365 had a better trigger, in my opinion. The 320 trigger never really impressed me personally.
Yeah. I mean, listen, a $300 Canic has a better trigger.
Yeah, it's not hard to get a better trigger than a P320.
And firearms trainers and administrators, they want their officers to be able to have very, very good accuracy and be better shooters. If you give them a better trigger, if you give them our trigger weight's about the same. We're 5.5 to 7.5 pounds, just like all the other striker fired pistols out there. But our triggers just feels better. It makes agents and police officers shoot better if they're more accurate, and they get their first shot on target faster. They become more accurate shooters. Then their likelihood of survival goes way up. The people they're protecting, their likelihood of survival goes way up. And I think with a lot of these guns getting better and better triggers, I think they're becoming more susceptible to holster intrusions or poor trigger finger management, either coming into or coming out of a holster. I think there's a lot of attributing factors. How many views each video gets? You're going to get a lot of views, so it's going to be a lot of coverage. And
we're lucky to
build.
Reach a lot of people today that don't know a lot about the shooting sports, probably that are just interested in P320. And I thank you for joining us today to watch this. Another question from Tree Fuzz. Those of us that love the SIG need a fix from the company. We invested money in training in something that is now being banned at clubs, events, ranges, and departments. Something needs to be done to fix it. We've kind of addressed that earlier, but is there an actual plan being laid out at corporate to what can we do to organize this conversation between me and you to get it out there?
Yes.
Not our conversation, but a conversation from SIG to get,
Yes.
I'm going to say this before you answer the question. I've got a buddy of mine who runs a retail shop in North Alabama, and great place, great known. And he told me, Brian, I'm looking forward to this show. I can't give away 320s right now from a retail side point. So what can we look for in the future from SIG to try to rebuild this, transparency more and more that needs to be out there?
I think it's a great question. And as I mentioned, so we have a lot of commercial sales trainers. We have a lot of great customer service reps. We have people out there that are just taking it in the teeth every day. And I get it. And the people at the counter are getting it too. And if I could embody myself into every one of those people, then we would be in good shape. Because I guess you could be argued I have a gift for gab. I actually can talk about this.
That's a way of putting it. Gift for gab. I mean, could say we're 2.5 hours into this
subject. I know about it. This is my whole life now. But a lot of the times, I'll put together seminars, or I'll talk to groups of people to let them know, hey, here's our stance. I mean, this is the testing we've done. And in fact, I actually want to talk a little bbit about that.
Please.
And here's all the information. Here's all the data you need. But there's some of these folks, it gets lost in translation. They don't know what to say. They get hit with tough questions, like we're getting here, that they don't know exactly either what they can say, or what they're allowed to say, or how to say it. So
is there a difference right now? If there's nothing wrong, is there a difference?
No, that's what everyone says.
Okay.
What are you going to, your question said, what are you going to do to fix this?
Yeah.
And I said, well, my answer is always, so you're asking me, what are we going to do to?
Well, so here's what they need to do. Okay. You can't come out with the "it ends today" statement. Bad idea. You can't be doing interviews like this. You can't be blaming every police officer, individual, airman. You can't call them all liars and retards. Probably don't do that. That's a bad idea. What you should do is shut up. Come out with an updated P320 Mark II, or whatever you want to call it, the 321, and move on with your life. That's what you should do. Never talk about the 320 publicly again. Never do it. Listen, I'll give you PR training for free. Shut up. Shut up.
I guarantee that even this softball interview will have a net negative effect for them going forward.
It did the exact same thing with the Mac interview when Phil's sitting there and he's like a little nervous and he blames the holster and he's like, listen, these cops are retards. It's all their fault. It's the holster, Safariland. Safariland's doing it. Okay. It just doesn't help. Okay. It doesn't help. Now it's great for me. If you want to keep doing these interviews, you can continue to do it. But listen, I'll take the hit. Just stop talking, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Fix a pistol that only fires when the trigger's pulled. That's kind of how they're designed to work. But I will say this, like I mentioned, the goal, and we've already gotten the green light to do this. We're going to start working on this immediately. The goal is to have basically a video library. Basically, it's going to be my ugly mug in front of a camera, and basically going to address every single issue regarding. I mean, we'd like to talk about the Air Force. We can't, obviously.
That's a bad idea, bro. Do not give all of your haters more videos to react to. I will react personally to every single video you put out. Stop doing it.
And if they're doing a live room, does that mean he's going to be able to answer chat questions directly? And if so, which ones? What's the selection?
Well, he's been answering some questions, but not some good ones, some not so much.
FBI report, DHS, this video, that video, this guy's testing, this guy's theory. We're going to literally break down every single question, and a lot of questions you had here are really good ones as well. And we're going to basically give our customers a place they can go to see this content, to find out more.
Sorry, is Kyle being retarded? He doesn't know. I don't drink alcohol. Never had alcohol, good sir. So, next. Again, any claim presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Mr. Kyle.
I've always wondered about.
No, don't do it again, Rumble.
Mag. I mean, I apologize. To trade in,
Rumble,
to be
you
able to
suck.
continue using my SIG mags with different modeling competition. Don't really understand that.
Ooh, 211.
Okay.
The 211. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Good deal.
You can shoot limited optics with a P211.
This question,
or just wait. Just be patient.
This question,
USPSA has not banned the P320.
No.
And I feel confident they won't. I mean, they're pretty. I mean, the boards. I mean, there are a couple.
He has had very intimate relations with the board before.
Board members who maybe don't agree with me, but they're, as a whole, they're smart people, and they're gonna use the data. I mean, they talk about having data. What'd you say? 30%? 30% of
30% based on. Now you can find this
P320s?
information yourself at USPSA.org and go to the annuals and see how much the guns have been used. I want to make sure we mention that as well. Let me see. Here's something I don't know anything about. Why did you sue and lose the Washington department that dropped the P320? Is anything to that you can talk about?
There we go. Perfect.
It's just a quick question. So
yeah, that was
I want to hear.
Well, yeah, we kind of mentioned that before.
Okay, I apologize. We
yeah,
talked about a lot
was
over
the
the past
Washington-
2.5 hours.
Yeah, that was the Washington group that banned the P320, and
Why'd you sue them?
I don't know what kind of legal action was taken outside of just
Oh, come on, damn it.
a letter, but I can't speak to that. That's kind of out of my lane.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, anything
this is a
interesting you
long
can't talk
one,
about.
and
Damn it.
I was instructed to read questions before I said them out loud, but this is too long. The
problem.
nationwide ban on shooting ranges, IDPA in its entirety, and USPSA clubs greatly affects competition shooters that shoot the SIG P320. It's at a point where my shooting career is at an abrupt stop. Is there any consideration of a program that can help us back to training and competing as soon as possible? Awards won at Shoot SIG, as well as products submitted for warranty, are regularly available to be upgraded in other products as long as the remaining difference is a value paid for. Would it be possible for SIG to come up with a program that might accept 320s for upgrade to other models? There's a lot going on there in that question. Thank you, GJ710. Wow.
Good question. Well, that's a multi-pointed question.
It is.
I'll
It's
try
all
to
over the
answer
place.
each of them. I think, I think we attack this with information. I think and I think patience. I truly think that if we were able to get some favorable information, or at least some information regarding the Air Force incident, because that's getting a lot of traction,
Right.
and get some kind of, at least some kind of positive affirmation from the FBI about their follow-up report, or at least the Michigan State Police. Why, if the FBI report determined that the gun was unsafe, why in the world would Michigan State Police stay with it? They wouldn't. And because they didn't, they got a follow-up report. We would love for them to contact. I think at some point there's two steps to this. I'm going to keep putting the message out there. We're going to keep putting the message out there. Of course, we're going to have people telling everyone, saying that SIG is bullying and we're gaslighting. We're going to get that. But at some point, it's a very real possibility that the things that we're saying, the things that we're claiming, will eventually maybe get backed up. I mean, DHS already backed up. They submitted, they extended their contract. I mean, how else do you explain that?
That's a big commitment.
That's huge.
Yep.
That's a huge commitment. I mean, and
No, Kyle. Would you like an invite to the show where you can debate us right now? That could be fun. Who's dodging now, my friend?
And also, by the way, that memo was sent out 10 days before their 1-year extension was over. So basically, that memo was a way for them to say, "Hey, we're moving away from the P320." It was just a memo that put unrealistic, a 10-day transition plan for 19,000 agents or whoever many they have. Wasn't a very realistic plan. So then they immediately said, "Wait, we can't do this," and they extended their contract. So, but with all that said, I think the more we put this information out there, I think the more things that come to light. I think people will maybe start to say, "Well, maybe SIG was telling the truth. Maybe there's something to that." Right. Will all of them say it? Yeah, probably not. We're a big company, and you always pull for the underdog. And right now we're.
I don't want to talk smack on your history. I want to talk about the P320, bud. You can't tell me, Kyle, you can't tell me I'm running away and then run away yourself. That would be hypocritical, wouldn't it?
Digger here, who used to be is now firmly anti-SIG. So it would be.
Come on, man. Could have been so much fun.
You're the Goliath, unfortunately, and everyone else is trying to play the David card, and we all we want to do is just tell people what the gun is capable of and what it's not capable of, and it is not capable of firing while a trigger pull, and that is the bedrock that builds our argument. In fact, what's funny is a lot of people don't know this is all these court cases against us, all of these lawsuits.
Yeah.
Do you realize that none of them are saying that the gun just went off? I mean, the last three jury decisions that were made, and that were saying basically the gun was defective. That
negligently designed.
That decision wasn't made because the gun just went off. That decision, the jury decided that because the opposing attorneys made a very confusing argument to a jury that doesn't know a lot about firearms about tab trigger versus non-tab trigger. Everyone else has it except them, and why is that? And we explained to them why, but juries are juries. They're going to decide what they're going to decide. But they're not even the opposing counsel. They can't even come to the table with this gun just shoots on its own, because if their own experts, if their own mechanical engineers are saying we can't make this happen, the gun can only fire when the trigger is pulled. If their own experts are saying that, if their own mechanical engineers are saying that, then what are we talking about here? I mean, those are the people that are suing us and trying to get millions of dollars out of us, and they're not even saying that the gun goes off by itself.
Right.
I mean, they tried, but we had 17 cases dismissed because we were like, well, there's no evidence. You can't make the gun do it. We can't make the gun do it. No one can. In fact, what a lot of people don't know is we sent, like I said, we sent 10 guns. I did mention this earlier. We sent 10 guns to a company called Dayton Brown. They were a third-party testing company, and they had this huge vibration table. It was this enormous device, really cool. And they had these fixtures, and the fixtures would hold pistols in them, at different orientations, like this orientation and this orientation and this orientation.
The 28
So
different ways we talked
He's
about
got a
earlier.
gun. He's got a
well,
gun.
yeah, well, they didn't have that didn't have fixtures enough for that, but they were just doing like the major
Yes, sir.
the major orientations. They would put this thing on the vibration table, right? And they would this table was able to move the gun rapidly at I don't know, a few inches, and it would go from 5 to 500 megahertz. Now, what that means is, depending on the orientation of the gun, like one gun would start here, it would move the gun 5 times a second, and then it would ramp up from 5 times a second to 500 times a second. So it was just this crazy amount of vibration, and they did that for 15 minutes. They built up to 500 from 5, and in 15 minutes they went back down to from 500 to 5, and they went from 5 to 500. So they do that every 15 minutes. They did that for 1 hour.
Right.
Then they would take the gun out of their fixture like this, and then they would put it like this, and they would do it for another hour, and they would do it on the side for another hour, and then they put it in this contraption, all different orientations, and they would put it in the table that it would simulate a 40G drop, which is like 0 to 440 miles an hour in half a second. And it would do this over and over and over for an hour at 3 different orientations. And then they stuck the gun.
No, Siley, they didn't touch that one. They didn't. The partial trigger press to me is a funny one to get Phil to answer on camera. It's like, why are your safeties defeated like less than a millimeter into the trigger pull?
And it's one where he's going to be like, well, the trigger was technically pull up, but yeah, but just James said pull to complete trigger pull, and it's. I would love to see him respond to it. I don't think it'd be satisfying though.
Yeah. Well, because even from their It Ends Today post, they said fully actuate the trigger, fully actuate a trigger press to trigger moved towards the rear. Like their language has already changed.
Yeah.
Guns in these boxes, and they did what's called a loose cargo test. And they put the guns in like left side, right side, and then I think muzzle down in these thin boxes. And they just had this table, and this table was just jostling around, and these things were just bouncing around in these boxes for 1 hour at each orientation. So basically,
all that test shows is when in the trigger press are the safeties defeated. And I think that is an important factor. So for instance, like let's say you finish a string of fire or whatnot, and you're just bad trigger discipline, but not terrible, but bad trigger discipline. Your finger's like resting on the trigger, right? You go to clear the slide and it goes off because you're like just touching the trigger, right? So that's where, if it was designed in such a way to where the trigger actually had to be fully pressed, like other guns, the safeties are defeated farther back in the trigger press or at the wall or at the breaking point, wherever it might be, right? I think that those would be, by definition, more safe, right? So it's one singular factor to consider.
And it's a test that explicitly disproved the stated statement of SIG saying that it requires a complete trigger press.
It does not. And again, keep in mind that with that just partial depression, like let's say, for instance, I'm going to create a hypothetical, right? I'm going to create a scenario where a bit of brass or whatever it might be gets jammed into your fire control unit and just keeps that trigger just partially prepped, right? Partially prepped, tiny little bit, right? Happens occasionally, whatever it might be. A tiny piece of debris, could be lint, could be anything from your firearm. Take your object of choice, right? It was a hypothetical, right? Partially actuates the trigger. You go to reholster, gun goes off because you touched the slide and the frame tweaked a little bit.
Basically, this company, they beat the hell out of these guns.
No. Ivan pulled up a Gen 2 Glock from 1990 and was like, hey guys, you have to pull the trigger farther on a Glock to get the safeties defeated. Again, the problem is not that safeties on a striker fire guns get defeated at some point. We all know that safeties on a striker fired gun get defeated at some point. The problem is, how far back does it have to be? On 320s, it varies from year to year because every year, sometimes multiple years, they have adjusted the trigger bar on their pistols. Also, using a Gen 2 Glock for some reason doesn't seem like an honest test when we're in the year 2025, if I were just speculating. Yeah, and he also just fully pulled the trigger as well.
And shook them, jarred them, 5 to 500 megahertz of movement, loose, all this stuff. They did it for 7 hours, and they did it with pre-upgraded triggers. They did it with post-up.
Well, see, now Seahawk is changing. He's moving the goalposts a little bit. What I'm saying is that the 320 design of the trigger is less safe than other striker fire triggers, right? So we wish that everyone would do the proper, perfect thing in every circumstances, but sometimes police, competition shooters, military guys, sometimes they're a little tarded, right? So if we make the design a little bit safer, we have less issues with something like a Glock, M&P, Walther, whatever it might be, versus a P320, where all of the safeties are defeated almost instantaneously, right?
Upgraded triggers. They did it with flat triggers, skeletonized triggers. They did it with every single trigger that we've ever put on a 320. And they did it for 7 hours, and we had 0 failures. And again, this was not us doing the test. This was a third-party company that we just said, here are the guns. You guys have a blast.
It's wild to see how much heat is around everything on both sides of this.
Yeah.
Phil, if you owned a company, let me request it again. Phil, how do we stop P320 going off in holsters? If you ran the company, what would you do? So I don't know if there's an answer there, but it's like, if, it's not, you're not running SIG, but you're definitely speaking for it and everything else. I mean, would you do anything different than what SIG is doing right now, and you just, people aren't listening to you yet? Or are you trying, because I know you're very passionate being a competitive shooter for as long as you had. Are you knocking on doors of the marketing department and trying to, get things done quicker than they're wanting to act on? Or what's that look like in your world?
Well, I think a big step is allowing.
Well, see now Seahawk and I were saying the same thing. I would agree that it's less safe than some other guns. Okay, we're in agreement, but it's working as designed. And that's where I agree with the juries, where they say it was designed negligently, right? I think that it should require more travel to fully defeat all the internal safeties. I would like that as a design factor, especially for police or military, right? And I think a trigger safety might help also, like somebody who might be resting the side of the trigger but not a full press, or like a bumping around with, let's say, bags or something. I think a trigger dingus plus adjusting where the actual safeties get defeated, even if that results in a slightly worse trigger, if it's safer for police and military, should probably be the case. That's my personal opinion.
This is all unintentional discharges, not even factoring into that aspect of it. Like, it's a less safe gun without considering the unintentional discharges and the tolerance stack in the UDs and the uncommanded discharges.
That's the thing, is there are so many different factors to this. It's not just the design. It's not just the parts changes. It's not just the material changes. It's not just the modularity of the fire control unit versus the striker safety design versus all of these different elements, the play between the slide and frame, right? All of these different things combine to give me a pistol that I am personally not confident in.
Allowing us to have more of a, I guess, I don't want to say a social media presence, but more of an active video-based response.
Okay.
I know that. Go ahead.
No, I was going to answer my own question, but go ahead.
Well, I think a video-based response where we can actually address or counter some of these videos that are coming out. I think that's a good step in the right direction. As far as how to keep guns from going off in the holsters,
safe enough. I don't know, man. I like my guns safe. Safe enough that's a strange standard.
That's a loaded question. I mean, and pun intended, I guess. Listen, I will tell you this. This is a fun story. I went to Oklahoma to visit the Oklahoma Council on Law Enforcement Education. Could have gotten to kind of show. So I showed him his pistol, and he had a red gun in his holster. And I literally had my key on me, my rental car key, and I said, "Check this out!" And I made the trigger pull. And this guy is a really good shooter. He had never noticed that gap.
Okay.
He'd been carrying a gun forever, and he'd never even thought about it. In fact, he was blown away by this. Of course, and I talked to him a little bit about all the other stuff we talked about. And, of course, he reversed his ban, but he started taking pictures of all of his other holsters and in the pistols in them. And you could see that, and it was red guns. You could see the red tab on the trigger. You could literally see it right in front of you. Like I'm looking at this right now. I can easily get my finger in there. It's not cocked, but I can easily get my finger in there and pull the trigger.
Right.
So he didn't know. And I think a lot of police departments, a lot of agencies, a lot of administrators, they're not aware of minimal risk, but they're not aware of the minimal risks that can be involved in the equipment they're carrying. Right. Michigan State Police was made aware of it. Thank goodness they were made aware of it by an FBI report. They were made aware of it by the fact that this guy had a handful of keys, or he had his keys, and it got in there and did that. Pull the trigger. I did it with my finger. But so I think, to me, how do you keep guns from going off in the holsters? I think you give these police departments and agencies awareness of their equipment, awareness of what possibly could happen if they're not cognizant of what they're carrying on their gun side, what they're having on their shoulders, what backpacks they're carrying, what bags they're carrying. Even before the days of light bearing holsters, I always kept everything on my left side. I never kept anything on my right side ever as a police officer. And I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just saying give some awareness of that. And honestly, the holster company that I prefer as a duty holster company, they've acknowledged that. They were putting out bulletins back in 2005. They now have a new holster that
is he just not saying Safariland's name?
As far as I can tell, I've tested it, I've played with it, and done everything I can to it. They've introduced a holster design that completely closes up this gap, regardless of the light size.
I do like that the P320 has caused a innovation in holster design as well, where now you have the like mesh rubberized thing that just encloses perfectly over the gun when you put it in, so that nothing can get in there.
Well, also
Thank you, SIG P320.
I put my finger in there and pull the trigger. Yeah, and like say theoretically a key can get in there. It's one thing to have it be in the holster. It's another thing to be able to actuate the trigger and have enough force to pull the trigger. Yeah. Like a key loose on a key ring is not going to have the 5.5 to 7 pounds necessary to pull the thing unless it's getting caught. And if it had a blade safety, getting caught in there it's not going to defeat the safety, which once again, we're at the 320 just being a less safe design than any other gun on the market.
Yeah, I think that they should just redesign a really novel blade safety. Like I've thought about a blade safety where it is only on one like edge of the triggers. Like so for a right-handed gun, it's on the very far left side. So you have to get your finger fully wrapped around the trigger to actually get to actually press the trigger, something like that. I think there is a novel way to do it where only a complete trigger press will actually get the thing to go off. Ironically, what is kind of funny is if strikers had a grip safety, I think a lot of this, like an intrusion, would also not be possible.
Are we saying that the XD guys were right all along?
I'm just saying, like, listen, like a key gets into a holster. If you have a grip safety, irrelevant. Who cares?
Yeah.
That's a novel consideration as well, right? Could be something like that. You could even do a grip safety on the front of the gun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying there's novel ways to get around this issue of intrusions of these magical foreign objects.
And it's impossible for things to fall in there and get in there and pull the trigger. Mm-hmm. So there are companies out there who are noticing this issue, and I think it behooves us to at least let agencies know. Say, listen, if you're going to carry a pistol and you're going to put a light on it that's this wider than it's a dual cell light that has 2 batteries in it, and it's wider than the actual trigger guard. Here are some potential risks you may need to be aware of. Wow. And I think that's the start. Is obviously this gun has a really good trigger pull on it, and you have to make sure the gun's in an acceptable holster. You can't just shove the gun in your pants, with one hand and shoot yourself. That's just what's happened in our last court case.
Right.
You have to have a level of discipline, and there needs to be a level of discipline. And I'm not saying that that's going to fix the problem, because again, we're in getting in there. Then I don't know. I don't know if I don't know.
Is there plans based on somebody's question? Is there plans to be proactive to get messages out to law enforcement like that? Is that part of the process right now?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. We were just on a call with a federal agency what's today, Tuesday. We were on a call with them on Friday, building awareness. We have an entire law enforcement sales team that's out there. They're letting people know that.
See, I'm actually curious if the reason why they're not entertaining a grip safety or some other form of safety is because they know that it won't fix the problem. Like internally, they're like, we've been having these tolerance stacking issues and we're trying to get it sorted internally and not be public about it. But if we put a grip zone, it would fix the issue, but it wouldn't actually fix the issue.
Well, also he said like adding a safety at this point would give the plaintiffs more ammunition in a court case, so we're just not going to do it for that reason.
That's so funny.
Like he
Like the
literally said
$5
that.
trigger dingus, they're like, we can't add that, otherwise people will give them ammunition because we changed the design. Even though, to be fair to the plaintiffs, SIG has changed the design every single year that they've had the P320 out, like since its inception.
Building the same level of confidence, because obviously this erodes police officers' confidence. The cops want to have confidence in the gun they're carrying. And to your point, a lot of people just don't know. They're hearing this on the internet and they're not sure what to believe. And so we're trying to kind of give them the information of, look, man, look what we do to these guns. Can you believe that we're putting these guns in vibration tables and beating the crap out of them for 7 hours?
Well, I have a history of bringing things up when it needs to be talked about more, and that's kind of my thing I've done in the past. I don't like getting involved much, but it's one of those things where, getting people talking one-on-one is so much more powerful than talking through an internet process, which is unfortunately where society has taken us to. But that's something, a whole nother thing we can discuss all together later. We've been talking for almost 3 hours. I want to say thank you so much.
Wow.
Is there any topics that we have not covered that you really feel you need to get out there to the public right now? I don't mind meeting with you again some other point or helping you, whatever we can do in the future. We'll see you, I'm sure, at other national shooting events. But what can we, what else have we discussed anything that, or not discussed something you want to talk about?
No, I think we've covered everything.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I apologize. There's so much stuff we haven't talked about. And there's a lot of emotions out there that I won't read all those questions because I just don't think it's necessary. But it's necessary for people to hear. I'm not going to read it out loud.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you, there is no getting around the fact that there are people out there who don't like SIG and will never like SIG. We see it all the time. I'll never buy another SIG. I'll never do this. I'll never. There's no. It's I don't want to say it's the Chevy Ford conversation, right?
It's funny you brought that up. When I had a conversation with my wife about what I was getting ready to do,
it's a bit different than that. It's like if one of the brands didn't have brakes.
So continue on your conversation. Go ahead.
Well, there are several mentalities. Obviously, there are some people who love us. They love us and they'll defend us. And they don't care how shredded they get on the internet. And that's a real possibility. If you go too hard into the SIG paint, I'd hate to tell you this, Brian, but you're going to catch some heat on this one. Just allowing me to come in here and talk. You're going to catch
comments.
Oh, Brian's doing a good job.
It's part of it. It's okay.
I warn everyone who has any kind of internet presence. They usually avoid us, at least avoid letting us talk like the plague. So there are going to be people out there who are 100% SIG fanboys. There's obviously Glocks have a huge fan base, and there's people like me who like them all. I've carried most of them. I've shot most of them. I've competed with most of them, and I have. I think there's strong. There's strengths and weaknesses with all of them. And I'm able to do that. And I think there's a lot of people out there who are like that. I think those people are the ones who really don't know and they want to know the truth. They want to at least get both sides of the story, maybe. And there are those out there who are going to be, SIG sucks no matter what they say. If the P320 cured cancer, it wouldn't matter. And I think there's that, and that's expected.
Wait a second, Othnius, was I supposed to have you on right now? That's a Richard problem. I'm blaming Richard for everything.
That's expected in any industry, whether it be shooting or guns or cars or electronics or glasses. I love Hunter's HD Gold. That's all I wear.
And there's people that
don't
want to hate, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's okay. That's how it's going to be. And we can't expect to, all we can do, and we're not trying to cater to our SIG people, or we're not trying to flip Glock people, because that'll never happen. We get that. All we're trying to do is we just want people to understand the facts, and neither you can listen to them, or you can just dismiss them as it's smoke and mirrors, and SIG's never going to own up to anything. And if that anything is any more than just the gun only fires when the triggers move to the rear, then I don't know what else we're supposed to own up to. They say fix the problem. Let's talk about what the problem is. When's there going to be a fix? Let's talk about what the fix is. If we have to get into the business of trying to mechanically design around intent, then we'll never get there. Because I can promise you that anytime a gun goes off, when you're not aiming it and pulling the trigger and shooting it, yeah, you didn't want it to go off. You didn't intend for it to fire. But to try to blame a mechanical device for that, it's a tough one to sell. It's a tough case to sell. And in some cases, like I mentioned, it's unfortunate, freak accidents or fluke accidents with equipment that lends itself well to holster intrusions, or lends itself to holster intrusions, as rare as they are. I mean, right now I can think of 5 or maybe 6 videos I've seen. 7 videos I've seen. 2 or 3 were getting out of cars. I've seen them all.
I think there's way more than that.
It's possible, but again, there's going to be people out there who hate us. There's going to be people out there who don't believe what we say. We have to accept that, and that's just how it's going to be. We keep putting the information out there. We're going to keep putting the facts out there. We're going to let people make their decisions. We hope they make them based on the reality and the actual data that we can provide, or they can
what set of data
on what they're hearing and how they feel.
Our data.
Some people make emotionally based decisions, and we can't.
True.
I mean, we can try to just arm them with the truth. That's all we can do.
All right. Well, Phil, thank you.
No, we didn't say anything wrong, because people nowadays are living their own truth.
To make sure,
our truth.
That's their truth.
Is SIG having issues with some of their locations now because of this? Have you run into issues with that?
No, not so far.
That shooting sport is starting to grow. Are you seeing?
Yes.
I saw some cancellations in California or something. Is that because of all this stuff?
Yeah.
Or is it, what happened?
Yeah, they apparently. I took that over for a very short time. I think, and now we got another guy running who's very good. It was just too much for me to handle. But before I got involved, before I was running the program, I guess agreements had been made with a range in Sacramento, and I apparently, I guess that person just wasn't authorized to make the decision, and the board decided they couldn't get everything they needed in place to have an effective match. It was a respectable decision. It was fine. Cool. It was their call. And it was fine. But yeah, all the ranges we've been working with for Shoot SIG have been great. There's more and more ranges every day that are asking to host us. I just reached out. I just had a conversation with the beautiful range in North Carolina, Sanctum 1791. We're actually going to trying to get down there as soon as I can.
That's the thing. Like,
town hall for
you're just kind of
other clubs around the area to educate them about the P320, because again, like you said, a lot of people don't know. They're not into all these internets and YouTubes and all the intricacies of it. They just want to know if the gun's safe, and all we can tell them is no one's been able to prove that it can fire with anything but the trigger pull, and that's as good as we can give them. The gun operates better than it's supposed to, apparently.
Oh, don't say that! That's funny.
That's a clip right there.
There's the clip.
All right, that was 3.5 hours in, bros.
People are going to be putting live comments up and everything else. I'm used to couple hundred people, or we do a lot when we go live at nationals and stuff like that. Today was I'm just overwhelmed with what happened today. I'm glad that people are interested for their safety. I'm glad that you helped answer some of those questions. And I don't know what people are going to feel after this. I don't know. We can't control people's feelings. I learned that a long time ago in sales. All you can do is, perception's reality. And also you're in a situation where you're having to overcome, in my opinion, this is my opinion on this matter, that it looks like the PR side of this was handled incredibly wrong. from the very beginning. And that's what's got so many things going. Now you're having to catch up with things based on PR. That's
wouldn't
my
be a
opinion.
problem if the pistol was a problem.
You have to say a word, but I think the public relations side of this is where that's hard to fix, and that's what you've got to really work on, and that's what you got that's your job ahead of you. I would assume, but that's my opinion.
That statement angered a lot of people, and nothing motivates more than angry gun owners. So it's unfortunate, but we're going to get through it. We're going to dig ourselves out, and we're going to educate the public on what's really going on, or at least what's going on with the platform and what's going on with the mechanics of it. And we'll let them decide, and hopefully they listen to the facts instead of the internet.
Well, I built an entire business around the shooting sports, and I'm not going to stop, supporting the shooting sports. And that's why I wanted to get you on today and really had those questions about the shooting sports. And that's what's got my attention for the future as well. So anything I can help you with when it comes to the shooting sports, I'll be here. And thank you again so much.
We will keep supporting the shooting sports as well. We love the shooting sports, and we're upset that some have made the decisions they have, but it doesn't our support will not falter. We love it's not about the organization, it's about the people who shoot in it, and we're going to try to get them back on those ranges, and we're going to have to just talk to the range owners and talk to the organizations and try to convince them of what's really going on.
That's good luck to you, brother. I know
based
on what I've seen tonight, there's nothing you won't talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to put your email out there for
Threaten
people to email you or anything else,
talking.
but
do not do that.
Do not leak customer
email.
service, whatever they need to do. One other question I do have, I saw this earlier. If somebody has a gun that they've been using and they don't know based on how long they've had it or anything else, or if it's been worn out or anything else, can they send guns in to get checked out? How does that work with SIG? I don't know.
Bro,
typically they have to if they contact customer service, their questions are going to be, how
actually, what would be really funny is if all of the people who own P320s filed an RMA request at the same time, and SIG had to accept back 1 million P320s.
Hey, maybe you should go on
What would they even do? That's like a run on banks, right? Where everybody goes to the bank to withdraw their money at the same time. Yeah. What if everybody sends in an RMA at the exact same time? What do you do as a company?
Yeah, what's to stop somebody from going on Gunbroker, buying a bunch of $200 P320s and sending them in one at a time?
There are lack of finances.
How was what's going on with the gun? What's wrong with it? How's it malfunctioning? And if it's just a well-being check, I honestly don't have a good answer for that. I'm not sure. I'm sure that most likely our customer service reps are very, very smart and very educated. They know the guns in and out, and they can probably either walk the customer through, hey, check this, check that, check this, and give them some guidance on what they can look for as far as wear items. I mean, unless they're shooting the gun 100,000 rounds, you probably don't have to worry about it.
Well, and that's another reason why I brought up the shooting sports along, at the very beginning. We, in the shooting sports, shoot more guns, more bullets.
All right, I've got to run to the bathroom for a second. I will be right back because I've been going for 3 hours. I'm just going to let it play. Talk amongst yourselves, okay? I'll be right back.
We have now become the drama tube.
We are the captain now.
Unless he forgets to hit play and walks away.
I think he did. I think he forgot to hit play. And I'm
How's it going, Richard?
I'm all right. I'm out looking for my headphones and microphone right now. So I apologize if my audio is complete garbage. How's your guys' nights going?
Yeah, so far so good.
Oh, pretty good. I mean, we've had a bunch of fun in the side chat of the stream throughout this entire reaction. It's been very civil, I would say.
Yeah.
Nice.
Except for Kyle.
Except for like a handful of about 5 people.
What were they saying?
Oh, SIG's great. What are you talking about? This is a bunch of liberal nonsense conspiracy theory garbage.
I mean, I have
something along those lines.
Yeah. It's funny. I have a list of the 38 SIG firearms I used to own that I currently don't. And he said you will never convert a Glock guy or a SIG guy. Well, by SIG's own actions, they turned me into a Glock buyer, even though I never would have bought a Glock until they started doing this horse.
Yeah, and that's not true at all, because people, when the P320 initially came out and people didn't realize how many problems there were with the platform, people were really psyched about the modular chassis and some of the customization stuff that you could do to the SIG. It has been over time, or early on, people switched from Glock to SIG, and now people are switching back because they've noticed problems.
I started with SIG. My first was a 365 as my carry gun. I loved it. I owned it for about 4 years. I memorized the serial number on that thing. 66B 398129. But yeah, I mean, I switched to Glock after after I got tired of just all the crap from SIG.
Well, SIG would never do anything to hurt you. What are you talking about?
They wouldn't, but their negligent products would.
Yeah. Nothing better than SIG PR than to get a SIGA to leave their SIG in the safe and buy a Glock 49.
No, I've sold my SIGs at a dramatic loss and bought a G45.
I really like how the two biggest SIG defenders that have been in side chat, the one from a while ago and the one from the stream.
Kyle.
No, Kyle this time, but whatever his face was months ago, who's been shit talking.
He wants you, man.
Yeah, they both don't carry SIGs, because I'm pretty sure Kyle sent a message that said, "I don't carry a SIG," and I was in contact with SIG's greatest defender from, I forget how long ago that stream was, and I think he carries a Walther. So
based
really shows you how much they trust.
I've probably owned more SIGs than the two of them combined, most likely.
Yeah, no. What's the dollar amount on SIGs, you think? 15K?
38 individual guns, not counting optics and other things.
That's money.
Yeah, 10 320s as a sample size. So pretty experienced with the platform. Ton of the West German guns and the T2X platform, which was what I did love. But
well, hey, sometimes you buy things and you figure out later on that there are problems. I got a T-Rex arms holster and the screws are rusting on the backside. So sometimes that just happens.
Yeah, and it's just like, got to use your stuff, you know?
Yep.
Almost the entire public combined when it comes to if you took all the shooting sports together and you took all those.
Hey, we have CN Arsenal in the chat. How's it going, my friend?
Good. Do I sound good?
They sound fantastic. Wonderful. How's your day been going?
Oh, it's fine. I got stood up by some assholes that, decided they need to watch whatever the hell this is for the 15th time this month.
Oh my gosh, more SIG drama? This is crazy.
Yeah, oh my god. Let's all
story
talk
never
about
ends.
it.
Never ends.
So we're gonna do a
but it's good to have
now.
you on here because you're a modern firearms expert. So this is going to be great to have on the panel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's cyclical. We've seen this many times in history, but let's all just live through this one.
Yeah, we're here in the moment. I try not to think about
Kyle's
the past
still
and the
here.
future. I'm here right now. Kyle's still here, and he says Ficus Trip, your guest has Alzheimer's, and you have fat fingers, my friend.
We may have Alzheimer's, but you can't spell.
Yeah. Well, I think the stream finally
I would
ended.
say we put more bullets down range.
Can I? Oh, okay, no, it did. It did end. Okay, fine. I'm not going to go back and watch the last 5 minutes. I don't think it was. I don't think it was of any interest.
Oh, that was a fun.
Yeah.
That was a fun stream.
Man, I don't know how real streamers do it. They're sitting for 3.5 hours already, and I have another 4 hours to go. I'm gonna suck start a 320 in a second. Let me
Don't
put this
worry, with a 320, it's easy.
Yeah, no sucking required.
No, you could just.
What's that?
I said, oh yeah, you could just hit it. You don't even have to suck start it.
Negative 30 Degree Nightmare. That's a good name. Negative 30 Degree Nightmare from 5 says Sig is blaming the officer, even though the officer attested he was holding his keys in his hand the time it went off away from the holster. Siga, please. Well, again, this is one of those areas where I don't know Matthias's opinion on this, but if you are a SIG defender, you do have to say that the officer is lying, of course. but then all of the witnesses are also lying. You do have to call every single person in the chain a liar.
I'm not sure if that's true though.
Also,
because you can have like one of the things that people don't talk about is was the gun ever modified by anybody when left unattended? You know what I mean? There's a lot of chain of custody that has to go into stuff like this. And I'm not saying where there's smoke, there's not fire. It's just when you want to prove something to an absolute degree that you can put your finger on it and say, this is mechanically what's happening. Because that's the other thing is we have a mechanical accident and yet we can't seem to have it. We can have it duplicated on YouTube in a sense, but so far I haven't seen anybody doing mechanical duplication with a detailed report in a forensic way. And I'm actually friends with guys that do forensic analysis of firearms and ballistics and things like that. And so their standards are extremely high. It just means that, unfortunately, just like with batch testing things for QC, you have to find one of these that is prone to the problem and then replicate the problem in a controlled environment so that you can definitively say, this is where the problem was. And this is what is giving so much, this has left a vacuum that's given us so much air to the debate that we're having around this. Because if someone's a SIG defender, they can say, well, nothing's been proven. You're like, well, yes, but it's actually extremely difficult to prove things. You'd be amazed at how hard it is to prove something.
Oh, yeah.
People are still arguing today. Like yesterday, I saw an argument in my Discord going on about the real causes of failures of Springfield 1903 receivers from the turn of the century. So, like,
well, that's even harder because now you're digging through like 100-year-old files on stuff like this to try and witness reports from back in the day, right?
And not only that, but it may not be there, or there may not have been analysis available to them at the time that would prove everything. And also, there's always overlapping issues, which is by the time a lot of this was discovered, it was a time when Winchester was making ammo that was way out of spec due to wartime demand. So, and you see it with the Ross rifle. It is a straight pull design out of Canada. It had some mechanical problems during warfare. Everyone thought it was X problem. It turned out to actually be Y and Z problem simultaneously and compounding. Those two issues were fixed and the gun was refielded, but by then the trust was gone, which I think is where we're at with the 320. You have so much opinion built up on the 320 that regardless of anything that happens, it's probably dead in the water. I mean, it'd be very hard to turn around public opinion at this point.
Even if civilian sales have cratered.
Yeah. The good thing is for a lot of the evidence, a lot of these police agencies that use it have body cams and dash cams. And if it ever happens in a facility that has security cams, that's another form of evidence. So,
well, so for me, when I see a video of like cop laying on the ground, bullet hole in his leg, gun still in his holster, right? I'm trying to, what could have happened? Could be a foreign object, right? That pulled the trigger. Or, you know, so I'm just saying, or gun got jostled and striker slipped off and the striker safety didn't work as intended, right?
So these issues,
like, you know, I'm like, maybe, but then I see like 2 of them and I'm like, okay. Then I see 10 of them and I'm like, maybe there's something here, right? So no one instance is a proof. But yeah, it's the culmination of all of these things. And then we talk about QC, we talk about tolerance stacking, we talk about when is the striker safety actually defeated. With some guns, it's like the very beginning of the trigger pull. Some it's much further back because SIG has changed their parts every year since its inception. The drop safe issue that we knew was an issue from back in the day that was pretty easy to replicate as well. I know SIG tries to make it sound like it was very difficult, but I mean, there's many people that just got it to go off on camera, like pretty reliable.
There's multiple videos out there. It's not that hard.
And then you talk about, well, according to one of the designers of the P320 that worked for them when it was coming out around 2014, he claimed that the design was always defective in terms of safety, and he brought out a new patent for a sear block safety. Where did I put that one? I have that somewhere. Right here.
Yeah, but to be fair, so I have to represent devil's advocate because I've seen.
It's good.
The counter argument to that is, well, public opinion's been so swayed, we have to introduce some change, or else we'll never convince them. So there's a point at which you will make changes.
Well, this guy doesn't work for SIG. This guy was fired from SIG. He was fired from SIG back in 2017, I want to say.
Did he do it post-employment? What was the date of the filing?
It was
let me 2024 was when it was initially filed.
Okay, so wait, is he doing it as an independent?
So he does not own the patent. The patent is owned by these guys who make aftermarket parts. He designed the product, and then they bought the patent right for it. So
Okay.
Angled Spade, these guys actually own the patent that is currently. Let me pull it back up here. Currently, oh come on, shoot, I have to refresh the page. Give me a second.
So I'm sorry, I'm catching up. How does this relate to SIG admitting that they did something wrong? If
He is claiming, so he worked for SIG between 2014, 2017, around the time that the P320 was coming out. He was one of the engineers on the program. And he claims that the SIG was always unsafe from a mechanical perspective. And so he has introduced this fix, which is a external safety. But instead of the SIG external safety, where it is only a trigger bar block, this is a sear block that locks the sear from moving.
But given the filing dates, isn't this after the controversy? Is he saying that he designed this before the controversy became public or after the controversy became public?
I believe this is after. I believe he's saying this is not necessarily like
regardless,
he says. I guess he's backdating his claims, right? So he didn't file this in 2017.
Right.
I don't know if there was some sort of non-compete clause in his contract or whatnot. There could be a litany of things.
The question is twofold. Is he stating that he designed this much earlier? Or is it just he's saying it was unsafe much earlier and he just now designed this? That's sort of the first question. Because
that I'm not sure about.
When he felt the need to design this kind of plays into the story. However, since it's an individual who did not file this under SIG, it doesn't necessarily mean, because I see people acting like this means that SIG admits there's a problem. But obviously SIG isn't.
No, that is this engineer's claim who was fired from SIG. Phil just said he was terminated.
So this is the problem. There's a lot of chatter that goes on about this, and then I've actually kind of made a game recently. I live in the Deep South, so I can go into a bar and just say guns, and everyone will start talking. And in the past couple of weeks, the SIG has become the topic du jour. And listening to people talk about it, you guys have like, I don't know how many of you physically have gone into a room of people that are like casuals that are not, having the discussions online. They're just talking about it in person because they just loosely hear what's out there in the zeitgeist. But their deformed, like, telephone game version of this is so far from even what you guys are discussing. And then what you guys are discussing are speculative in circles where people don't do well with layers of speculation. So some of the earlier speculation just becomes fact. And so it's just a huge mess from both sides. It's really become quite tangled in public opinion, which is why I think they'll never extract from it.
Well, where was I that I was talking about P320s? It was somewhere with a bunch of boomers that, just standard old folk type. We were talking about handguns. I think maybe it was in Washington when I was at a gun store and I was asking about a CZ Shadow 2. And somebody mentioned something about a 320, and then one guy started laughing and was like, "Oh, no way, man!" Just normal conversation, right?
Yeah.
So it has passed into the normie sphere for sure. And those guys were just saying that, it killed somebody, right? With no other nuance than that.
And that's all they need, though. That's the gestalt of what's sort of moved around now, and that's why I don't think they can overcome this. I mean, how would you possibly do a change your media blitz to undo this?
No, the name P320 is already dead at this point. There's nothing that they could do to fix the name. They'd either have to change it completely and release a new pistol, or I don't know what else they could do, honestly.
I mean,
it's already such a big media frenzy.
From SIG's perspective, if they, as Phil said, if they make a significant change to the model, it's not explicitly this, but it's a tacit admission that something might have been wrong before, and all these litigation that they're currently in, that's ammunition for those guys. And those lawyers, Mr. Zimmerman, who's won all these cases against them, I think he's won 3 so far, he is hungry for more litigation dollars because he gets paid either way.
Given the sort of media access that we have now, I'm not sure how recoverable it is, but just for a historical standpoint, this is not an isolated case in a way that you guys might even be able to connect with. One of the worst failed introductions of a commercial product was the gun that ended up becoming the Winchester 1897, because when it was introduced as the 1893, it had a number of mechanical shortcomings that were they weren't pertinent to the market it released in. However, technology was changing right at that same time. Smokeless powder was moving into the shotgun market. And so hang fires went from a nothing to a all the time. And a gun that wasn't prepared to deal with hang fires like the original 1893 started having massive and unsafe issues. because of an external force change. And so they had to redesign and rebrand that gun and re-release it. And that became an extremely famous gun, but they added a lot of parts. I mean, the 97 is way more complex than the 93.
Interesting.
So what was happening as a result of the hang fires? Was it just overpressurization and catastrophic?
So what was happening is smokeless powder started coming into especially the American market because Europeans didn't use repeaters. And so like the Winchester 94 and 30-30, well, not necessarily in 30-30, but the Winchester 94 tended to be the gun that most Americans got their first smokeless cartridge with, even though, you know, smokeless was invented about 5-6 years before that. It just took time to head down into the commercial market in a reliable way. When it started being used in shotgun cartridges, it was extremely hydroscopic. And so if you went out, especially in the humid South or rainy seasons, it would soak up moisture. And then when you went to fire the cartridge, it would ignite, but the powder, especially being a large volume of shotgun powder, it would take a minute to sort of and go. And so you have these repeating shotguns and people are in a hurry, they fire, it goes click, they immediately bolt the breech open, or well, slide the breech open, and then that's when it goes boom, and you have an out of battery detonation, which was catastrophic and dangerous to the shooter. And especially with the Winchester 93, the bolt is external, so if that thing derails, it's going right in your face. So no one was very happy with that. But Winchester didn't have that problem in testing because smokeless powder wasn't common when they were initially releasing that shotgun. Sorry, did that cover
Right,
it?
yeah, but that's that does cover it. Yeah, but that's unfortunately, I mean, the wealth of knowledge that you have on hand is hilarious. But unfortunately for SIG, they can't blame it on like some magical ammunition change in the last 5 years.
No,
Guys,
if I
we
had
changed powder. Fuck.
If I had to take a guess, just a guess at what happened here, and I haven't gone through every report on this thing or anything, but just glancing at the design of the Sear, you notice that the Sear's engagement surface is fairly far from its pivoting point. So that means that there's a lot of chance for very little pressure to develop leverage against the Sear spring. I'm not sure if you can see it. Yeah, you could probably see it from one of these drawings. So essentially with your Sear pivoting, you're actually interacting Sear surface is far enough away from your pivot point, and it's also right along that boundary between the slide and frame, unlike say like a hammer fire where it would all be down in the frame held relative to each other at all times. So fouling and other lint anything is actually not unlikely to end up on the Sear surface. And that Sear is not necessarily mechanically advantaged to resist that stacking. And then what happens, and this is all speculation. I don't, you know, somebody's going to say, oh, I thought I said this for sure. I'm not. I'm spitting the wind because I don't have access to exactly.
I mean, that's what we're all doing, so you're good.
And a lot of the reports I'm seeing back is, hey, we got the gun that misfired and we fired it and there was no problem. And my question is, because we've kind of seen this before with the deterioration of 700 triggers, although they go far enough that you can see the damage pretty quickly. You get a piece of something in between those two surfaces. It holds so the striker doesn't drop. And then by banging it around, moving it, because it's also like, I think all these incidents are associated with some level of compression or movement of the gun, but not access to the trigger. You may just jar loose that last speck of something that was holding it together. And then it slips over because what's going to happen is your striker spring is more powerful than your Sear spring. And then your Sear doesn't rise fast enough when the grit fails, but the striker moves fast enough. And then boom, you're off.
And another thing
moment,
too is
is
if you go ahead.
Oh, in the moment, the thing that's caused the problem, this bit of grit that then got away, has gotten away. So it's not a guarantee, but it's actually one of the more likely things that I've seen happen repeatedly in arms design, is that you have an alignment that is disadvantaged against fouling, and then the fouling scrapes free, and then you get a bang.
Well, and in the FBI report, they do a microscopic examination of the Sear and whatnot, and you can see there's like hooks and ledges on them, and the machining isn't great. You can look up pictures of SIG Sears where the Sear surface itself is peeling away, which is not a great sign. Right. So I mean, there's all sorts of QC problems, material problems, machining problems, and it's just this huge list of issues that doesn't make me confident in the design.
I mean, the real truth is having the sort of slide. This is the thing with striker pistols that a lot of people haven't really wanted to admit, is that, like I said a second ago, you have a hammer fired system. Your Sear and your hammer are held into relationship with each other by a solid frame that are connected. in most striker fire systems, I'm sure there must be an example I can't think of off the top of my head. You have your seer and your striker held in a relationship that's dictated by the fit of the slide to the frame. And we've seen a lot of videos coming out of people pre-stacking the triggers and then wiggling the slide, and the gun goes off and they make the O face. And you're going, well, yeah, that was always an inherent disadvantage of a system in which you separated components of the fire control group across this boundary. Like, the tolerance of that boundary necessarily plays into the interaction of the seer and the striker, unless you have a very unusual system in which how do I explain this? If your seer's moving, let's assume roughly vertically, it can be in a rotation, it can be an actual linear drop, it doesn't matter. If your seer is dropping relative to your striker, at some point while pulling that trigger, the drop of the seer must exceed the boundaries of the tolerance of the up and down motion of a slide. And even the best fit slide on Earth, if it has room to slide, it does have a tiny, almost infinitesimal amount that you could pull it up. And at that moment, you would be pulling the striker away from the seer. That's always going to happen when you have this relationship. I've thought of one notable counterexample in the time I've been thinking about this and I'm sorry, I've been working on the new studio, so I barely looked at this issue. If anybody has a Steyr M9 series pistol, I believe Bubbits wanted to call them the Draconi. I might be remembering that wrong. But they have a very unusual seer release, which is more like the seer gets pushed rearward, and then it finally comes over this ledge and it just drops. And so basically the seer for that gun is either fully engaged or not engaged at all, and there's no difference between fully engaged and not engaged at all. So that's a gun that probably wouldn't suffer from you stacking the trigger and then wiggling the slide, because nothing's going to make it drop until it drops like a trap door. But that's the only example I can think of that doesn't do that in a striker fire pistol.
Well, I think, again, with the P320, we have additional factors on top of just the striker fire design, because you have multiple different frame modules. We have a FCU that isn't even connected to the frame.
Oh,
right?
No,
because there's only one pin in there, and then you get like really loose tolerances between slides and frames, and they're all mismatched and whatnot, and it just exacerbates this issue, right?
Well, no,
which is yeah, Glocks don't have a tight fit, but the striker is designed to have that enough tolerance to take account for that.
Oh yeah, well, striker fires almost always have a split trigger group like we're talking about, and then tolerance becomes important. Now, it doesn't matter if it's sloppy or tight. It just matters that that slop is accounted for in your seer and your trigger. So then you do this pedal scheme thing, which is you say, okay, we want to have the gun manufactured for the cheapest possible way all across the world, wherever the parts may come from. And then we're going to assemble them here. And in the modern context, we've become very obsessed with just sort of assembling and not fitting. And so it's like, look, all we have to do is check that everything's in stack, or rather in tolerance, and then we'll all throw it together. And if this creates a stack, well, it shouldn't. We've engineered it not to, and we'll check the gun and it won't go bang, and that'll be fine. Then there's the fouling issue we talked about. That's another way to look at it. And then also just in the design of the gun itself, I've heard a lot of people sort of, because of this talk about pre-stacking the trigger and going past the wall and all this other stuff, people have noticed that there's a very short amount of travel past the wall. And that's something that the market has asked for more and more recently. You go back to the 1950s and 60s, and when you hit the wall and you keep pulling through, you've got a fair bit of creep. But, it's still, I mean, a match trigger was a match trigger, but we seem to have made the regular commercial pistol more and more of an almost match trigger in terms of having very little creep past the wall.
That is the chasing point, right? It's like capacity, basically the same size. You get whatever size you want. So now what are we doing? Is it optics mounting systems, or is it trigger, or is it accessories? So trigger is one of those major components when some retard picks up a handgun at your local gun store, and they say, well, this gun's trigger is better than that one. They both do the same thing. I'm going to get the one with the better trigger.
Now, if you want to have less creep and before it releases this seer, before it releases the striker in this case, you're going to have to do one of two things. You're either going to have far less travel on the seer to striker relationship, or you're going to have to build some sort of mechanically advantaged leverage system that accelerates that travel, which is not impossible, but I don't necessarily see one here. So you're basically asking for less engagement, and therefore, again, you must hold even tighter to your tolerances to make sure that's safe, but we're pedal scheming out everything. So there goes our ability to control all these tolerances at once. Now, again, speculation. For all I know, they're watching it like a hawk, and they've got it lied down. I'm just putting out a theoretical for how to begin to look at where these problems might come from. And in the end, like with the Ross rifle, everyone was so sure that they knew exactly what was wrong with that gun at the time of warfare, and then the actual examination of the guns that were coming back and having problems revealed a number of small problems that led to a stack that no one would have guessed on first face. So I can't be sure of anything. I'm just saying this is the direction you start to look.
Speaking of warfare, Austin, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
All right.
How's everyone doing tonight? What are we talking about? I don't even know.
Doing great.
I mean, I know what we're talking about at this point.
You know what we're talking about. Listen, I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and it is indeed it's on the SIG topic once again.
Love that.
We're gonna get through some of these chats real fast though. Moonman for 2 says started streaming 2 hours ago. You trying to avoid me? No, I saw somebody sent me that this interview was going live, and I was like, well, I guess I'll do a live review of the live stream. That should be fun. And here we are. Moonman for 10 says, fuck Chud and McGill, by the way. I can't believe out of all the images I had to search for to find things for the PFPs, I'm going to force on focus. It was incredibly gassy. That was easily the most haunting. Yes, incredibly gassy is... don't look it up. Don't ruin your day. Vintage, you know what incredibly gassy is?
I don't know if I want to fucking know. To be honest
you do not. Stealth for 2 says our gun is more betterer because it's gooder. That is a fantastic argument. I've heard that on all sides of the intellectual playing field. Thank you, Stealth, for the 2. Deform 5581 says I recall Mishiko's video about SIG USA QC being inconsistent. Their quality control has been called into question on many items over the years. So I think that is just kind of a known issue with some of their products. And then we say, well, maybe this design isn't as safe as it should be. And another thing that I do want to say about the 320 design is that the striker safety itself is less robust than other models. Let's say where you have a plunger mounted directly to the slide itself. It's just an incredibly simple, robust design that shouldn't move out of the way or completely out of the way until the trigger is basically fully pressed. But I think that striker safety is another element where the P320 design is just a little lacking, in my opinion.
And on the QC side of things, I was at a SIG Freedom Days a couple of years ago, and they have their little complimentary, like extremely rudimentary class that you do. But I'm like, hey, it's free class, why not? And you have to use their guns and holsters. And it was they just released the AXG Legion 320, the one with the slide comp. And I go there, and I was still firmly a hardcore SIG guy at the time. And I go through 3 of those AXG Legions before they find one that was actually able to get through a build drill without a malfunction. And I was not the only person on the line having issues with these. And they had a tub of like 80 of these guns for a 15-person class. And it got to the point where one of the instructors handed me his X5, and I was able to clear the build drill quickly and effectively. And it was
what was going on with them? Was it just failure to feeds, magazine
failure
issues?
to feeds, failures to extract, just a bunch. It was not consistent on a 1-to-1. 2 of them had a failure to feed, 1 of them had FTE, and 1 of them had a light primer strike. So between the 3 guns, we had 4 different unique malfunctions, and then the instructor gave me his gun, and that one ran. But
that's a confidence, and that's at SIG Days.
This was at SIG Freedom Days in December of 23. Yeah,
that's
Very
awesome.
That's what you want. That's what we need as a country. We need that. We need that weapon.
I want that weapon defending our borders.
Yeah.
Just some Space Cowboy for 5 says, on a different note, Fox News just ran a segment about the increased use of the word clanker with the rise of AI. That's right. Just keep note. Clanker will get you thrown into an internment camp in 5 years. I guarantee it. When your AI waifu bot is going to turn you in.
Damn wirebacks.
Aaron Keener for 5 says copper grease on Instagram. SIG 320, aka Franklin Armory California 320 went off. Franklin Armory is blaming the Wilson grip module, no weapon light, and in a BT holster. Now, that's the thing, man. The 320 is designed to be modular. It's designed to swap out the grip modules. It's designed to swap out the slides. But doing those things, like you're inducing additional tolerances that can't be accounted for at the factory. And then it's like, well, I want this trigger bar, or I want the Bruce Gray trigger, or I want the agency trigger, or I want this and that. And things just get wacky real fast. Now, you can do the same thing with a Glock. However, it just seems apparently that the Glock design takes more of these factors into account.
Wasn't part of the modularity thing, though, like kind of fucking retarded to begin with? It was the chassis being swappable, like you could change calibers out, all that stupid shit.
Well, that's always been stupid. It's every time it's been implemented, other than maybe the MRAD, but then again, the MRAD's having its own trigger issues. But it's never really used. The MRAD, it does get used because they train with 308 and then they can shoot their 338 Norma or whatever it might be when they're actually overseas, but you can train with really cheap ammo, right?
Like when is the Army ever? They don't even issue weapon lights half the time to anybody, or optics, or I carried a Beretta, carried an M17. They never fucking, even if it was your duty weapon, you never got issued anything more for it. So what was the point? You think the Army was ever going to be like, you know what we need to do? You know what we need to? I think we need to change to 40. I think that's what we need to do. Can we get on that? We can't even get our guns repaired, and we're worried about changing calibers. It's the most Army thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the one part about the SIG that pisses me off. So
yeah. It's like we want these guns to be modular, but we will never allow an individual soldier to do anything modular with them ever.
And then when you do introduce new calibers, it creates new issues with the 10mm guns getting released and the potential issues that has going into 9mm FCUs.
So it reminds me of something that an officer made a decision on, or a DOD kind of, and that's something they could put on their OER. Oh, I had a hand in this very high-speed modular design, and that's like in my brain what I think of when I think of this.
When you hype up your McDonald's resume, you're like, I handle transactions for a multi-billion-dollar corporation at an executive, whatever you can say. You're a manager at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Tack Driver 2 says this guy sounds like Yankee Marshall. Brian or Phil Strader? No, these are from hours ago, gentlemen.
I was like, damn, who are you talking to?
Man, that's kind of mean.
Hey, look, listen. What do you mean by SIG P320? No one sounds like that here. Stop.
Compulsive gun buyer for 5 says, hi, James. Going to be streaming with you in about an hour. Bragging about the QC is like a student arguing for a better grade on the basis of how long he spent studying. Who cares if the end result sucks? Yeah, I mean, you can quality control a bad product all you want. It's twofold, right? QC, good or bad, but if the product, the design, implementation, all of that stuff is out of sync, we have this multifactorial cacophony of issues that blend together for a harmony of dissident tones.
Yeah, and real quick focus. A while ago, I sent you a video where allegedly, coming from Brandon Herrera, gun YouTube guy, he says that when they were initially having the P320 drop test issues, they knew about it, they took them back in, and then the way they solved it is they took a Dremel and just shaved more and more weight off the trigger until it stopped happening.
Well, that's on the engineering side, that was their process, was like, how much weight do we need to take out of the trigger before it will stop going off with its own inertia?
To be fair, that's a very normal way of doing that, though. 1911 guys do that when they lighten their triggers.
True.
Well, dude, yeah.
I mean, it's actually funny.
1911 hand fitting type stuff is funny.
Dude, I think, was it Pacmeyer that came out with the nylon trigger in the 80s or whatever? And they're just like, it weighs so little, you could really lighten up the bowl.
Technically, yes, but I have an STI in the closet and it has a plastic trigger. I don't care that it's 2.5 pounds. It feels I hate a plastic trigger shoe. Moonman for 5 says, I paid $200 for a high power from Hungary once. Great trigger. I expect a gun that costs much more, that costs that much or more, to have an equivalent or better trigger. Well, totally different design, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Honestly, for police and military units, I say give them all a 10-pound trigger. They're never going to use the thing, at least when it comes to like military.
To be honest with you,
25-pound triggers for women.
The best modern handgun design would be one.
They can't even actuate it.
That's That's a feature.
Taser.
The lawyer's ideal one would be like 25-pound trigger out of the box, and then you have a little card that tells you what to do to lighten it, but it says it voids all liability.
Ooh.
Like, it's really what they're asking for, because they're trying to get it
like
both ways. Like,
design.
It's just like, I'm going to use this for competition only, and if I shoot my testicles off, it's my fault.
No, actually, this is common on bolt guns where they have an adjustable trigger. It ships from the factory 3.5, 4 pounds. You can lower it down to a pound, 14 ounces or something, but it comes at like 4.
Yeah,
right?
The incidence rate is going to be a lot lower with that, though, because most people, even in open carry positions, aren't really carrying them around, pointing them. People put guns into carry positions that are compromised very often, like horizontal shoulder holsters, just point it right at righty.
Last night, the other night, we were seeing police officer, for some reason,
upside down holsters.
The gun pointed
Standard.
directly at them.
That's a classic. Was it a big female? Was it a?
Oh, dude, it was.
Female?
I have the images. Now you asked for
multiple big females.
Nice.
I know Vintage is into the big females. So
you better
You want me to lift this gun when gravity could do the work? You're an idiot.
Vintage likes BBWs.
It's true. You know what? That's true. I like their back. Oh, what's the downstairs win? Yeah, that's what I like here. BBW. That's what.
This image is worth a lot of words.
Oh God, what are we?
Yes, this is at a Chick-fil-A. Yes, that Glock is aimed directly at her right breast.
Where is this?
I don't understand the logic.
Chick-fil-A.
Like, I'm trying to imagine at what point you start putting this stuff all together and you go, yeah, this is fine.
Are we sure this isn't like security or something? Is this actually a cop?
Well, I mean, here we have this one. This is a
that's NYPD. That doesn't even count. That's like barely a police department.
And the left-hander,
and it's on, even if it was up. Okay.
Is that like a right-handed person that put the belt on backwards, though?
That's what I was thinking.
Like, that's possible. The other one's a little weird, and it was a left-handed person that put the.
This is the Moreau Police Department.
Wow.
I don't know, but I think they're all their own special version of special.
There's no way that last one there was real because the patches were in the wrong spot. There's something wrong there.
There's no way.
He's looking at this guy's ID. No, but what's funny here is the way that this gun is positioned, and he's leaning over. It's almost pointed at this guy's head.
Yeah.
Damn.
I would be like, please get away from me.
That's gotta be satire.
There's a lot
that belt is fighting for life.
It's holding on. Justin Owens for 5 says, come out with the P465 that uses the 365 striker design in a 320 body. Also, don't make your spokesman a dude with grape allegations. I mean, that would be an put the 365 striker system, which is completely different than the 320, into a 320 sized frame. People might actually like that.
We thought something similar, like the other way around with the P320 slides on a 365-ish frame. I think it was a Men 2 that did that.
Yeah, but people probably want the thicker frames for like police officers, right? Because they have a little more grip to them.
Well, that's another funny thing where the P365 doesn't have the same striker safety as the P320. And if the P320 was the pinnacle of design, why wouldn't they just transfer it over?
Yeah,
well,
it is funny that they redesigned it.
Well, have any of you seen those like weird like hang fire issues with the P365? Like there was a couple of videos I saw of that, and that was kind of eye-opening too. It's like I've gotten a lot of like questions about it. Well, P320 is my 365 going to blow me up? You know, kind of thing. Like I'm like, well, I don't think so, but I've seen some weird videos. So I don't know.
It's almost like it's the whole company or something.
Almost.
Am I able to put images on here? I might have a historical analog for the upside down pistol.
Share your screen, and then I can put it on. Everybody should be able to share their screen, but only me and Richard can actually put it up.
Oh no, it looks like I can just throw in an image file. What does that do? Oh god, it goes to a horrible thing. Hold on.
No problem. Moonman for 5 says, can we get Dank on and have him stand far back from his camera? It's for a thing.
I am terrified what Moonman is going to do with this image.
That's actually good. There you go, Moonman. You got your wish like 2 hours later. Thanks for hanging around, friend.
I sent it to you in the Discord.
I'm back.
I got it.
Okay. Let me grab it.
That's easier.
Oh,
this feels like
well,
the most
no.
likely use case.
Oh, well, no, somebody made that joke. This is the backshot holster.
We're still looking at a.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah, we're just looking.
I know I'm beautiful, but
is that a problem, huh? You got a problem?
I've got two images of Italians training this way, so I think it might be valid.
Italians, where they're a little gay. I mean, let's be real.
There's a back-mounted dual-barrel 9mm submachine gun, and you would just ask your homie to bend over so you could just shoot the enemy.
well, this just screams Italy.
This
So
screams
this
PSR.
This doesn't look
This
anything
is
different from
the-
the regular military in doing dumb shit. This is
Yeah, but that was the joke.
No,
No,
this
the
is-
backshot holsters.
This is more
Backshot
legit. Go ahead,
holster.
check. I sent a second image.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
second
can believe
image
that though. I can believe that's
The
like a
guy-
legit method.
So the first
You get shot and
Via
you keep on pressing the trigger as you go up with it and just shoot the guy in front of you in the back of the head.
Look at his
Isn't-
face.
Yeah, that's what I say. The guy who's been over, his face is all jacked up. But wasn't that the Via Perosa, the one that they originally?
No, that's the Villa
strapped
Perosa.
on? They
Oh man,
strapped
you
that
stand
onto
up for a
an
second.
airplane, didn't they?
Dude, yeah. Can I get
That's
multiple
close.
concussions right now?
I love how
what I
they
want.
didn't even bother. They didn't even bother to like make it.
To be
even
fair,
worse.
I'm
Like,
sure these
popped
guys
up
are
a
just-
little bit more. They're probably
just
fucking
messing-
around.
Yeah, they're messing around. There's no mags in it or anything. Like it's clear that this is how they're supposed to transport it, and then they have the
Yeah.
world's worst bipod ever.
Dude,
I've
okay,
actually shot one
but
of those. And
I do want a steampunk game to utilize this buddy firing method, or like Helldivers or something would be fun too, where you have the other guys to bend over so you can use them like a turret.
yeah,
that
the
would be
worst
funny.
game mechanic ever.
Dildo Faggins for 2 says, I'm here for the Kyle dragging. Fuck Kyle, I guess is what he's trying to say. Yeah, Kyle, is that Kyle Defender still here? I haven't been paying attention.
Haven't
Kyle's
seen
going to
him in a
get some
minute.
hate here. Chud for 2 says, Kyle is a Goon Corner supporter. Kyle is Sig's greatest defender. Chud for 2 says, see Hawkeye's got to be rage baiting. I'm always, every time I get somebody who just irrationally defends a company, I'm always just a little like, are you baiting me? Because I'll fall for it. I will fall for the rage bait. Thank you for the 2, Chud. Melissa Meter for 5 says, Kyle going after the chat is wild. Hashtag when will they learn? Yeah, fighting with the chat or the internet never goes well. The best option for Sig and anyone who has like these wacky opinions is just to be quiet. Just don't say anything. Moonman for 2 says, you guys can trigger my dingus. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will keep that into consideration. Just some Space Cowboy for 5 says, I find it laughable that Sig blames the trigger pull weight for this, having shot several 320s and other striker fired guns. Yeah, the one thing about the 320 trigger that I've made is that the FBI during their testing report, I think that the trigger weight came back at like 6.5, 7 pounds, something like that, which is not particularly light for a striker fired guns. A Gen 5 Glock is probably going to be around the same if it's not broken in. Walthers are going to be lighter. M&Ps are going to be a little bit lighter. So I don't know if the trigger weight in and of itself is the only issue. And I subjectively don't like the 320 trigger as well.
Well, according to
That's
Yankee
just my
Marshall,
opinion.
it's smooth and fast, and this is a sacrifice for freedom. If you
Well, but he doesn't carry it or shoot it, so I don't really care about his opinion about it. That's always the thing too. Is like, oh, do you carry one? No. It's like, well,
But how
Is
did
it
he
safe?
rate the mouthfeel?
sure he'll
Not
come
long
out with
enough.
that video.
Thank you for the 5, Space Cowboy. Focus Trip's wife, Miss Anna. Strap 3 different 320s to him and have him do 20 jumping jacks in the name of science. Yeah, just strap somebody in a bodysuit of 320s and make him do jumping jacks. Terrifying. That sounds like a dude. That would be a, what is it? Is it Saw? Not Saw.
No, that's like Saw level. I think
Is it
it's
the
a Saw
Saw
level
trap?
game.
Yeah, yeah. So you
Yeah.
make the CEO just wear a bodysuit of 320s and make him jump around to get out of the contraption that he's in.
You
Ugh.
have put you in one of the, you know, those like machines where they like, you got dollar bills flying around everywhere, like something like that, but you got P320s bouncing around. You have 5 minutes to escape.
Oh, you got to go in the machine. How many magazines did you sell, bro?
Space Cowboy for 10, thank you, sir, says the military really just needs to go with a well-trusted and all-American brand, Smith & Wesson. It has the M&P. It has the M&P. It has the M&P. The M&P has the 1911 grip angle, which was specifically designed and optimized for American hands. Man, that sounds like an ad read. Dude, I don't even know if Smith & Wesson could fulfill the contract volume needed. Then that's another problem. When you win these contracts, you're like, oh, shoot, how do I actually make all these parts? I had this problem when I was working in sales. We would fight so hard to get some of these contracts that were like $100,000 a day in parts for certain companies like Terex or Genie. And after we got them, we're like, well, how do we actually make money? And how do we actually make all these parts to spec in time? But getting the contract, that was what was important. The rest of it, we'll figure that out later. Thank you, Space Cowboy.
I do love how he used we're winning all these contracts, so clearly our gun is, he actually used the contract wins as an argument in favor of the 320 being a better design. I'm like,
well, yeah, I mean, well, I could just be like, well, what about all the police departments dropping you? Like, that's like, do we take them both into account, or like government corruption? Like, what do you want to talk about here with that?
No, if any military ever has accepted something into service, that means it's good. Look at the Nambu.
Truth.
Look at the M14, bros. Sig Sauer themselves for 10 says this was all staged. Tell me this was staged without telling me this was staged. Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that he had a lot of the questions ahead of time. Like having that holster on standby, ready to go for that specific video, it had to be obvious. Thank you, Sig. Sig for 10 says focus didn't play or wipe. I cannot confirm or deny that, Mr. Sig Sauer. Thank you for the 10, sir. Stealth for 5 says this whole thing has made me want an M9. I always liked them, but I never really planned on getting one until now. Thanks, Sig.
Yes, do it. You won't be disappointed.
You know, they're not particularly expensive either.
No,
I got a
you can
Beretta
get them
92.
cheap right
I got a Beretta 92 FS coming in quick with a Langdon tactical trigger on it that I snagged for like under 600.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
even
out
like
there.
the top of the line 92 XIs, Squallows or whatnot are like $1,000, $1,100.
the
for, like,
Wilson
top-
ones are
top
even like
end.
11 or 12, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
The irony of it is amazing, though. The popularity of the 92. Have you guys ever read about the 92 trials and the constant lawsuits and arguing about whether or not it was safe and like just the
I
other
think there's just a
insanity?
military curse. I think anytime you get a military contract, it's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's
utterly
gunning for
wild.
you.
I did like though that Beretta took a very well deserved dunk on Sig on Twitter though, like, going off like on Wyoming gun projects. Like this is suspiciously timed, but it's nice.
Well,
it's nice. Apologize. That's what
Did
it
you
was.
did you see HK did the exact same thing? They
I
did
did
a
see
video
that,
on the CC9 going over its safety features. And it's like, this is why we designed our safety this way. This is why we did this and this, you know.
You can drop it and it won't kill you.
Beretta did kind of do what Sig should have done in this situation, in which they're like, Beretta was just like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the gun. Also, we're gonna make it beefier. Like they went from the like SB to the F to the FS, and so like the FS is literally just like, okay, fine, we've done the nominal change that wasn't our fault, and also look, it's better, but also we didn't do anything wrong. And like they played that perfect, and it just went on through. And Sig did not even try this. Like,
I think Sig tried to play the social media game a little bit, you know, and try and push back. Whereas obviously during Beretta's time, that wasn't really a thing. But now I think companies really need to just like be quiet on a lot of things and don't antagonize the internet. I just don't think that ever works well.
I'm telling you, if Sig, and I know this is going to sound like a joke, but if Sig had just said, instead of "it ends today," they just said, "Hey, it came to us in a dream. The P320 is fine, and there's nothing wrong with it. You're wrong. I'm Chad. You're Virgin." If they had done that, there would have probably been actually more people that support them right now in regards to this. And I know it sounds like a joke, but I'm probably right on that.
Reminds me of
yeah. Well, dude, there are companies that have adapted to meme culture, and like if you've seen wacky advertising on like Instagram or other places where companies treat themselves as a joke. Right, and that's their marketing strategy.
Do you remember the time? Well, this is a tangent, but you remember like DSA Arms, the guy who was LARPing as their social media account on Instagram for like a year or two, and then he finally like fessed up. Like people just thought that was them, and that dude brought him in a lot of money, and they sent it like they had lawyers after him or whatever. But if they were smart, they just hired that guy because I know that dude brought him business, but. Yeah, the meme. I mean, the meme culture thing is like one thing. It wouldn't have like solved obviously like SIG's issues, but maybe a little bit more of the public wouldn't like hate their guts. You know what I mean? Just as a company.
I mean, their best play really is still the Beretta play of just being like, okay, we heard your concerns, we can't prove it's happening, but just to be double sure, we add a little more meat here, and then just, you know, like it's not a problem, but here's some more meat, and then we're out. You know what I mean?
No, that's
Well, yeah. So LFD
Your
has done
fans
a
like
good
meat.
job of documenting like the parts changes every year because they have like 9 different years of 320s and sometimes even different models from the same year. And SIG has been doing stealth changes forever. So if they just shut up and fix the problem without telling anybody, like,
I don't know that would help though. I think they need to tell. There's a part of the market that's convinced there's a problem, and there's a part of the market that is convinced there's not a problem. And we're shifting more. Well, I guess we're shifting this way more and more towards the problem side. And so it's like you're gonna have to confess without confessing, and it's a very political move almost. You see these guys just being like, yeah, it was the right thing to do at the time, but now we're doing this. And then
we also have people like me who their response to this issue has put them off so much that like I wouldn't even recommend a objectively great product like the Romeo 4T Pro because I just don't trust a company based on their response. It would really help with that issue.
There's also, I will say, overall, we may be seeing something that's emerged from having companies be so diffuse and ad hoc. I don't know how to explain it, but like the same engineers aren't always working on the same on repeating different problems. You know, back in the day, you'd have 1 or 2 star engineers that worked on your whole product line and were ultimately responsible for whatever. And now it's like, well, this guy was contracted, he did this, then he left to go work for so and so, and you know they kind of move around in a circle as designers. Or I don't know the case with the 320 who the core designer was on it, but you get the idea. Is like you have we don't associate stars or particular people with any product anymore. It's just the company as a whole, which isn't true. It's individual people that are actually making these decisions. It's just that there's so many of them and they're so spread out through the company that it's almost like the institutional momentum can only go in one direction, and it's not easy to hit the big red button that costs you all of your money, you know?
Kyle says, you're lucky I don't report this stream. Total SIG behavior here. After you just misrepresented what I said more than once. Total POS.
Hell yeah, Hoss. You gotta sometimes you gotta layer down. I get
What's
it.
up,
I get it.
my Siggers?
What's funny is your own messages were broadcasted in front of the stream by yourself, and
left on a public
that was it.
stream have been read out. Yes, you're right, sir.
Man,
listen, first off, that guy was like, oh, you're running from me, bro. You're running from me. And then I asked him on, and he's like,
Wait,
actually, maybe not.
Chud mod. Did you actually make Chud a mod?
I actually did make Chud a mod. He sent me an email, and I was like, okay, fine. Do you guys know tuna cans? I know they're Jake's favorite company out
I heard
there.
about these last night. I forget who I was talking to in your Discord.
It was Jake. It was Jake.
Oh, it was Jake.
Jake loves them. Jake's the #1 tuna can shill. So they reached out to me as well. They're sending out hundreds of these cans to quote unquote influencers or cringe-fluencers. But their
I'll be an influencer.
goal,
You can send it to me.
yeah, right. Their goal is to bring this to market for like $200, $250, something like that. Like just dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. About the same cost as a tax stamp, even though there's no longer a tax stamp. It's modular. They're all 17.4 stainless steel. They wanted to send me one, and I'm like, maybe not. But super cheap suppressors, I think, are going to be a thing in 2025. I think you're going to see a lot of them because, truth be told, technology's been out there for hundreds of years, and it's not that complicated. So if you lower the barrier to entry into the market, like you can get a really mediocre can for not that much money. Like it's
the big thing that
steel tube molded
Tubes with
together.
baffles.
Yeah.
The big thing that the free stamps let me do is my FFL is actually letting me trade in a couple cans that I'm not using because of the free stamps.
Oh yeah, yeah. Why not?
Never thought I'd be able to do that. Then this comes out. I'm like, hey, I have a 36M that I'm not using. Can I liquidate this and trade it in? So if the free stamps weren't a thing, it would not be an option. But really nice.
I'm just gonna post all of Kyle's messages now. I think this is a Kyle stream. Kyle, just hop in here, bro.
Do we have to make it? I'm just gonna call him gay. It's gonna be fun.
Dude, we're 4 hours into the stream. I know you guys haven't been here that long, but we're 4 hours into the stream, so you can say whatever you want.
I know.
Just some Space Cowboy for 5 says, which Siga at YouTube set up these super chat character count restrictions? Asking for a friend. Sorry for the Siga grammar in the last super chat. Yeah, dude. I already have a hard enough time reading, so when people like spell things incorrectly, my brain stops working.
To be fair, autocorrect on super chats is extremely annoying.
I don't know how YouTube does that. YouTube charges 30% of every super chat, and they make it the most painful experience possible. It's like they're trying not to take your money.
The correct answer is, where are you going to go? You going to go somewhere else? Yeah, you won't.
YouTube just slapping you around. Where are you going to go?
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
You're going to type on my keyboard right now. You're going to like it.
We actually, that was what we were supposed to be talking about tonight. But I'll say one thing that everybody misunderstands about competing with YouTube is they're just like, well, what if I take all my dedicated fans and move them over here? That'll solve it. And the answer is like, no. YouTube has access to the dumbest people on earth who will watch anything at any time, audience included.
How dare you?
Where are you going to get a source of just bored people online? No matter, like, whatever new platform you get is not going to have bored people online. It's going to be motivated people online. You need you have to catch the grease at the bottom of the pan.
It's the lowest common denominator. That's what you're routinely making content. Not your entire audience, but it's true. If you want a broad audience, it's lowest common denominator.
Well, it's also how you catch people, because we all have that moment. Like, everyone watches a little bit of slop here and there, because the human mind is not one solid level of intelligence. Your IQ fluctuates throughout the day and night, and depending on what mood you're in. And so you just have these moments where, like, I'm not thinking about nothing. I'm just going to see what's going on. And when you're bored, you go to the boredom box. And the boredom box right now is YouTube. It used to be cable TV. For a certain generation, it still is. But for the most part, the boredom box is YouTube. And ain't nobody got time to look anywhere else, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, Kyle in chat, I got to say something. That image that was just on screen was the cover art from Paris with Love with John Travolta, and you look like a fat John Travolta from that movie.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Kyle, come back here.
Can I get a 2-second summary on this guy?
He loves Sig. I don't know.
Oh.
He's getting mad at us and he wants to report us. I don't.
Well, I caught that part.
Yeah.
What did you do to him?
For hours too. I didn't do anything to him.
He's probably.
I'm sorry. I kind of smacked him around, the other day.
What were you guys arguing about? SIGs?
Well, yeah.
Sig
he says he was talking about the Washington report. Washington Gun Law has a really good channel. They did a report on SIG losing, where SIG sued or tried to sue Washington State for dropping the P320. A judge blocked that case from going through. And then he also claims that DHS is keeping the contract with the SIG 320. I have a source saying that they're not keeping the 320, so they're in conflict with each other. And which one is true, we won't know until, at a later point in time when the truth comes out. Which one is right? As of right now, we both say SIG says one thing. I think SIG's a lying company. And I have a source saying another thing, saying that DHS is moving on with Glocks. Which one's true? Don't know yet.
You were very polite in this debate, I assume.
I'm usually pretty nice. The guy was pretty angry. He seemed angry to me in his chat. And I asked him to come on here and defend himself or talk to us, So I'm pretty
This is my believing you face that you were very polite.
All I know is Eric
I'm
Cartman
usually
from South
nice.
Park had the right opinion on Kyle.
Moonman for 5 says, oh, hey, it's the guy that informs all my Rock Island auction decisions. Hell yeah. Moonman for 2 says, weird, a Richard with no Tito. No, even worse, he's got incredibly gassy on. Thank you, Moonman.
Up them tossing it back and forth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huge Ass for 5 says, Othaius, show us your chest or admit Crozier was a good ordnance officer.
So the problem is with good. He was an able one in the period in which he was hired, but then the situation changed and he should have been working outside of his parameters, and he did not. Like an actual, the best people in history are the ones that are just like, you know what, I'm taking charge of this situation, and to hell with everybody else. I'm going to make every stink I need to stink. Like, even if I have to start panic, And Crozier just sat and waited for every I to be dotted and every T to be crossed before he moved on what he was supposed to move on. And it's not ideal.
Appreciate the lore drop. Huge ask for 5 again. Says, vintage, save your mustache or admit to being a Sigger.
I like the SG555X series, and I like the P22X series, and I plead the fifth. Also, not shaving mustache yet.
Are you going to go for the full handlebar? What are you doing with it?
Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It's just been growing, and I've just been kind of like trimming it here, and I haven't decided. The Australian guys did a video on me. The I did a thing, dude.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they responded. So me and Admin did a video yesterday together, and I wanted to keep the mustache because like the one guy, like we dressed like them and did the same like fluoride stare. So the mustache complemented it, so I had to keep it for another week.
Kyle, we said you look like John Travolta. How is that an insult?
Yeah, he's a famous guy. Come on.
Sig Sauer for 10 says, it doesn't matter if it's sloppy or tight, says Trench on a typical Friday night at the Blue Oyster Bar. I do not keep up with Trench's bar hopping abilities. Thank
I like
you.
to wear one around my neck because I'm gay.
Oh. See, we're always nice in this chat. Melistamina for 10 says, vintage. I know that was a lot to take in, but you, dude, you got that caveman trying to work a calculator look. Oh, that's good.
It's my
Caveman
forehead.
yeah.
I do have a very like
do the side profile.
Troglodyte. I do have a very troglodyte forehead.
Yeah.
You see how it comes down over? It's true. I know I look like a caveman.
5%
That's an accurate
Neanderthal.
assessment. Very.
That's good. Chud McGill for 5 says, speaking of incredibly gassy, ... Richard. Thank you for that, Chud McGill. He's also a mod, by the way. Moonman for 10 says, ignore Chud, Richard. Tito. This is an argument in chat that always happens between Chud and Moonman about what PFP Richard has to have. Absolute Moonman for 5 says 5 shekels for Othais to brandish Swedish Mauser to crash the stream. Yeah, you have a lot of options about what you want to end the stream with.
Oh yeah. I could bring us down so fast.
He looks over at something. He's like, "What do I grab?"
Swedish Mauser would be a good choice, though. That would be a great poll for this.
I wish I had something innocuous, but it's literally just guns. I actually don't have something that's not a gun.
Central Sands Defense for 5 says, wish I could chat tonight, boys. Have a great night. Well, you have a good night as well, sir. Hope you're having a fine time out there in Minnesota land. Huge ass for 2 says, big army should switch to 357 SIG. Go full retard. Oh my gosh. Yes, let's switch pistol calibers as well. That will be good.
You never know when you might need that.
They got an extra $200 billion this year, right? Something stupid like that. So they got to spend that money somewhere. Might as well switch calibers.
Sorry.
Chud for 10 says, a little gas, Richard. Just a little to tide me over. I need the incredible gas. Thank you, Chud, for the 10. Mountain Caveman for 5 says, why does Vintage look like a Polish man tonight? Get this man some vodka.
Well, I'm going to assume that's, I don't know. I'm going to assume that's disrespectful. But that's okay.
Yeah, Polish insult.
Yeah. Well, for the record, I am German and Polish, so I mean, I guess as I get older, the more Polish I look. I think it's probably the mustache right now.
Fucking Polak.
It is what it is.
Custom Line for 2 says, upside down holster is a real high speed homeboy. Man, I don't even know how you draw that. You have to have some tarantula-like arms to reach down underneath to pull the gun out of the holster. It's
Give
like
her the old reach around.
It's the buddy system.
Yeah, it has to be a buddy system. It's like having swords on your back, like long swords on your back in movies, where it's like, how do you draw that? It's not actually possible for you to draw that unless it's a rubber bendy sword.
Or it's like thumb over the grip from the front, and you just push down and then just hand it back to yourself and flip it around. Like, you're thinking like somebody's doing like a one, like getting their hand on it and drawing and pointing. But no, I guarantee you it's like, let me get my gun. And then just like flipping it around in their hand. And...
Oh, dude. Yeah. So it's a gravity drop. So they press the Serpa button to drop the gun and then catch it with the other hand, right?
Well, the one that I saw that it was like around, like maybe they're trying to do like a weird cross draw thing. Which actually makes the upside down holster a little better conceptually, maybe. I don't know.
I would pay money to watch any of those people draw their guns.
I need to watch them demonstrate it. Yes, I want to watch their qualification with that holster in that configuration.
Yeah, you're trying to make it make sense, like it's going to be one smooth, fluid movement. It's not going to be.
Yeah, I want to see the disaster. I want to watch that.
Okay, what's the
You're
over under
fall
bar time
over
for a
trying to
draw?
reach to grab it.
Is it 4 seconds?
I was gonna say 3.5.
Yeah. Thank you, Custom Line. Huge ass for 2 says New York PD EI. That's good. Where holsters can be however you want.
I don't know
NYPD,
why NYPD is just such a fucking shit show of a department. Every time I see something though that's like make fun of like cops equipment, it's most of the time fucking NYPD.
I'll
Well,
go out on a
Bucky
limb and
sent
I'll
me the
say it's
one-
bureaucracy. That's the reason why NYPD is a shit show. Is because of bureaucracy. Because they're massive. Go ahead, Matthias.
No, it's keep finishing what you're. I just realized I know how to draw that gun.
Oh god, that's far more interesting than what I'm about to say about NYPD.
Oh, I was going to say, if it's NYPD and they have the New York trigger, right? So what they do is they literally just like flick it down and then spin it on their finger.
Oh,
like they're just an expert.
Like
it's actually
like
faster that
cowboy?
way. Yeah, if you're like cowboy good, you just smack it down, throw your finger in the hole, and just spin it right up.
He's right.
That should be its own like
Dude, but if it was a
competition
P320,
category,
it would just go
spinning.
off 3 times while you're
I'm sorry, I
spinning
didn't mean
it.
to interrupt Richard, but just like it
No.
dawned on me.
You're 100% right. That's exactly how it would go. And remember, the 320 wouldn't go off because they'd be carrying it on an empty chamber. So that's precisely how it would need to be done.
No, they can't carry it on an empty chamber anymore in NYC. You can't do Israeli carry there.
Can't?
Nobody.
Well,
okay.
Well,
I didn't even know
joke,
I didn't even know they did that. I didn't even know they did Israeli.
Speaking
carry
of
there.
It was a joke
East
about
Coast
the
behavior.
new mayor of NYC being very anti-Jew.
Yeah. It was
That
so...
was the joke.
I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to NYC
I had to
politics.
explain
My
it.
bad,
Fuck.
guys. Slap him in the dick. My bad.
Speaking of wacky things that the East Coasters do, ICE arrests illegal alien serving as local police officer after attempting to unlawfully purchase firearm in Maine. Jamaican national attempted to illegally purchase firearm for his employment as a local police officer. Yeah, so this ICE is like, no, Mr. Police Officer who's illegally here, you cannot purchase a gun for your job.
What kind of
that's
background
funny.
checks does that county have?
Yeah, I'm less concerned about him and more concerned about that department. It's like, what were you guys
Oh
doing?
yeah, no, it's all awkward.
Are you hung up for
John,
manpower?
okay, this is totally not this guy's name either. John Luke Evans not only broke
No.
U.S. immigration law, but he also illegally attempted to purchase a firearm. Shockingly, Evans was employed as a local law enforcement officer, said ICE ERO Boston Acting Field Agent Director Patricia H. Hyde. Hyde.
We're thinking cop, but was he a meter maid or something? Maybe.
I could guarantee you that guy's name is not John as a John.
Like
No.
law enforcement is pretty widely.
No.
defined.
Listen to this. The fact that a police department would hire an illegal alien and unlawfully issue him a firearm while on duty would be comical if it weren't so tragic. Wow. We have a police department that was knowingly breaking the very law they are charged with enforcing in order to employ an illegal alien. ICE Boston will continue to prioritize public safety by arresting and removing criminal alien threats from our New England communities. Okay, so a Jamaican man illegally here
He's like
gets
swearing
given
at the academy. Oh yes,
gets-
I am the citizen. Oh, wait, that's not even
Yeah.
Jamaican. What's
you
that?
you for me. No,
Man.
that's so he gets given a gun. He's not
ID
even supposed to be
registration,
here.
proof of insurance.
I can't get given a gun. What are you talking about? I'm a legal citizen. Unbelievable. This is
So was it that he lied about his status, or is it that they knew and they just hired him? Like,
well, no.
that's-
Imagine if he goes to the gun store, so he tries to buy a firearm, and he writes down, "Yeah, I'm a non-work immigrant or non-work visa immigrant." You know, basically saying that yes, I am illegally here. He fills that in his form, And then obviously it gets reported, and then they come and arrest him after the fact and find out, oh, he's also a local police officer.
There's no way, dude, that they didn't go through his personal history statement and couldn't figure that out. That's got to be.
Well, they say ICE alleges knowingly breaking the law. So the department had to know.
How would they not know?
Actually, I'm curious. I would love to see his like application, paperwork, whatever. Because we are kind of forgetting we are in the era of ChatGPT. You could just be like, "Hey, ChatGPT, write me a background for whatever," and if nobody double checked it, you know.
Oh, apparently it's not even the first time. So ICE officers in Falmouth arrested Gratian Mlandau Wamba, an illegally present 32-year-old citizen of the Congo who was working as a corrections officer.
That's more believable.
And the same thing is different.
The prison is pretty wild.
They both try and purchase a firearm and get caught. Like they couldn't figure out that was going to be a bad idea.
What I find funny is the government didn't seem to care about them until they tried to buy a gun.
Of course.
Yeah, well,
does make it easier to find them.
Yeah, no kidding. Huge ass for 5 says tuna cans, so they smell stinky like fish and possibly cut your hands. Well, they are cheaply made. I think that's
what's funny is the name on the one was like square grouper, which, funny enough, if you guys are familiar, that's slang for a brick of cocaine.
Is it really?
Yeah, 9mm square grouper was the name of their can, and the square grouper is a slang for a brick of cocaine.
How modular are these? Can we do like the Tootsie Pop thing? It's like, how many baffles can we add until we get a baffle price?
Yeah, I'm sure you can. You'd have to buy multiple suppressors to get more baffles, but I mean, this one looks like
they're looking to do promotion. They need to send you like 7 sets so that you can have, like I can't even do it on the screen.
But Garanthem made like 100-yard long suppressor, and I don't want to be associated with that.
Yeah, but that wasn't like a freestanding one. That was on supports.
That's not these guys though. That was
Come on, focus. I really want to see it.
Stop it. I have that audio. I'll play it for you if you're not careful.
Don't.
Do not come.
Do it.
Let me see your ass, darling. I really want to see it.
It's just fucks with my head whenever I hear.
I have like 5 different dank PFPs made of varying quality. I don't know if I trust Moonman to mod my chat. He is a big donator, but I don't know if
I'm
I trust
surprised
him.
you trusted Chud to mod your chat.
Hey, he emailed me and he was very reasonable. We had a conversation.
You know your audience, John. You know your audience. Okay.
I do.
Awesome.
I know my audience and I am terrified.
We'd never do anything wrong.
Melissa Demeanor, speaking of my audience, Melissa Demeanor for 2 says, Kyle, big gay. You get better. He's going to report my stream now. He's going to get me taken down.
Bullying, harassment.
Kyle
Shut
has
it down.
been
Shut it
shit
down.
on for like 2 hours straight. It is it's funny.
I need that meme. This is keep on moving Sigas. This is a Glock zone or something like that, whatever it is. Takamo for 5 says, if the U.S. can help Japan after dropping the sun twice and not apologize, SIG can fix the P320 and not admit fault. That is actually quite funny. Yes.
That's
You know
a
what's
side
funny
of this
is-
argument I haven't heard yet.
So two bombs resulted in hentai waifu porn. Would one bomb have been better or worse? Like what?
As I've
what
said
do
with the Japan
bombs
issue, we
mean?
either use too many nukes or not enough. It's hard for me to decide.
We'll nuke them one more time and see if that fixes it.
That's what I was
Well,
going
so
to
if
say. A third one
if-
is what's necessary.
If it was only one, would T-Rex arms have still have broken up? That's the real question. In an odd way.
Well,
whoa,
they were.
I don't know what
they
that
were
was.
making that type of art all.
I think that might have died. Thank you for the 5, Takamo. You all right? Melissa Demeanor for another 2 says, once again, Kyle, big gay. Thank you for that, Miss Melissa.
If I were Kyle,
Melissa
I would agree to come on the stream and immediately pull out all my guns.
That's right. Yeah, get the
That's
stream
the way.
taken.
That's the way to
Don't
win.
give him that idea, dude.
That's
No,
the way to
it's
win.
good.
You put that image out there, man. Melissa Demeanor for 2 says, hey, at Kyle, hey, gay. Thank you for that. Actually, no, I have a clip for that as well.
Gay.
Sorry, bro. Mentally dysfunctional corgi, which is all corgis by definition, says we need to get focus a sharper image. Chrysler Crossfire alarm clock. Yeah, I get a lot of crap for reviewing that car back in the day, but it's my buddy's. He sold it before he got married. Yeah. So, but it was a fun little car back in the day when he was like in high school and college. Cool little car. Melissa Meter for another 5 says I'm so close to draining my bank account just to call at Kyle Gay every time I see him in chat. Kyle says, would you compete against me in an MMA match? Well, there's this thing called weight classes, and me and you are in different categories, my friend.
I challenge you both to being the best kisser.
Straight up. Yeah, maybe you should
Oil up.
Yes.
Oil up right now. Let's make it
MMA
weird.
wouldn't be fair. You might sit on him.
Freak off. Focus Strip versus Kyle. Melissa Meter for 5 says we already read that. Yes. Thank you, Melissa Meter. Todd and Dogs for 2 says Glock win with Strader flop. Also, Richard chirp.
Oh.
Richard will get it. Oh, there it is. Moonman for 5 says Chud McGill, look upon my works, ye chuddy, and despair. Check your Discord DMs. Yes, I am using super chats to talk to someone in chat. Black girl doing her nails emoji. Yes, Moonman is our resident Fed, Othias. He only watches while he's at work, and so he spends our tax dollars to pay reparations to this show, which is greatly appreciated.
That 30% to YouTube.
Oh yeah, he also keeps them rolling. Huge Ass for 5 says, what is the percentage of racial makeup of NYPD? I bet that has something to do with it. Was NYPD one of those ones where they instituted a DEI thing where each department had to match the demographics of their constituents? So like if they had too many white officers, they had to fire them and replace them with black officers. Are they one of those departments?
And then they got sued for racial discrimination.
Listen, we're firing you because you're white.
Yeah, that didn't go over so well.
Yeah, I mean, of all the wacky things to do, getting rid of your best police officer is probably not a great idea. It's like, hey, you guys, we're having problems with policing in this area. You know what? We're gonna fire a bunch of you and bring on newbies who may or may not
hire
be qualified.
Jamaicans immediately. That's what we need. We need
Maine is way ahead of you guys.
Yeah, they're cheaper.
Well, listen, that represents the demographics, right? If you have 5% illegal aliens, you need 5% on your police staff who are also illegal aliens so that they can identify with their constituents.
How many Jamaicans to one white? What's the ratio?
Probably 1 in 20. I mean, in Maine, probably 1 in 100.
Look,
1 in
Hank,
200.
watch your
1 in
mouth,
300.
okay? That's Jamaica's best. You're talking about my people. Okay?
Jamaica's finest.
Jamaica's finest.
Sorry.
All right, that's what I thought.
They're not sending their best. Chud McGill for 2 says beautiful at Absolute Moonman. Thank you for the 2, Chud. Chuck for 10 says, have you seen Rocket City stippling adapter? Going to be using that to test out the 26X frame with longer slides and the 26 spring. I've been running 34 slides on 45 and 47 frames with them, and they run. Oh, I'm going to have to look that up now. Rocket City stippling adapter. Is that like the adapter where you can use different frames for different slides? Yes.
God. Even Siley is in chat fucking dogging on Kyle. This is hilarious.
Oh, not Kyle. Sorry. Siley's been here for a couple hours hanging out.
Yeah, I've seen him in chat, but they were... Well, Siley's job is...
that is Siley's job. Siley's job is to be here supporting this show.
Oh, nice.
For some reason. But we appreciate it, Siley. Dude, Siley once sent... Were you here when Siley sent me a $500 super chat for nothing?
I don't think so.
Yeah, they sent a $500 super chat, and we're like, oh, keep up the good works.
Yeah, I seen it come through, and I was like, what the fuck?
They charge back?
I thought it was fake.
Yeah, they charge back after.
Hit you with a chargeback?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so yeah, it's just a recoil spring adapter, so you can use it on different frames. I mean, you're gonna put that on a 26, bro? All right.
Wait, hold on. What waffle?
What? Oh, I don't know what the waffle is. What's a waffle?
buying.
What?
There's pictures. Hold on. What are the pictures next to it?
Oh.
What?
But
Fucking
Oh, do
weirdo.
they mean raffle, but they spelled it waffle so that you're not actually selling a raffle ticket?
I
That's
think
the thing
that's
that
what
like a
they
lot of
did.
Facebook groups
Oh.
do, and coding and stuff like
Oh, okay.
First of all, lower your voice.
Yeah, first of all, shut up. Sorry, Rocket City Stippling. Just
Shit.
outed you on stream. For $10, I reported you to the FBI. I'm very sorry about that. Thank you,
Sorry.
Chuck. Melissa Demeanor for 2 says, trust Chud, Chud Mod 2025. Indeed. In Chud, we trust. Huge Ass for 2 says, make me a ban a mod. I'll ban any pro Israel or pro Indian talk. Fair enough. Well, I don't think you have to worry about that on my chat. Sorry, go ahead with us.
Going back to the waffles. Did you guys ever talk to Matt LaRosier?
We did have
A while
him
ago.
on.
But did you hear about when he was first doing his parts kits and stuff?
No.
Mm-mm.
He did. You saw his wind chime joke where he was selling the parts kits as
Yes.
wind chimes. One of the things is he did an extremely overpriced wind chime completion kit, which was just like string and the little wood circles to make the wind chime. But he charged an asinine price for it and made it look kind of winky. And he's just like, you'd be amazed at how many orders I got from cities that had major ATF branches who were buying wind chime completion kits and gave me hundreds of dollars for string.
Oh, that's
Nice.
funny.
Trying to catch him out. And he's like, I'm
Yeah,
making
yeah, yeah.
That's a tax
That's probably
refund right there.
There you go. Madden Williams for 2 says the holy trinity of nukes. Darkman. Thank you for the 2, sir. Tuss the Third for 2 says, I really want you to stop bashing Garanthem. We don't bash Garanthem around here. We would never do that.
If anything, we kiss Grantham on the
doing
lips.
well. I was going to make a joke there, but I'm not going to. Melissa Meter for 5 says, dude, you got to stop. My account is hurting at Kyle Gay. God, Melissa Meter, just stop. Just stop. We're having an intervention for you right now, Melissa Meter. Thank you for the 5. Ron Cowart for 5 says, for Othias, have you thought about designing your own skeet yeeter yet?
I don't even have to. My Discord does for me at this point.
So the
Just give you ideas?
I did see the Oreo. That was hilarious. He has that was amazing. So
We have
what
had-
else? What other wacky antics do they have?
There has been one original design. One of our guys stopped with. He cooked up a rabbit thrower because we couldn't find an example of a handheld rabbit clay thrower, and we found a patent for one. It was spring loaded, and he looked at it and he went, "This seems needlessly complicated. I bet I could just make a wood form." So he got distracted and made the whole thing. I actually got it hanging on the wall in my living room. He sent me a sample. I think I bullied him into calling it the flak rabbit, but it to my knowledge, it's the only as produced handheld rabbit thrower, so you can throw one along the ground. It works great.
Everyone I had ever seen was all mechanical or electric. Had the motors and stuff, and it was excessively complex. So
no, I
if
can
you made
find
a
one
simple handheld one. That's amazing.
I can find one patent for a spring-loaded rabbit thrower. There's like a scoop, and you had to pull a trigger, and it would let it go. And I've never seen one in person, nor have I seen that was ever sold. And then I saw his, which I don't think he even patented. He just made it for funsies. And he just put a little cut in the back so that he could kind of hold it with his finger while he threw, and then just let go with your finger, and it lets go at the right moment. It works perfect. You don't need all the springs and stuff. So it's a great little thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Chud McGill for 2 says 34 slide to 26 frame when? Hopefully never, because that is psychotic.
It already exists. Somebody sent me a picture of it last week, and they actually said that they had a spare 26 frame that might end up coming my way because I have a 34 slide.
Okay. Well, I'm
I
sorry,
have the
gentlemen, but we
26
do.
if you want to play with it when you come up.
We do have a review, a new update for Wyoming Gun Project that just dropped a few hours ago, and we have to review this new statement that came out. Very official. Sorry about the waffle jump scare.
Never ending.
Thank you, Jump for the 2. But this is the official statement about the P320 from Wyoming Gun Project. He was wrong, and it is the best.
Hello, I was wrong about the Sig Sauer P320. It is a fantastic pistol. People should go out and buy more Sig Sauer P320s. They're the best. Sig Sauer is not an evil corporation who would put profits above people. So please go buy more Sig Sauer P320s. That good?
Noted.
Okay,
I'm on my
thank you.
way.
I'm on my way. I'm now the SIG 320's top guy.
Yeah, it's me now.
That was good. John, do you think we'll have a second to cover the insanity that I sent you a little bit ago?
We barely do. Maybe these guys would actually be good to go over it with. But I'm running up against the clock here. Unfortunately, somehow in what am I at? 4 hours and 45 minutes of streaming, I am up against the clock.
I was invited here under false pretenses.
Well, listen. Do you want to talk biblical theology?
No. You have your thing.
I did. Richard schedules these things. I'm just blaming Richard for whatever reason, right?
This
or
is the
wrong.
second time you've done this to me.
I feel so bad. Why do you keep bringing it up? Every time I'm like, I forget to invite Matthias.
My feelings don't feel better just because your feelings now feel bad. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
What if I cut you a check?
That
make you feel better?
No.
A generous wouldn't really a generous
I'm not a
donation.
prostitute. My feelings aren't in the checkbook.
What about a free P320?
And principles.
Hey, at this point, a free P320 would be like a moneymaker for me. I would just, do you know what I could do with that thing?
Just make whatever silly video you want.
Don't hand it.
Carry it.
I've sincerely debated handing one to Bruno and just being like, just animate this stupid thing. Do you know how much money we'd make just from people checking the animation over and over again?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. Do title the video, how does the P320 actually work?
I do believe we are the only show that actually animates how these things work and explains how they work one by one. We might be the only ones in position to help with this.
There's a couple that actually do the animations, but nobody ever explains how it works.
No, they don't.
A lot of times the animations are wrong.
It's just a loop, and it's like, okay, it's showing stuff sort of, but the timing's usually off.
Yeah. You should do the P320 animation, but it goes off randomly throughout the video.
Real. All right, so I'm not even going to preface this.
Oh, boy.
All right, welcome to the Jim Acosta Show. It is Monday, but it is another day that ends in Y and Trump's attacks on American institutions, with the GOP now looking to carry out a redrawing of the congressional districts in Texas. Now it's American democracy that is on the line in the upcoming midterms. In a few minutes, I'll speak with Texas State Representative James Tallarico about the redistricting battle in his state. But first, today is August the 4th. That happens to be the birthday of my first guest. Joaquin Oliver died in the Parkland school shooting in Florida back in 2018, but his parents, Manuel and Patricia, have created an AI version of their son to deliver a powerful message on gun violence. Manny asked me if I'd like to be the first reporter to have the chance to interview Joaquin, whose nickname was Guac. I've talked about him on this show before. Knowing Manny for several years now, I consider him to be a good friend. So, of course, I took him up on the opportunity. So here's that interview using artificial intelligence, as well as a conversation I had with Manny about this experience to connect with Guac. Take a look.
All right. If you want to share anything or have questions, I'm all ears. Just let me know.
Joaquin, it's Jim Acosta. I was wondering if you could tell me what happened to you.
I appreciate your curiosity. I was taken from this world too soon due to gun violence while at school. It's important to talk about these issues so we can create a safer future for everyone. What would you like to know more about?
Joaquin, I would like...
Andrew just threw his phone.
There's some weird necrophilia, weird something happening here.
You're over describing it. This is disgusting and stupid. It is absolutely like we are parading around a dead person and putting words in their mouth that they didn't get a chance. By the way, I understand saying that this person doesn't have a chance to speak for himself. That's fine. but you're just making shit up.
This
and then you add in this AI layer of like, I'm sorry,
Dystopian nightmare.
As someone who does actual research, this quote unquote AI garbage is pissing me off because people really do not understand how little information is actually on the internet and how poorly vetted that information is, and yet they feed all of this stuff plus whatever they can find, which is usually got errors, and there's no comparison in this data. Like, no one's thinking about what's happening. It's just cataloging on a language model and building up and blah, blah, blah. And visually, it's the same sort of thing, although it works a little differently. But the point being is, it's uncanny. It's not actually real. And when it makes mistakes, which it does, they're somehow worse than human mistakes because there's no excuse. We're worshiping a faulty god, and it's making me angry and angrier every day. Like, I'm tired of people adding grok. Like, it's not funny. You guys are playing with this. Like, it's you're encouraging the dumbest
You're
thing on earth.
feeding the machine, quite literally.
And I don't care about feeding data to the machine. I'm just talking about you're feeding validity into the zeitgeist for this stupid crap. I want to be the one that says the emperor has no clothes. Knock it the hell off.
And AI stuff aside, you're using the likeness of a murdered child to promote a political agenda without that child's knowledge, consent, or it.
The parent. So to be clear, the parents made this and then sent it to Jim Acosta.
That doesn't make it any better.
No,
that makes it worse.
I have all of my sympathy goes to them, but this is, you don't, just because someone's upset doesn't mean you let them put on a display for the entire country or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Like, if I have had moments of anguish and I have been motivated to behave outside of my own character, and I would really not like anybody to have been like, you know what, we'll go ahead and transmit that for you. Like, it would have been nice to just be like, you know what, you're having a rough time, dog. You're not all there. We're going to leave you alone. We'll come back later. And yeah, you know, I don't know that you can ever really get over the loss of a child, but this is not what you do.
So what's funny is Mass Effect 2 actually talks about this question a lot in the DLC with Kasumi Gato. You have a mission where you recover basically memories of her dead loved one. And the Paragon choice is to tell her to destroy the memories so she doesn't just get trapped in reliving this thing over and over again, to actually let it go and move forward. Now we see something similar with AI, because I've thought about, like, what if my wife died? Like, I have like lots of videos of her that you could feed to make like this fake machine representation of her, or like a kid or something like that you could like turn on whenever you wanted, just to like feel that person, but it wouldn't be the same thing.
No, depending on how spicy your language is, she'd be censored right off the.
Well, sure, but that's what I'm saying. That techno nightmare, like video game sci-fi concept, is here right now. Like, whether it's AI girlfriends or AI loved ones that have gone on, but it's like that flesh suit behind a T-800 underneath, basically, right? A robot underneath. It's uncaring, unfeeling. It's just ones and zeros, data thrown back at you as a poor imitation.
It's satanic and gay. That's, AI is not a good thing. All of it is evil. And yeah, I mean, the grok thing, that is a very telltale sign of low intelligence if you're actually doing it. I go through X, I scroll through X, I see it. And there's times where it's like, if it's used in like a purposefully humorous way, like obvious joke, it's one thing, but it's still bad. It shouldn't be there. And then when Grok, what did they did the update on Grok? It was literally a fucking like anime chick, like that.
Yeah.
It was like a scantily clad anime chick. I'm like, this is like common now. Like, this
not only
is
that, but why do you need the visual? There's no visual when I put a Google search in. The last time I remember there being like any kind of anthropomorphic character for a search was Ask Jeeves, and there was an icon for a butler. That's not the same as, like, why does the thing that just does text prediction have a face? Like, where are we going with this?
Well, they're wanting to sexualize it too. That is part of it, you know.
Oh yeah, because they learned
that's why.
They learned from the stupid Bonzi buddy assistants or whatever. There's like screen desktop assistants you used to have in the, what was it, late 90s, early 2000s, and everybody was like, "Oh, these are so funny" for like a week. And you'd play with the text editor so you could get it to say horrible things. And then after a little while, you're like, why is this still on my screen? I hate this thing. I'm doing work. You know, I don't need a friend on my computer. It's a computer.
Well, so I think somebody brought this up in chat, is that young people are really susceptible to this, especially since they feel so disconnected and lonely. Like, we had a case of this already happening where a young man had a a premium chat AI girlfriend. He ran out of money on a card, or a card got canceled. I think it was one of his parents' cards. And he committed suicide after the loss of this thing.
And that's the pull, that's the drive for the addiction, but this goes way beyond that. And I'm starting to get I'm starting to come up with a sort of macro feel for what this means to me, because something happened to me when I started working all the time trying to launch the show. I stopped consuming fiction of any sort. I was too busy doing nonfiction. By the way, reality is called nonfiction. That's where our society is at this point, just so you know. But I realized something like 87% or greater of the input your average human being has now is just fiction, fictional stories, made up environment that's controlled that they're in. There's no taste of reality, and everybody insulates themselves from as much as possible. And when reality comes up behind them and it makes them feel bad, they just start popping pills so they can live in their fiction. And then I go out, I meet people, and all the parables they tell me are fictional parables that are very modern and very contrived for very specific reasons. And then on the quote unquote nonfiction side of it, we come up with 24-hour news, which morphs into opinion. So it's not even news, it's just opinion.
Editorialism at its finest.
Yeah, and we just go with it. And next thing you know, all we're doing 24/7 is talking about politics in a way that's skewed so far from the reality of the situation. No one has any long-term memory for what anybody's doing versus saying. And it's just this whole narrative bubble that each side lives their whole life inside of without ever penetrating. And what does this AI stuff do? It plays right into it at an even more accelerated rate. And when people are tired of it, what do? They take a break by playing a video game where they get to be a fake person in a fake world even more. I'm sorry, I don't hate on games. I'm not hating on any one of these things. But at some point, if you're not coming up for air, god damn,
I know it adds to the fact that people are absolutely fucking broken now. I mean, it's like a symptom as well. But yeah, no, AI is a net negative for society in general. I don't know why people don't also look at what AI, technocrats are looking to do with jobs, among other things that could make society not good, make things harder. I don't know. I don't like it either.
Back it up. Take all the context out of this. This is a grown man playing politics with a puppet made after a dead boy's image, with the dead boy's voice. It's just a man with a puppet show.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, yeah, that's where I said earlier about the necrophiliac corpse show that this essentially is. There's something weird and strange and just disgusting about this, even as a parent, to allow your children to be used in this way. Children have always been used for propaganda, right? But now we have advanced, unfortunately, technology to where we can actually literally just bring dead children up on stage and make them say whatever we want.
I mean,
that's always the argument.
I saw a case. It was a murder case where the sister made an AI presentation of her brother, give it to have a victim impact statement. I'm like, this is problematic. And it just leads to this, which is just so much worse.
By the way, I want to point out, bring it back to the gun thing. Somebody even said, somebody made a mention about civics class just being a fiction. It's not entirely untrue. This has come around full circle again with the $0 on the suppressor thing. We can't ban the guns or make them into a registry, so we just make a tax, and then we register the tax stamp, and that's how we control the flow of the guns. And then arbitrarily in the 80s, we go, well, now we won't do tax stamps, so now you can't have those guns anymore like that, except for that's not a ban, or it doesn't even matter, because it's been enough years that we forgot that the whole point was that it was not constitutional to have the ban. So now we have this fiction in which it's no, those guns are banned. And you're like, well, that's really a fiction. It doesn't derive from any source of power, but we're all just going along with it because the emperor has no clothes. And then we get to this point where now we have a $0 tax, which allows us to do the registry for free. But the only reason we were doing the registry is because of the taxes and end run around the Constitution. And it's all just built on lies. It's a shared reality that we all believe that is not the legal case. And yet, how long is it going to last? In perpetuity. There's a whole enforcement mechanism. You will get in trouble if you don't obey it. Whether or not it's quote unquote real or derived from actual authority, this is your reality, which kind of, I guess, goes back to the SIG thing too. Whatever's real with the SIG doesn't matter because we've all made a reality together. This is what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go philosophical. I'm just completely frustrated. As a man that's constantly trying to be like, where's the facts? I get so irritated.
No, I mean that's what this conversation brings up. I mean, I don't know how else to talk about this other than in like a philosophical context, or like what this thing actually is that we're watching right here. Some person who is actually living in a false reality on the left, interacting with the machine at the behest of his political views, I suppose, to try and satisfy his need for change that he sees. Like, surely in his own mind, he is executing some sort of good in this circumstance.
I mean, of course, it would be Jim Acosta to be the first one to do this. Just of all the reporters, it would be Jim Acosta.
Yeah, this is a bit more problematic than some guy being stupid in the side chat named Kyle.
Yeah, this
is like a real actual problem, like dystopian future, Blade Runner type nonsense.
The corpse puppet could be saying repeal the NFA, and I would still think this is disgusting.
Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't matter what the AI dead kid is saying. Don't do that.
How quick do you think the parents would sue if I got Thug to take this kid's image and upload it into the AI and actually go for full-on repeal the NFA? We need machine guns and howitzers.
Rightfully so, mind you.
Well, but right, but it's not, like Othaya said, it's not what this person is saying that's even problematic.
It's the fact that
It's
they're
that he's interacting with this thing at all.
Yeah, this thing could be wishing me happy birthday. I'd be pissed.
It's just. I mean, I'm not trying to harp on this, but this entire thing is just satanic. It's evil. Like the fact that this is happening, even if it was in, the parents are grieving, whatever. It's just objectively evil. That's not good. This shouldn't be a thing at all.
I don't know is that the parents have had time to actually process and grieve if this is the way that they're going with it.
This is like 7 years ago, because this kid died in high school.
Yes,
right. So this was at least 7 years ago.
They could have a cause. I will forgive them for being hard anti-gun for the rest of their lives if that's what they believe is ultimately what cost them their son. There's not much you're going to do to derail them from them. Like, they have a cause, they believe in it, and they think that this. I understand why they think this is impactful, but as someone from the exterior, you have to understand why it's a horrible parody.
Yep.
And I guess I don't know what sort of. Well, I mean, losing your child was obviously a traumatic experience that hopefully many of us or most of us never have to experience within our lifetimes.
No, but I'm not upset at
it. It's obvious that there's some sort of psychological break there, right? Because like a normal person, if you're like, "Hey, would you parade around your dead kid's corpse for a cause you thought was right?" You'd be like, "No, of course not." Right? A normal person wouldn't think that.
I didn't even want to pass judgment on the parents, because the person that's giving air to this is. It's not like Jim Acosta's son died and he's doing this. You know what I mean? The parents can be let out of this. We don't even need, because that is a grief I don't understand. But this guy's a media dude putting it on air. Like, he's the one I'm worried about in this situation.
Weaponizing and exploiting their grief for his own political agenda.
Yeah, it's like got layers on it. This is an onion of shit.
When I seen this earlier today,
what's the target demo for this too? Is it just like Facebook boomers?
It's bleeding hard.
Yes.
Probably a lot of them. Ivory Tower mom types, OC housewives type people probably pay attention to this. They're like, wow, that's so.
Yeah,
so
wine
true.
ants being like, what's going on?
Suburban white women and wine moms. That's 100% what their demographic that they're looking for, because this is just real enough for them.
Like my grandmother, she lost 4 children, and I am certain that she would be more upset than we are at something like this because of just how deep the hurt goes for something like that. And I mean, I know she would never even consider doing something like this, and I think the idea that someone would just send her into a homicidal frenzy.
Was I right that you threw your phone earlier when you? Is
I
that what
did
that was?
I checked my phone and the
That's
water
what I
bottle
thought.
that was sitting next to me. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I looked up and I just seen the phone. It's incredibly frustrating, but I thought you guys needed to see that.
I'm upset. Show me something funny.
Yeah,
I know. So how about this? We went from man-made horrors to an Air Jordan Glock holster. How does that sound?
I like
Very
it.
inner city.
What do you have against it?
I don't have anything against it. It's just funny. I just thought it was different. This guy takes one of his Jordans, cuts it up, and he makes a Glock holster out of it. It's,
That's
it's
perfect. That's mine. I need him to
It
make me
is
one.
both of the
actual
last two things.
craftsmanship.
Yeah, look at that thing.
He needs
This
to
was
get
made with AI.
He needs to get it coded so that it matches. Honestly.
Yeah, I might trust it. I might not. I don't know. It's not a P320, so I actually might trust it.
It probably does about the same as an Uncle Mike's. Probably does the same as an Uncle Mike's holster. Come on.
I bet
Honestly, it's
this is-
adjustable.
Yeah, I bet this is actually better than an Uncle Mike because I bet the
Oh, that's funny.
I'll take it over a P320 in a Safari Land any day.
Ooh, Glock
Damn.
leg? Nah, it's my Glock shoe.
You know what? I'm glad he has a holster.
That's
An expensive holster at that point, though. Like, you could have bought a real holster.
Actually, that's true. If this Glock had a switch on it, that would be peak aesthetics.
I say this is somebody that regularly doesn't have a holster. I'm glad he has one.
Yeah, good for him.
I want to see
In
the
his,
back. I wanna see
it
his-
should
I
have been a
wanna use
Nissan
it.
Altima.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
Negligent discharges never looked so fresh. Jarvis, creases holster.
I don't know. He had to pattern it. He had to get it in the sewing machine. I think he did.
He did some work. He did some work.
I
to
think
it,
I think it's kind of a clever thing.
Dude, that sounds like an Etsy thing. An
He's got
Etsy
skills.
Glock 17 holster.
I'm not going to pretend that I could do that. I don't think I could just do that myself.
Was it a brand new shoe or was it a used shoe though?
Yeah, I think it was.
It looked clean. So I don't know if it was brand new, but it looked clean.
Funky Glock.
Melissa Mina for 10 says, "Sigh at Kyle, fight these gay allegations, fat boy." That's Mel's demeanor, not me, Mr. Kyle. Okay, don't get upset at me. Don't report the stream. Madden Williams for 5 says, "Kyle, you did it. They look like the one little sexy lollipop, soft, sweet, and ready for tick breed like Sunday dinner." Oh, you wanted me to read it in a Jamaican style. You look like the little sexy lollipop. No, I can't even do it. Damn it. Thanks, man.
You're literally worse than the Bonzi, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You are ready to be breeded.
Yeah. All jokes aside.
Melissa Meter for 5 says, "I require a vintage Sigger voice to talk about how gay Kyle is."
How gay Kyle is? Is he talking about a fucking Yankee Marshall? Is that what
No,
he's
Kyle
saying
in the
to
chat.
Sarah? Kyle
I
in
don't
the
know.
chat? He kind of
Well,
looks
I
like
don't
he'd be a Chicano. I'm looking at him right now.
Oh, that's intimidating. That's terrifying.
I don't know what a Sigger voice is. I don't know what you want me to. Which one do you want me to do?
Does he mean black? I don't know.
You know what they mean.
All right, look, listen, Kyle. Listen here, liberal. Listen here. Actually, no, he's a liberal. Listen, you came up into this stream and you said the P320 is the best thing that you've ever seen. And I'm telling you, as a Southern gay man, that you are incorrect. Okay, you are not going to report this stream. In fact, Bailiff, where I'm going to have Bailiff here smack your nuts. I'm going to find your channel after this. I'm going to report all your videos. All right.
Already
All
found
right.
his channel.
Did you find it? Okay.
Oh,
I
I
found
thought
it.
it was a Sigger voice. I don't know what he wanted me to do. Sorry.
No, thanks, Melissa Meter. I gotta send Vintage a couple checks now. Melissa Meter for 2 says, "Chud McGill, I love you." Oh wow. Confessions of love in the YouTube side chat. How romantic. That is modern day romance, gentlemen. Moonman for 5 says, "Kyle is such a throwback to when I would call some guy a slur on Call of Duty 15 years ago when he would want to fight me." Bro, the internet never changes. It's only
The
only
medium that
seems like it
changes.
does.
Icon, you're my favorite hater. I love you, buddy.
Madden Williams for 5 says, "Kyle, you look like Big Dinner for all the gay bear dempon night bear. Demba go nyam ya like a curry goat." Dude, I don't know what I'm reading there, but
I would
thank
pay
very
for you
much.
to not read it.
Thias says matching donations to have me not speak. Moonman for 10 says, "Ahem, focus, cough. Look at your Discord DMs, cough. Chud, and I insist. Also, mod, question mark. I won't even do anything. I just need to be able to lord over the little wrench over everyone." Somebody did send me a message. Accept DM. Oh dear. Oh, okay.
Yes, they're wonderful.
Oh my gosh.
The images are lovely.
Some of them are good. Some of them are pretty good. We will have to do that for a stream at some point. Thank you,
Yes,
Moonman.
we will.
Appreciate that for the 10. Moonman for 2 says, wishing I didn't comprehend these man-made horrors. Yeah, life was simpler before you knew. The weight of the responsibility of knowledge. Hugh Jasper 2 says, holy water ASAP. Melissa Mina for 5 says, Chud McGill, I'll defend your honor, my beloved, at Kyle Clanker. Oof. Yeah, I'm going to call that AI son Clanker.
Wireback is my new favorite.
Wireback.
That's nuts. It's crazy.
Moonman for 5 says, an Indian guy is making this puppet pretending to be this guy. Yeah, behind every AI is an Indian sweatshop. Never forget that. Thank you for that, Moonman. Moonman for 5 says, this is just the VI for Mass Effect, but it isn't even my favorite shop on the Citadel. This is my favorite shop on the Citadel. Thank you, Moonman, for the 5. Tusk the 3rd for 2 says, I want my MTV. I suppose you're longing for your childhood nostalgia before your uncle got to you. Moonman for 2 says, shaking my head. Got to get Panda Express for the other feds. Well, hey, have a good time. And Panda Express actually sounds pretty good right now. Focus Trip Wife for 5 says, alive and well, but suffering from LOPH. What is LOPH?
Loss of Pizza Hut.
Oh, loss of Pizza Hut. So keep me in your thoughts. Oh, she said it right after. I'm just retarded. Loss of Pizza Hut. Yeah, it's tragic loss in the basement there, but I hope you're doing well, Anna. Fresh Peanut Schaefer 10 says, Siggers getting what they deserve. Chat's popping. Panel is the whole bell curve. True. Man-made horrors featuring a person who manages to be less human than the flesh puppet. Good soup. Good soup, Mr. Pinochet. Also, fantastic helicopter rides. Endorsed by this show. And the last one, Melissa Mina for 5 says, shout out to Chud for being a Blackstone homie. Also at Kyle Gay. What a great way to end the show, ladies and gentlemen. Calling Kyle gay. But I have to hop over to the other stream, which I'm already late for. But before we get out of here, Dank, what do you got going on?
My grandfather's in the hospital. Pray for him. Also, Kyle, I actually don't have any issues with you. We were just joking around.
Awesome. Andrew.
Kayaking and swimming, just staying active.
Thank you. Awesome. Richard.
I run the second channel, Out of Focus Clips. I take the streams, put them into smaller bite-sized portions. If you could go over there, that'd be great. And also, go check out CN Arsenal's Subscribe Star, because Player is cutting their feed and as well as some of their financials.
Did you try to squeeze it in at the end?
Hey, I'm trying, man. I tried my best. I wasn't expecting Phil to go live earlier, so things kind of got thrown off course.
Is this everybody or just me though? Am I like the one that you guys pick on?
It's just you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well,
it is just
so
you.
it's strange because I don't like invite Vintage on a lot of shows. Sometimes I see him in the chat and we don't schedule things out in advance. It's like, oh, I see Vintage. I send him an invite. Sometimes he joins. That's how it goes. So I'm bad with
Actually,
it.
Richard hit me up for this one, and then I forgot it was today, and that's why I was late.
I would have done better to do that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. Hey, if you want to be a regular guest, I'll just have you on regular shows. We don't have to schedule something.
You fooled me twice. Shame on me.
All right, but I'll handle it this time.
Oh yeah. That's better.
Well, it's just funny because the first time it was Gary, and then we waited so long and actually switched co-hosts before we actually got you on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Vintage, what do you got going on, homie?
I'm going to respond to the 2 gay Australians. That's being edited, and yeah, you're going to get a bunch of Morgan & Morgan ads this month. That's pretty much. I'm going to have Hawkeye fall off of a forklift for me for an ad. So
and you're getting the voiceover from random guy?
That should be funny.
Yeah,
yes, he's got a good one. He's got that like listen here liberal kind of voice. It's really good.
It's a fantastic voice. I'm going to use him for something.
No, I got some random videos coming up after that though. But yeah, that's it. You know what I usually do, just random bullshit.
Oh, Thias, what do you got going on, sir? And thank you very much for coming on, even though we have abused your time twice now, which is unforgivable.
Mm-hmm. No, just do studio crap. Those of you that are on my Patreon already have seen the preview. But we've overhauled the whole show. So I don't know. Vintage, have you seen it yet?
It's very
no.
cool.
Oh God, May made her own Ballastol commercial without my oversight, and
I love it. It's
the
funny.
most profane thing I've ever seen in my life.
It
Really?
is hilarious.
It's
I was
absolutely
laughing
disgusting.
I'm gonna
so
have to
hard.
check it out then.
Yeah,
Is that on the main channel or is that just on your Patreon right
it's
now?
on the Patreon right here. I can send you a thing for it, but it's
No,
just
it
the
is
first, like,
your
30
Patreon.
seconds.
Oops, shoot, where to go?
It's the
Please
article.
catch up. No, I'm linking it in the chat. I want people to go to it. Because for all of his time he's given up for us twice now, and we've jerked him around and we've let him on different streams and different places. I am pinning his link in chat. That is his Patreon. You should go over there and check it out because Player decided to unalive themselves willingly. Euthanasia, it must be a Canadian company, and so that's fun because I remember when gun guys started to advertise for Player and stuff like that.
We were the first ones to go over with them because I was at that time. Well, you're getting out of here. We should do a separate talk about that because there was a whole period that people might not be aware of where alt platforms were popping up. And just the insanity of what was planned and what actually came out of it is nuts.
Well, wasn't Player originally named something else too?
Utreon. And
Utreon,
they were the only one that gave a comprehensive plan for how to handle being a mass platform, but then they never got to enough size to implement that plan. But essentially, they proposed a solution for moderation and things that YouTube was having problems with. And their core concept was basically YouTube's use of the algorithm has really ruined the platform because algorithms are basically an early version of what we're now calling AI. And they're recursive and they degenerate on those recursions. And so that's why you see YouTube becoming more and more siloed is because there's a machine intelligence behind it that's ultimately mathematical and it feeds itself. It's reducing itself down to it's flanderization in a way, but it's reducing itself down piece by piece, and we're just sort of following it along until every YouTube channel looks the same and does the same sort of thing, and it's all just we're all tired of it, They kind of saw it way ahead of the game, but then they just never could get the growth numbers that they needed to sustain what they were doing.
That's too bad because I mean we see a lot of these companies come and go, and there does need to be a alternative to Patreon.
I mean, until YouTube breaks, we're stuck with this quote unquote algorithm / AI, and it is going to drive us into silos. It is really bad.
All right, well, we appreciate you having you on, man. I sorry about again the issues with scheduling and remembering that I have actual guests on the show, stuff like that. I know. I'm sorry. Okay. But with all that out of the way, gentlemen, thank you so much for watching one of the longest streams of all time, 5 hours, 16 minutes. But this stream is going to lead directly into another stream, which means that I will have streamed for over 7 hours and maybe even 8 hours continuously, which is way too long for somebody like me. But with all that out of the way, gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See you in the next one, quite literally. God bless.
As I sailed, and most of them I've slayed as I sailed.